This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it's finally here, WrestleMania Saturday. Just a few hours away from the big event kicking off. A cool day for me is little Marty gets to attend his very first WrestleMania live and in person over 2 days under the most unusual of circumstances at Raymond James Stadium. But whether you're joining us on and off throughout the day and night or have little interest in WrestleMania this year, we're here for the long haul on our fourth extensive Wrestling Insiders Marathon of the week. Earlier today, Dutch Mantel, a.k.a. Zeb Coulter, was taping episodes of Wrestling Insiders for this spring, along with the Cyber Autograph signing to get you guys pumped up for WrestleMania. Now, even if we do it for just Marjo Ouellette of Ms. and Mrs. fame, we bring you a variety of John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Friday episodes, trying to get new eyeballs on our Boston Wrestling MWF programs and raise funds PBS style for our tremendous programs this spring and summer to keep the show on the air and keep the lights on in the studio. The Super Chat button under the Premier Chat is open for business on YouTube, and you can also use PayPal at bw@bostonwrestling.com. Also, a variety of small ways you can help the cause, including giving the marathon video a big thumbs up, subscribing to our YouTube channel for free. If you click the little notification bell, YouTube will send you updates of all the great episodes that are going to be part of our WrestleMania Week Wrestle House endeavor here in Tampa. And please share the link across social media, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites. Let's get new eyeballs on our shows so we can continue to grow them to the point where we can have original Wrestling Insider in-studio shoot interviews 7 days per week and keep wrestling legends working. To kick things off here on the Marathon, John Cena Sr. remembers the late Ugandan giant Kamala and Bullet Bob Armstrong. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders as this lineup of superstars and legends continues to grow. Tony Atlas and David Reese certainly provided me an early birthday gift this weekend with the return of Mr. John Cena Sr. We go from the Thunderdome at the Amway Arena in Orlando, Florida with SmackDown to the Fabo Dome here at MWF Studios in Melrose.
Been a long time, been a busy time, but thanks fans, thanks Dan, it's good to be back.
It's been a little over a year since you've been here in this studio.
Absolutely correct.
I know we don't want to touch too much on MWF wrestling business right now with too much unknown with a certain venue down the street from here, which is certainly a different story for a different time. But your uprising was well represented with the addition of Chief Advisor Vicky Guerrero.
I am definitely sorry I missed that. One of the best in the business. I always say to the young ladies, if you want to learn how to be a manager and a heel, there's two people you take the key from, Vicky Guerrero and Paul Heyman.
Well, when she found out you were not going to be there that night, you won't believe what she said.
Thank God.
Excuse me.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, do you like Vicky in AEW?
You know what? I've got to tell you, and maybe we'll get into that a little bit later on, AEW is not trying to take anybody or anything on, but they're doing very, very well. Their storylines are great. And Vicky Guerrero as an addition, I got to tell you what, I think that was a smart move on their part.
Well, we're going to have a featurette on AEW coming in a couple of Fridays from now, Tony. Look at this. I can't get the man out of my mind. We taped with Tony twice in 6 days before we had you here, so I still got Tony on the brain. If you did not pick up on too many of them, Johnny, over the summer when things were really shut down here at the studio, we were going to Tony's home.
Wow.
That's where we came up with the name At Your House, so I Atlas Your House, because we set up a couple of cameras, lights, and microphones on Tony's porch up in downtown beautiful Auburn, Maine. I believe you have one of your many estates up near Auburn.
Many estates up in Auburn. I've been up there many times. How's his wife, by the way?
She's still been hospitalized since June of 19.
the good news is they did not have one case of COVID in her nursing home.
That's awesome.
They had to cut off all visitation back in mid-March, and he just had his first visit just a couple of weeks ago. So you could say they played it tough, but if not one person got sick, you could also say they played it smart.
I would agree with that, and she's still in my prayers, and all the fans out there, how about offering up some prayers for Tony's wife, that she gets out of that home and back with Tony.
Well, every Tuesday night we've been having a lot of fun on the Wrestling Insider Show. John, I don't know, hopefully you get a chance to come across it. Is a kind of a fun featurette for the fans at home. We did an episode called Ask Atlas, where we took not wrestling but life questions from the fans about, almost like Dear Abby, we had Ask Atlas, and that was a lot of fun for me to sit through asking the questions, because you never know what the responses are going to be.
Especially from Tony Atlas.
Exactly. Well, we had a couple of questions from housewives about how to deal with the husband.
Really?
About a husband that feels it's okay to urinate in the sink. And
Welcome back, John. Thank you. Glad to be here.
One that has not aired yet, we did a featurette about a man that's trying to figure out what to do with his wife that detests Halloween so much. She actually passed out individual packets of Quaker oatmeal to the kids. So we've had a couple of laughs, if nothing else, on Ask Atlas. But we're not asking Atlas tonight. It's a fabulous Friday after what I'm sure was a raucous Friday night in Orlando at the Thunderdome, Johnny. One thing that fans always love from you especially, and on all of our programs, is some of the great tributes we do of our fallen friends. A man we had here in this very studio, a man that competed here in the Millennium Wrestling Federation, a man that we got involved with trying to help health-wise, and it kind of went in a not-so-great direction, but we'll focus more on the positive. We lost our friend, the Ugandan giant Kamala, James Harris, Johnny.
I had the honor and privilege of working several shows with Kamala, James Harris. I call him the gentle giant. What a tremendous human being. A heart 3 times the size of his body. A great human being. And when I first heard about that loss to the wrestling world, as I do all the time, I always think about, another one up there. Pretty soon God's going to have to build a ring. Not that he hasn't already. But a lot of the greats are going home and getting together. And when you think about Kamala, I don't think the younger generation has gone back through and seen how these young men when he first started, and a black man at that.
So is that what he was?
Yeah. Coming into an industry, and I'm sure that's a facetious remark, but Afro-American, black, whatever you choose to do, came in at a very difficult time. And I'm sure Tony Atlas would have confirmed that. It was not the best of times for black athletes. And how this young man forged his way through and became who he was, Kamala. And I can say again, it was an honor and a privilege to have had the ability to do Johnny Fabulous, the heel, with Kamala Harris. I know he will be missed.
Kamala Harris?
Yeah. Oh, now who is that? Oh, gee. Was that a Freudian slip?
Well,
wow.
The funny thing is, I don't know if every fan realizes this, but Kamala's name is James Harris, so he kind of was Kamala Harris in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I guess he was.
She stole his gimmick.
Yeah, I guess he was. But there'll never be another Kamala. There'll never be another James Harris. And I think the wrestling world should, and I'm sure they did, take a moment and not to reflect on color, not to reflect on gender. Let's get rid of all of this. Let's just bring us all together and reflect on a life of an outstanding individual who brought joy and happiness to millions around the world. It's time to stop. It really is. It's time to forget all this and get down to reality and say, another one has gone home. And once again, that great novel, For Whom the Bell Tolls, once again, we have the 10 tolls of the bell for a great individual, James Harris, a.k.a. Kamala, the Ugandan giant.
Well, I tell you this, Johnny, when I think of Kamala, I think of outside of the personal interactions we've had with him over the years, but as far as Kamala, the professional wrestling presentation, I think the 2 words that stick out are believability and credibility. When I first started watching as a little guy, I remember I would have been 6 at the time, December of 1986, the old Boston Garden down the street on Causeway Street. Kamala challenged Hulk Hogan for the World Championship, and I tell you, when that jungle music hit and that giant big brown wooden mask that he wore when he came out, that was a scary
and a shield
looking guy.
And
he
a
had the
spear
shield, the
with
spear, Kimchi, and I don't know. I think he might have been with King Curtis Iaukea at that point.
Really?
For the brief time that he came into WWF as a favor to the Hulkster. But I mean, what a great presentation. But again, just as much as you want, it's like one of those things where you're kind of scared, but you go,
one eye open to make sure.
You want to see what's going on. Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Again, just so believable. And as many of his peers said, very, very, for a guy that size that could throttle you, very
Agile.
Smooth in the ring.
Agile.
Very agile and
agile,
smooth.
I mean, you could take a punch, a hit, a chop, whatever, the headbutt. I tell you, it was, again, an honor and a privilege. And I hope the young people that worked with James Harris, a.k.a. Kamala, learned a lot from him because he was very open and willing to give.
I think we did a great 3-hour studio shoot interview with Kamala right in this very studio in the chair you're in. It is available. If you don't want to go out of your way to get a DVD, it streams on our Patreon service at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where you can help keep Wrestling Legends working for the price of a cup of coffee over at Starbucks. It's an emotional interview, and I think, you know, Johnny, the sad part about it is when Kamala looked back at his life, he really regretted getting into professional wrestling. Despite all the memories and the accolades that have been given to him in his passing over the past month or so, he really wishes he never got into the industry. And I think that's really sad, considering how much he contributed.
Yeah, but think about the rationale and why he said what he said. You know, he was a truck driver, a great human being, great father, great guy. But think about, as I said before, earlier in our interview, think about what he had to face when he got into it. You know, would you jump in gasoline and then go into the fire? That's exactly what happened with a guy like this. I'm sure Tony Atlas echoed the same things. And it was just the times, unfortunately. So the bitterness remains in your mouth. But I think, you know, regardless of what he said, he touched an awful lot of lives.
Sure did. I mean, he had 3 all maybe shorter than they should have been, but 3 big runs in the WWF. He had one with Andre in the mid-'80s. Then he came back in '86 into '87 when he had a big main event run with Hogan. Then he came back again in '92 into '93 when he feuded with Undertaker, and then eventually took on the babyface persona managed by Slick, which he really didn't like all that much. You know, he felt he was very underpaid over the course of his career. That was well documented. A lot can be said about that either way, but every territory he went to, he really had a significant place. And a time when the territories were, it was like Major League Baseball. You had, at its peak in professional wrestling in the United States, 20, 25 different territories you could go to and make a full-time living as opposed to what it's like in 2020.
I would agree with everything you're saying.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I would agree that he was underpaid. There's a reason for that. You know, a lot of the wrestlers, regardless of color, let's forget about this, were underpaid. But you got to stop back, at least I do. I stop, I listen to what they have to say, and yeah, maybe he was right at the time. But what about if it was now? You know, what about if it was now? He'd be up on the billboard with the best. He'd be up against the Roman Reigns, the Bray Wyatt, you know, the Randy punch in the head Orton. Another story for another time, as you so eloquently say. I think Jim made a big dent in professional wrestling with his ability, with his appearance, with his gentleness and kindness. I think people overshadow that. I think maybe it's hard to look back on that when he gave his interview because of how he was treated, where he was at the time in our history.
I think he's very underrated in the fact that he gave Undertaker a lot of credibility. Undertaker had been in WWE for about a year and a half when he started his program with Kamala. He started a little issue on WWE TV with the Berserker that really didn't pick up too much steam, so they transitioned Taker off to Kamala. Kamala did a tremendous job selling for Undertaker, this wild, you know, jungle beast of sorts that had no fear until he saw Undertaker in that casket. When
Right.
Paul Bearer would push that casket out, he'd be in the middle of the match, start
Yep.
patting the belly and run through the arena. And he gave Undertaker a lot of credibility.
He really put him over.
Yeah.
He put him over very, very well. But you know, it takes two to go to the dance.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
And as it progressed, you could see it going back and forth. Very well matched up, very well give and take. But you're right, Kamala did. I think he went above and beyond to put over the Undertaker, and it worked. It really did work.
I think of all his big, and he had a lot of, as we mentioned, some great feuds in and out of WWE. But I think as far as helping an opponent, he did a lot to help Undertaker.
Oh, no question about it.
And he did, you know, the honors every night.
I think he did the honors for Hulk Hogan, too.
He sure
There
did,
he
but
did.
Hulk was already Hulk.
He
when
was
they
there,
had their
yeah.
feud.
He was building Taker, yeah.
Undertaker was still, you're looking at about a year and about 6 months into his babyface turn.
Yeah.
Undertaker didn't turn face until the spring of 1992.
Correct.
They began feuding in the summer of 92, so he was still a relatively new babyface at that time. And, you know, I know Percy appreciated how much Kamala had given to their routine together as Undertaker and Paul Bearer. But it's just a very sad end to life for Kamala. I only touch upon that because there was that personal involvement that we had towards it. If fans didn't know, due to diabetes that he didn't have treated, he wound up losing both of his legs. We wound up working with WWE and the fine folks at the medical facilities in Pittsburgh to try and get those two knees. And I only say it because of the YouTube video we made that went online. It's still out there, as a matter of fact, which I resent. But, you know, we tried to raise some money for the man. He didn't quite understand how technology works as far as how payments work. But we made sure when we teamed with our friends at the Cauliflower Alley Club, he received every single penny that was due to him, which I'm very proud to say that we did. But at the same time, when he put that video on YouTube, WWE lost interest in helping him get those two new legs. And I really think that hurt his quality of life at the end.
Probably don't hurt his quality of life. It probably hurt him.
Oh, sure.
It probably hurt him because when you give so much, you hope in the end that your friends, your employers, those that you did so much to build up would at least give back a little bit. Unfortunate the way it all went down. I just sit back and look at the man, look at the life. He cast a big shadow, a very big shadow, a very big giant, very big heart, very gentle when you really get to know him.
That's one, Johnny, I have to say that, you know, we've had issues with talents over the years.
Yep.
No-showed and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
But that's one that really pulled on the strings of my heart because I liked him as a human being an awful lot. The video he put up I thought was kind of embarrassing and is still on there now, which I don't like, but there's nothing you can do about that.
Freedom
But
of speech, we have that.
True, and you know me, I replied in kind with a copy of the money order that was sent out.
Well,
So there
that's-
was never any question about that. But I just wish that him and I could have sat down again and just had a nice talk. You know what I mean? That one bothered. That one hurt a little bit.
I understand that, but you got to remember something that at the time I did it, that's the way I felt, and that was my rationale. And not being able to fully understand what's going on in the world of technology, etc., and reacting very quickly. I'm sure Atlas, and I'm going to bring Tony Atlas into this, he made a comment several times about almost the same thing. So I sit back and say, you know what? It is what it is. I put something on my Twitter today. I said, I really think I have to say this. You know, when you get up in the morning, you're going forward. Don't look backward because that's not the direction you're going in.
It's a good phrase.
So I say go forward. You know, the past is the past. We need to forget about that. My motto has always been, the past, if you use it, will destroy the present, and then you will have no future. Forget it. Don't look back. Only go forward.
You are very positive in a lot of ways, in addition to being fabulous.
Well, thank you.
All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to remember yet another fallen legend. Stand by. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE Champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal Champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back as we welcome to almost the re-debut of Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Friday Nights, following SmackDown each and every week from the Thunderdome in Orlando. WWE certainly has taken a lemon and tried to make some delicious lemonade out of it. I don't know if you've seen too much of the Thunderdome, but that's a very impressive setup they have in Orlando. Not to spend too much time on that.
Somebody had a great idea, a great concept, but you know what? It's really tough when you got to steal from, what's that Mel Gibson movie? Mad Max?
Yes.
Didn't they have a Thunderdome?
They did have a Thunderdome.
Oh, okay. So anyway, I'm just being kind of wise. That's what I do best. Anyway,
in a minute or two, though, before we continue, do you
sure.
think it's added to the presentation of the show compared to having 20 to 30 NXT students banging on plexiglass at the Performance Center?
My answer to that is yes.
Yeah.
I think what it did do when they first started, it piqued interest, curiosity. The question becomes now, will it continue to be the Thunderdome? Will it continue to be what they really want it to be? Because you know what? Not only the WWE, AEW, New Japan Pro, whoever you want to go after, they really pique your interest. It was like Lucha Underground. I thought that was a pretty...
You loved Lucha Underground.
I thought that was a good little deal. It was different, that's why. And now you see a lot of their stars are with, who we got now? We got, what's his name, the big muscular guy there? Oh, God. He's with Taz.
Cage.
Yes. Great individual. You've got the Lucha Brothers now. It's just, I'm glad they had the opportunity to branch out. But I hope they stay with the Thunderdome. The concept remains, and the talent and the caliber of matches and the way they're going with this, they're almost going backwards a little bit to that PG, non-PG era. Good.
They need anything to give the show a little bit of an edge and a little bit more of an interest, I think is a great thing. I agree.
That's exactly right.
At the end of the day, though, I think Thunderdome is a great visual presentation, but after a few weeks of, this great visual presentation that WWE is known for, which is state-of-the-art video production, whether you love what WWE does in the ring, whether you hate it or is somewhere in between. One thing you can never knock about their company is the state-of-the-art visual presentation that it is. But it does get back to some point, we're accustomed to Thunderdome now. Thunderdome is part of the weekly presentation. The focus is going to be back more on what's happening in the ring, but we'll have an episode on that very soon, I'm sure. It's been an interesting 2020 in the world of professional wrestling, to say the least. But, Johnny, in addition to Kamala, we lost another great, Kamala even has not been enshrined in the WWE Hall of Fame yet.
And he should be.
I'm sure he will at some point.
Too bad we have to die to get in.
I think those that are part of the concussion lawsuit are going to have to wait until that's all dust under the rug, so to speak. But we lost Bullet Bob Armstrong, Tony. Again, I'm going to call you Tony. Wow.
It's all right. I call Kamala Harris, so I guess we're even.
Tony and I did a nice tribute to Bob. He worked with Bob an awful lot earlier in his career down in Georgia. A gentleman that is the father of the Armstrong family. All of his sons got into the world of professional wrestling. I'm sure Road Dogg would be best known to the wrestling fans of the four sons. But very sad to see the passing of Bob, just 2 months after his wife passed away in June. A man that, he took on cancer head on. He didn't want any treatment for it as it went to his bones, and he went out his own way.
Admirable. I can only tell you this, having worked as an orderly in the hospitals and been around hospitals in my younger days, when you lose a mate of that many years, it reaches a point of when that person leaves you. I have a situation now where my daughter-in-law's grandmother just passed away, and the response from her 82 or 83-year-old husband was, "Why is she leaving me alone?" So I think we have to look at both sides of this coin and say, you know you've lost something you really love and care for. You may not be alone because you have those other people around who love you, but it's not the same. And so
It's not, and I don't mean it in a sexual way, but it's not that intimacy.
no, and that's a good word to use. The intimacy is not the sexual factor. The intimacy is the friendship, the joy, the simply holding of the hands, having dinner together, saying hello, saying I love you. Young people, older people have forgotten those very words of intimacy. They don't share anymore. They don't care anymore. It's an I world, not a we world. You know, you forget to hold a hand, to give a kiss goodnight, to say how much you care for a person. That's what keeps it alive. And when you lose that piece of life, that very intricate part, those people that are married 50, 60 years, man, stop and think about this. And then he gets confronted with his illness. Boy, I got to give kudos to him. No treatment. You know that Frank Sinatra song, I did it my way? God bless him. God bless him.
And you know, I think that happens with a lot of seniors. If they don't have anything else going on in their lives, you go to from having a day-to-day partner for decade upon decade upon decade to you're alone in the morning making a cup of coffee. You might get a phone call from the kids a few times a week, and you watch TV the rest of the time. You know.
Well, not like me. I don't do that. No
You
phone
got a
calls.
harem,
No
so.
TV. No harem. No harim. As Arishik would say, no harim. I got nobody. Don't kill no more. Hulk Hogan. No, I have nobody. So
You got us.
And I don't mean that. Well, I do have a friend. I do have a friend, Moniz. But the whole.
wait. Moniz?
Oh, we'll talk about that later,
wait a
maybe.
minute.
But you know, it's kind of like God bless him. God bless his four sons. A great family, a great union. You know, and you never know. As I say to people, you know, life is like a candle. It takes the gentlest of breezes to eliminate that light. But the thing that I think most people have to remember is, as long as the candle is lit, let that candle spread its light to others and enjoy what that light sheds and brings to you, and in return, be bathed in the light and enjoy it, because when it's out, you can no longer enjoy or remember what that candle brings to you. You know, and so I think that's kind of my philosophy of life, as crazy as it sounds. But I think that, you know, Bullet Bob Armstrong did what he had to do during his lifetime. He made his mark in history. He brought 4 wonderful sons into this world, a wonderful woman, a wife. Look at the memory. Look at the legacy. That's important. People say, oh, what am I going to leave behind? Who's going to remember me? The important thing is that those they love you remember you. And take a look at it.
Well, you know, Road Dogg is someone that we had a lot of interactions with over the year. He was the main eventer on our very first shows back in 2001. We had issues when he went away to jail, and then he was back with us in 2010. 2007, thanks to a great deal that our friends at TNA brokered, and we had a really good second run with them until, you know, personal demons took over. But I'll say this, and maybe this can even be a credit to Bob Armstrong's raising of his sons. Of every top star that ever no-showed or played some kind of a game that cost us financially or hurt the fans, Road Dogg is the only one, once he became clean, to truly give a sincere apology for what he did.
And he gave
I'll
back.
always have all the respect in the world for Brian James Road Dogg for doing that. Not that this episode is about him, but I think it's a testament that all 4 of his sons were so well respected in this business. And look at the loins that he came from.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Yeah.
And I think you can see the reality in James, in Road Dogg. I've had the opportunity to work with him several times.
Oh, sure.
Backstage at WWE, indie shows. You know, when you really get to know the man, there's a real good human being right there.
Really good human being.
Yep, real good human being. And kudos to him for going through hell to reach heaven. And I mean that.
He really did. And, you know, to fans that, you know, maybe are newer to our great sport, that aren't familiar with how the territorial system was set up, if you go outside of this part of the country in the Northeast and you look down south into the, Georgia Championship Wrestling, Florida, right? Bob Armstrong was a legend. He was, fair to say, a household name to those fans down there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yep.
He even contributed in the early days of TNA as kind of a, I don't remember the precise term, but he was an on-air authority type figure. So if for those fans that subscribe to Impact Wrestling's version of WWE Network, there's a lot of great Bob Armstrong stuff. Jim Cornette did a podcast that I caught a piece of. A friend that knew we were going to do this episode told me to listen to it. And Jim Cornette, who I have all the respect in the world for.
I think he's a hell of a guy. I don't care what anybody says.
I think Jim Cornette, I wish we had more Jim Cornettes in wrestling.
Well, kind of like Donald Trump, say it like it is, right?
Well,
another story for another time.
Jim was a gracious man going back to when he did shows with Tony Rumble, when he was an executive in WWE. How many WWE executives would go out on the weekend to do independent wrestling shows like Jim did for Tony? So I respect what Cornette says, and I learned a lot listening to what Cornette had to say about the man, because he used Bob in a similar role when Cornette started the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Company. So we've lost a couple of good ones, Johnny. It always makes me sad, but you know what? It's nice to sometimes pause, reflect, smell the roses, so to speak, at what these guys did during their great careers. Unfortunately, sometimes we have to wait for them to pass to give them that attention.
Well, as I said earlier, just remember the lives they touched, the young talent they groomed, the young talent they brought up, the young talent they helped, and what they left behind. A lot of good memories, a lot of good light. People laugh, but I look at The Lion King. It's a circle of life. Can't get away from it.
It's not stopping for us.
Yeah, as my dad used to say to me, I'd say, why? Why do you have to die? And he'd say to me, look at that oak tree. As tall and as strong as it is, it has a time and a place where it will cease to exist. We hope that when we leave it a little better than we found it, and contributed to those that were less fortunate, and maybe helped a few along the way. So it's that old, and Disney hit the nail on the head. It's the circle of life.
As I say in the nightly prayers to those that I have upstairs, take me by the hands and bring me to where I can put some goodwill into the world. What else can we do?
Nothing. Nothing.
All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time this week. John, it was very interesting to have you back. I don't know what magic Tony Atlas and David Reese weaved to bring you here, but Tony certainly surprised me with this. Friday nights aren't going to be the same. Forget about the Thunderdome in Orlando. We got the Fabo Dome right here on our fabulous Friday nights.
And I guarantee you, this has been low-key. We're going to get controversial.
Wait until our friends that you don't know, Tony, Johnny, that when we have our live chats on YouTube during the premieres, Tina, Stoney, whatever her true name may be that week, we got Maria. We got some great fans all over the world that join us for Tony and Marty's premieres, and I'm sure they're going to have some interesting insights about you.
No questions about sinks.
About what?
Sinks.
Sinks?
Yeah, guys in sinks. I don't want to, nothing about
that. No.
I
I don't think we're going to go that route with you, Johnny.
I don't think so.
You're a pisser, though,
Glad I'm back.
For our friend, the fabulous one himself, Mr. John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. Don't forget, Tuesday night, 9 o'clock, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Thursday night, 9 o'clock, Party with Marty Jannetty. Every day around 10 o'clock, we got a brand new clip from one of our classic interviews available on the YouTube. And now, right after SmackDown goes off the air on the Fox Network, head on over to Boston Wrestling on YouTube. It's going to be a fabulous Friday night, fans. Until we speak again, you and yours be well. More important, stay healthy. Good night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, hope you are well wherever you may be, as we're just a few hours away now from WrestleMania 37 Night 1. We're at Raymond James Stadium as we speak. What a week it's been already. Video-wise, Tuesday we had the 12-hour Mr. USA Tony Atlas Marathon. On Wednesday, we had another 12-hour Wrestling Insider Special Edition Marathon featuring a plethora of superstars and legends. Thursday kicked off live episodes and cyber signings, and yesterday, 9 hours of Marty Jannetty's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty before Al Snow joined us live. Don't forget that JTG of Crime Time will be taking part in a live cyber autograph signing tomorrow afternoon before Night 2 of WrestleMania 37 begins, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe will be with us Monday afternoon. Help us, help yourself. Pre-order your autographed 8x10 photos now at bostonwrestling.com, as both men will only have about a half an hour for the cyber signings as we attempt to tape as many episodes of Wrestling Insiders as possible. We've had a blast at Wrestle House in Tampa this week thus far. If you've missed all of the great superstars that have joined us live, some fans have asked, we may have some autograph photos still available. Shoot us an email at bw@bostonwrestling.com. Up next, John Cena Sr. Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays Marathon continues as Mr. Cena shoots on Roman Reigns' heel turn, the Bella Twins, and more.
All right, wrestling fans, it's that time of the weekend again. For those that are back to work and not working out of the house, it certainly is a fabulous Friday night, I'm sure. Johnny, welcome to have you back here.
It's welcome to be back. Thank you.
I know you've been a very active man during these COVID times.
I have been. I've been doing whatever I can to help out, stay safe, make sure others are safe, watching granddaughters, still doing weddings, still doing a little bit of pro wrestling promotion, and just basically making my wine, staying out of trouble.
COVID weddings you've been doing.
I've been doing COVID weddings, yes I have. Very difficult, I'll tell you. I probably had about 28 weddings lined up as a justice of the peace. Out of those 28, I have done 4.
Oh, okay.
4.
So most of them were
I
canceled.
have a couple lined up at the Hammond Castle in Gloucester, bridegroom only. Then I do a bridegroom in a small wedding party. No more than 25 guests, masked. It's just not the same. But I've been staying out of trouble.
Well, you know what? I guess for those that did not want to postpone, I guess it's a great thing that you were able to do them.
Well, you know, you kind of worry. You worry. But we did them. We did them. And thank God everybody is fine. Everybody's good. I have one wedding October 29th at the Castle, Hammond Castle in Gloucester. It'll only be the bride and groom. They're coming in from Illinois.
Wow.
So I think that'll be it. I may have one more in November in New Hampshire.
And I know with your, unbelievably at this point, summer turns to fall, starts to get a little chill in the air. I know December is usually a very busy time for you as one of your other alter egos comes into your world.
Well, Mick Foley and I share that ego.
Yes.
That's Santa Claus. I think it's going to be a bleak year for Santa.
And that pulls on the string of my heart, as I
Yeah.
love Christmas.
I do too, and I think the issue, that must be Vince McMahon.
Could be Vince.
You want to hold on? Let me see who it is.
Vince wants you for the Thunderdome next Friday.
No. We just ain't going to talk about this. I told these people not to call me 1,000 times. Weddings.
What's her name? Oh,
That was a planned interruption, so no. Sorry about that. But Santa Claus, it looks this year, the Festival of Trees in Salisbury that I do every year at the Blue Ocean, I don't think it's going to come to fruition. I don't know for sure. The other places I do as the Jolly Old Elf, I'm not even sure that Mick Foley's going to be up in New Hampshire.
up at the Santa's Village.
Yeah, because the restrictions, first of all, it's one of the greatest gifts in the world, and I've been doing it for over 30 years, to play the man in the suit. And it's very difficult not to be able to interact with the family as well as the young children, to be able to help them, because you remember, you are the tie between believing and not believing. And so it's kind of hard. What do you do, put a glass window up? I wonder how they're going to work it at the malls.
Yeah, or if they're even going to be able to have it.
It's crazy. It's just crazy, but let's just hope. We'll see.
I think maybe the one they'll be able to get away with is Halloween, because everybody's got to wear a mask anyway,
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I think this is a great little thought for BostonWrestling.com.
Let's hear it.
I remember when I was a kid, they used to do a program, 15, 20 minutes, with Santa and his elf igloo. Kids could call in. They could send in letters. They did little games and skits. Perhaps that would be a good
maybe
trade-off
we could do that,
with
yeah.
Santa Foley and Santa Cena.
As part of our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks toy drive.
I think it would be great.
Can you believe, as we've started to note that a few times on some of our other programs, this is going to be the 9th annual. Can you believe it's been that long? Because Percy was only with us for the first one before he passed.
Circle of life.
So, right, the circle of life. But I don't even know if I've had a chance to note to you yet, since this was your big return the day we're taping this. We've got it does not look like we're going to be able to have a live wrestling event. We're certainly going to go above and beyond and do some major cyber events the first week in December, and have some folks here in the studio to do cyber autograph signings, some interviews. So we're going to have some great content for fans throughout the winter, and it's going to be an interactive way where there's going to be a lot of just, instead of ordering a picture, they're going to have John Cena Sr. per se. He'll sign it to you live. We're going to put it in the mail to you, and we're going to do a great job trying to raise money to help out some local kids, as we like to say, to help Santa Claus update his GPS to find every kid. Is that the best PC way we can say it in Boston wrestling?
Absolutely.
We got to
I think
update
that's
that
great.
GPS,
And then if you
baby.
did a couple of shows, Santa Foley, Santa Cena,
Yeah.
we get a little elf, somebody to play an elf, we could have a good time. I think we could interact with a lot of the kids where they could actually send their questions in live, send letters to Santa, which will be answered.
I really think that's a phenomenal idea.
Well, if you want to do it, count me in.
I'm going to put pen to paper as soon as we're done with our tapings today, because I'm already starting to work on our big Christmas festivities. Because I tell you one thing, maybe to get a little personal, but when I became injured and immobile from that accident that I was in, it was a tough first year, and that Christmas for the Little Maraudis was nothing to write home about, despite best interests. So to be able to give back, to do that for kids whose families may be in similar situation, whether it's because of personal injury or, just financial issues, which a lot of people are going to face in 2020 as a ramification of the fallout from COVID-19, I think it's going to be a very meaningful year for what we do, and just as much to try and keep this man's alive, who was such a good soul himself. He really didn't need to add much padding to the stomach if he wanted to go the Santa route.
Well, I think we all have a little bit of COVID fat, especially me. I've got 15 pounds that I have to get rid of. And I usually put on some when I do the Magic Man. But
now you do a lot, or you were doing a lot of walking. Are you still able to do that?
I still do a little bit of walking now. It was pretty tough with the hot weather. I can't breathe. It's very difficult.
You prefer the winter exercise?
I like the winter exercise. I was walking in the summer, but the weather just didn't allow me to do it. Still worked in the garden. My granddaughter's making the wine keeps you going. But I think if Santa could make some appearances on BostonWrestling.com in that type of a venue, maybe you do it whenever you can. But I think it would be great to at least let Christmas come into the house with some philosophies from Santa about why we don't always get the gifts we want. Santa has a very good answer for that. What about this in the North Pole? How come it happens here? Why don't I see that red nose? A lot of questions and answers we could have some fun with.
I agree with you. I really think, yeah, you've got my mind stirring right now beyond the topic of conversation, but that's what's so much fun sometimes about these fabulous Friday night conversations, Johnny. You never know where they're going to go. I ask you this before we get into the main topic of conversation for this episode. Can you believe that this Monday is going to be the 19th anniversary of Boston Wrestling and the MWF? 19 years, Johnny.
Long time. Long time.
Myself and Neil Manolian, believe me, there wasn't as much of this zibba-zabbas on the cheeks and coming out of the eyes as I just finally went into the big 4-0 the week before. But two 20-something-year-old kids starting up this wrestling group, fresh out of WWE. My good friend Ed Cohen saying they didn't need young Marty at that point anymore after the WCW buyout. And what a great learning experience that was with our great friends down in Stamford, Connecticut. I wish they'd bring me back, but it's only been 19 years. I guess I can still hold out hope, but
they're not bringing me back. Why are they bringing?
Well, I understand there's a big WWE Network special coming up.
Maybe September 20th. We'll see.
Well, that would have just passed then. I guess you'll have to check out
No, it
WWE
hasn't passed. Oh, yeah, it has
by the
passed.
time this episode
yeah, well,
is.
you're
This
right.
is the 25th.
I think it's going to be a great episode to see.
Do you want to speak a moment about it now that it's September 20th has passed? It's Friday the 25th right now.
I hope the fans enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's the Edge and John Cena timeline.
Yeah, very emotional for me. Bruce Pritchard's part of that, was part of that, as you saw. My dear, I think the world of Bruce.
Love Bruce.
And Edge was very frank and upfront, as was John. I think you're going to find a lot of stuff, and you did find a lot of stuff in that, I'm sure. I've got a lot of feedback on that from fans, things that they didn't know about that match in Toronto, the feelings that each one had, feelings that I had. I think they learned that Edge's mother was right behind me. So there's a lot of good things from that one. And hopefully there'll be another one. Maybe, just maybe, I'll get a good shot this time. And maybe they'll do Cena versus Orton. Because Randy, really, I owe you one.
That's a vendetta that I think deserves a timeline episode because Randy and John had a great run together.
Oh, Edge and Cena, Orton, Cena. What's the other dude there that my good friend, Phillips.
Great guy,
Yeah. You know.
Phillips?
No, not Phillips.
Oh, CM Punk.
Yeah, another great guy.
I think of John's two feuds, I enjoyed Edge and Orton the most.
Oh, those were the best.
And he had a lot of great feuds.
They were real. I don't mean real,
right.
but believable,
there was
as you said. Yeah, you could get into that.
There was credibility to those
when
feuds.
I got kicked in the head, that was real.
Well, that was a real.
Anyway.
You want to point out the stitches or what, Johnny?
No, I
know you like to give it the little...
No, thank you. No.
Save it for the timeline.
Yep.
And I don't know if you want to let the cat out of the bag, but where was this tremendous piece of the WWE timeline as far as your involvement filmed?
At my very, very favorite place, right there on Route 1 in Saugus, at the Kowloon. Let me tell you.
The world-famous Kowloon Entertainment and Dining
You're missing
Complex.
out. If you haven't been to the Kowloon for their food, their drive-in, their tiki bar, the help, the personalities that exist there, Andy, Bobby the maitre d', the waiters, the waitresses, the staff, you are missing out on a whole lot.
And if you get to meet Andy's nephew that works there, and I believe his name is Matt, he's a good egg too.
Exactly right. I had a chance to meet Matt. It's my favorite place to be. I bump into a lot of fans there. Please don't hesitate if you see me to go over and pay my bill. No. Come over and say hello, shake a hand. I try to get there as often as I can. Gracious, great food, great entertainment, great people.
Even in these tough times, they have managed to reinvent the wheel up there, and I think that's a testament to the entire Wong family. They're just great people.
They are great people.
I've known Andy, have been friendly with him since 1996 when I befriended him and our former late Lieutenant Commissioner Sonny Yee. Just not only just great meals, but I look back at some of the life memories, John. Usually our post-MWF live events, when we're in the area, will always be at Kowloon. Family meals, Linda Moratti, the kids, we've been up there many times. So just when I look back at some of the great fun moments I've had in my world since the mid-90s, so many of them have taken place at that fine restaurant with, and I don't know what's better, the people or the food.
I'd have to say it's
pretty
pretty
close.
well equal.
It's pretty
I
close.
think it's pretty well equal because you know what? If you don't have good service and great folks, you could have the best food in the world.
Right.
It doesn't work. You have both at the Kowloon. I always say this. When you go to the Kowloon, you're not a customer. You're family.
Exactly, exactly. And for the fans that watch the YouTube video, not the Patreon version, we always have that little commercial in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen just to try and get that appetite stirring a little bit. Again, head on up Route 1 North Saugus. The times of operation has changed a little bit. Kowloon is usually open until 2 under normal times, which I love because I'm a night owl. Nowadays, I believe you have to be seated by 10 every night except for Monday, which is a little earlier. But you can, I'm sure, Google Kowloon and check out their official website for complete information on that, as well as the great outdoor seating, the drive-in movies they've been doing. Again,
get the takeout. If you can't get it, sit down. Grab the takeout. It's great. Great food, great people, great time.
All right. Right now, John, I want to talk about a man that I'm sure was featured on the Thunderdome tonight in Orlando, Florida. A man headed into a big championship title defense this Sunday night at Clash of Champions. If you're around during Clash of the Champions Sunday night, we're going to be doing a special live watch-along right here in the studio. So you can watch the pay-per-view on one screen, then you can watch our thoughts and commentary and have some fun in the live chat on a computer, a laptop, a cell phone. We've been doing that the past few pay-per-views, John. I don't know if you've had a chance to see that. I'm sure you have, of course, where you're such an aficionado of everything Boston wrestling sports. But, ... to get to the main point of contention, Roman Reigns has gone the route officially as a villain, a heel managed by the creme de la creme, Paul Heyman. What do you think?
If they'd have done that right away, what did I used to say? Roman Reigns would be in the ring and be the big dog. He's the one you'd have to play. But now I'm sitting here and this is what I say. Glad you listened, heard what I said. Now listen, Roman, do your job. The rest of the wrestlers are dead. You got Heyman in your corner, it's going to be fun. Watch those guys. They're chicken. They'll run. Soon enough, we'll see it there. The champ is here. Reigns with long hair, right?
The poet laureate of Boston wrestling sports. Hopefully, you don't have the same special skill that Lanny Poffo has.
I do not.
You
don't
do not.
want it. Could
right.
care less.
Right.
Nope. Great guy, Lanny, but you know what? No thanks.
He said he was never in quarantine during COVID.
But that's okay.
He was never alone.
Good for I'm sure he isn't.
But what do you think, John? You like Roman as a heel?
I think, you know what? Finally, and I really, you know my feelings about Roman Reigns. I never hid them. When I did comedy with Mick Foley, he was gracious enough to ask me to come and see that and do a stick with him. I'll tell you what. They did a disservice to the fans and to Roman Reigns. How many times have I said that? How many times have I said that? Reigns, if you wanted him to start out as a face, bring him in, have that subtle turn, and then bang. And that's where he is now. You couldn't ask for a better mouthpiece. You've got Paul Heyman, the king of kings, in my opinion. You've got, bow down to the king with Hunter Hearst Helmsley. Now you've got the king of kings for heels. This guy could put over a refrigerator. Between Roman's skills, and I really mean this, in professional wrestling, now I'm seeing a character that's believable. He's a real SOB. And he's got Heyman on the other side because he's not good on the stick. That's why managers, Vince, AEW, New Japan, belong in professional wrestling. I think Reigns is going to be over the top, and he will come full circle.
Here's the thing, Johnny. I have never been anywhere near as negative on Roman Reigns as most. I didn't like the idea when they were trying to give him blue eyes with those contact lenses. I thought that was a little foolish. I don't think he needed that presentation. But as far as his in-ring, week to week, month to month, year to year, I mean, he's a credible guy when he gets in there. I think the problem is the presentation with the verbal package. I still feel almost now they hit the nail on the head. If Roman could speak in short, angry, intense sound bites, I think not only would you have the women and the kids that liked him already, I think you'd have more male fans that like him, as opposed to him trying to be, nothing against the fruit of your loins, John Cena, but someone that was shoved down a lot of fans' throats a little too much for a long time. I think right now they have that magic chemistry, and when the time comes, which I'm sure it will, where Roman and Heyman separate, hopefully it's going to be long down the road, because you know me, I like the long build-up.
Oh, you got to have
I think
that.
Roman will be an even more explosive character. I think that's what the fans like. Short, intense, explosive. I think if they could keep that recipe for Roman cooking all the time, I don't think the male fans ever would have turned on him. If you go back to Survivor Series 2013 right here in Boston, Royal Rumble 2014, the male fans were apeshit over Roman Reigns. People may not look back and remember it quite like that, but that is the reality of what it was before the Shield broke up and they started that path of, we'll give him the 20-minute babyface promo every week. That was not accentuating his positives, so to speak. Fair
I agree.
statement?
No,
Yeah.
I agree. I agree with everything you're saying. I think that they got off on the wrong foot. Now they finally realized that the easiest way to get this guy where he needs to be is let him be where he should have been all the time, because he has that exuberance when he walks in that ring to be that SOB, to be that heel, like, screw you, it's my ring. I'm the dog. And he's got Heyman doing it for him. And I think what's going to happen down the road, I could be wrong, Heyman will begin to say less. And you're right. Give Roman those few bites that he needs, because after all, the word bites fits. He is the big dog in his ring. Do that, and I think you're going to have that. And don't go short term. Don't play this. Don't
Not
play
short
this
term.
30-day BS. Don't play this 45-day BS. Let's go back to the way pro wrestling used to be, when a champion was a champion for 6 months, 8 months, 5 years. Let's make it believable. Let's do the right thing. And if you give him that time to be the SOB, maybe give him that tweener time, and then give him that shine time as the face, Reigns will be over. I will say one thing. I don't believe ever again in the history of professional wrestling, you're going to see the man, the woman. There'll be nobody that's going to be the sole star.
I see what you mean.
You know where I'm going with that?
Yep.
I see a lot of stars, and I think that's a good way to handle it now. But there'll never be that Austin, that Rock, that Cena. You'll never see that again. I don't think that's going to happen. In the female division, just to digress, you got Bayley. I think, you know what?
Oh.
She is like...
You like Bayley.
Well, wait a minute. I just want to say one thing. See, the heel side of her, it's good. I like that heel persona. She's doing something that Sasha Banks tried, but I think with this breakup, the way it's going, looks pretty good.
I just...
You don't like women wrestlers, period.
Well, I think it's all goes back to the presentation. And I think WWE has shot themselves in the foot as they've tried to push this WWE women's revolution. You look back when they brought in Sasha, Becky, Charlotte, all in that same week. Back in July of 2015. Let me stop that, ladies and gentlemen.
That's yours too. See, Vince is after both of us.
He's hearing what we're saying right now.
I'm telling you right now, it's a good product. And Marty, you're fired.
More than half. I can't get it to stop.
That's
I'm hitting the wrong button.
That's all right. Just with the volume.
Is that what? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Finally. I lost my train of thought.
No, women wrestling. You don't
July
like what you see.
2015.
Yep.
Give Divas a chance. They brought all these women in from NXT. More than 50% of the audience has vanished in that time. Now, that's not the only problem WWE has had in the past 5 years, but it's certainly not anything you can look at from any business or popularity metric that you can say has helped improve the company. That's my point. I still believe WWE may find its greatest success once they finally man up, quote unquote, a little bit, and they give these ladies their own 1 hour show. Let's see how diehard these women's wrestling fans are. Maybe there are more of them than they even realize. Maybe it would be a bigger success than they could comprehend, having a WWE weekly 1 hour women's wrestling show with all of the ladies on it. What you have now, they shoved Ronda Rousey down everybody's throat for a year. Where is she right now?
Fabo was right about that one.
Becky Lynch. They built the company around her, and I tell you this, as far as a human being goes, I think it's great she's going off to have a kid. But when $1 billion public company tries to make you one of the focal points of that company, and you just go and get pregnant without doing the honors to try and get a new talent over, to create a new champion to succeed in your footsteps. I think that's wrong. And Tony Atlas and I did a very strong episode about that some fans agreed with, some don't. Again, from a human being, you know what having kids in your life is like, Johnny. It's the greatest thing in the world. But at the same time, when someone commits multi-millions of dollars into promoting you, there's different ways to go about having that baby. You know what I mean? One man's opinion. And then even Charlotte, who's had now apparently yet another surgery on her oft-injured implants. All of these focal points of what they've been trying to present are nowhere to be found. So I'm down on I think they've overpushed. I think it's better than what it was, but they put, almost like with Roman and Cena at different times, they've shoved it down people's throats to the point where they've changed the channel and they go to the bathroom at the live arena.
Well, the good thing about Cena I see now is when he comes back, even those that booed cheered.
They love him.
They love him.
Remember the reaction in Boston back in February?
Oh, yeah.
With that angle with the Fiend they set up.
Wow, I couldn't believe that. That was just crazy. I was, for sure, I thought we'd have the opposite side of the coin, and I just think it could have been done a different way, but I was very, very happy and impressed. And you know what? I still stick to my guns. For a long time, female wrestlers, athletes have been underplayed and used for nothing but TNA, mud matches, pie matches, jello, pillow fights. Wrong way to do it. This isn't Hugh Hefner. This is the WWF, WWE.
And that part we agree on. I think the standard should be much higher than that.
I'm not arguing. I think the issue is this women's revolution thing. It doesn't have to be a revolution. It has to be a realization. Women's wrestling realization. And what they're doing is they're not allowing these women to compete on the same level, the same caliber, even though a lot of these women could probably kick a lot of these guys' asses. It's the fact of the matter is you've got to do it the right way. There shouldn't be a one-hour women's show. That's going to prove...
You don't think the ladies should have their own show? Why?
No, I don't.
WNBA has their own league.
Well, that's fine. You're dealing with professional wrestling, which is entertainment. So why not have it in the mix? Why, you know,
I'm going to give you the reason why I wouldn't have it in the mix right now. They've given fans a better, slicker presentation for these women, and more than half the audience from July of 2015, when they began the experiment, is gone.
Wait a minute.
Show me one business metric that has gone up.
But stop. Not only 50% of the audience is gone, you're talking about those who watch the female wrestling, or 50% is gone overall from the business?
Overall from the business.
Well, okay, let's talk about that.
Well, no, you're right. That's not the only problem. There's many problems you could point to.
COVID, storylines, they sucked. I'll be right up front with you. There was none. Anybody that sat and watched that product and could guess the outcome, how many, well, you're a young guy, I was a young guy watching pro wrestling. When you went that night, did you ever expect to see Bruno Sammartino lose? The whole place was like, holy... I
wasn't even born for that.
Well, are you sure you weren't? Right. But I was there, and I'm going, this is going to be a riot. You didn't know what to expect or how to expect it. We've lost all that. And so you can't tell me that it's because of the women, 50% of the business is gone. I think what's happening is...
I think it's a big part of it.
Well, but you got people like Natalia. They backseated the woman. She's a great performer. Why not use her to her best? You know, let her go out there and put over some of the young talent. You've got Bayley, who I think is good. She's a good heel. What happened with this young lady that got pregnant? You know what? How are you going to stop it? The thought process... All right, I'll go along with that. But the thought process wasn't there. When you have two people who are in love, you never know what can occur, when it can occur. So was it intentional? Only she knows and Rollins knows. Let's leave personal business where it belongs. Personal business. I didn't sign a contract that said I'm not going to have a baby, that you don't want to invest $1 million.
That's commonplace in Hollywood.
Yeah, but it's not a wrestling contract.
I've never read it, so I don't know.
Well, you know what? How can you tell me how to live my personal life?
At least those two that I couldn't, and I don't know them personally like you do, but the two that I couldn't stand, and I'm so happy you're gone from TV. You talk about shoved down people's throats, the Bella twins. Such an improvement not having to see them anymore.
Isn't it nice? And you know what?
The world revolving around them with zero talent, other than their physical beauty, not much appeal, no charisma, little wrestling talent. I mean, just horrible.
Thank you. I agree. I agree.
And then the one that you were after for a while, the mother, even she found
I wasn't after
even she
the
found
mother.
some love in WWE.
And you better pray for the mother. She has some cancer.
You know
there.
what? You're right about
We
that.
should
I
pray
forgot
for,
about that.
We should pray for Kathy.
Laurinaitis.
Laurinaitis. Nobody deserves that. But in
No.
terms of what you're talking about, I'm with you 100%.
The character presentation, it was just awful.
Well, they're trying to survive now on something that nobody cares about. Nobody cares about. God bless you. God bless your sons. God bless your families. Who cares? It's a whole different outlook. You're not there anymore. Move on. You know what? What did I say earlier? Nothing is forever. And a lot of people will say, as you and I have said, there is life after professional wrestling. There is. A lot of people don't believe it, but there is. So it's over. Let's move on. Let's move on. I have to agree with you. The Bellas, a Bella. Bella means beautiful in Italian.
And they're beautiful women.
One of them's fixed up. But,
All right, well.
you know.
But I'll say this, aside from physical appearance, I cannot fathom, even to this day, what they contributed to a professional wrestling / sports entertainment product.
Well, it proved when they came back, they got booed.
Yeah.
The fans didn't want them. So it's a perfect example of time well spent, deserved. You had what you had your run, move on.
Thank you. Hopefully they keep moving.
I'm
It's
with
like
you.
Don't look back.
It's a first. Well,
keep
don't
going,
look,
baby.
That's right.
Keep going.
And I
Keep
have to agree
going.
with you because I got tired of it after a while. It's like, stop. There's a lot more back there. Let's bring them forward. I agree.
The one that they think they do the greatest disservice to is Asuka. She gets in there and works like she's one of the boys. Then, for whatever reason, since COVID-19 began, they present her like an idiot, just yelling and screaming in Japanese constantly, like she's a fool. She's a world-class athlete. She's one of the few I actually go out of my way to watch.
So, see, you and I, you may not realize it, we're on the same page. Utilize these women for what they are, athletes.
Yeah.
Don't make them look like asses. You know, I mean, Eugene is a perfect example. My friend Nick Digsmore.
Yep.
That was a decent character, but don't make him look like an ass. Make him look like somebody special, which he was. Don't take these women and make them look like idiots. That's not a woman's revolution. That's a woman's degradation. You're taking her and bringing her down from what she really is. You know what? Like me or hate me, I'll always put the cards face up. I'll say how I feel. We don't always agree, but we can agree to disagree and still be friends. Look at the women's division. Look at the talent. And look at how they use them. You know, you got to remember, you got a problem with an implant. That's part of what you chose to do. I don't think there's anything in the contract about that. That's a problem you have to deal with. What is she now? Back to NXT?
Who are you talking about now?
Charlotte?
No, she's going to be out for a while and looking at Hollywood opportunities and looking at implant opportunities, I guess. And Becky was implanted in a different way.
See, folks, while you haven't seen much of the Fabulous One, at least I look at things realistically.
I am too.
And I have Danny the Deviant on this side. Danny the Deviant. I'm looking at it from a sensible standpoint, and he's got to twist it a little bit with that fickle finger of fate. Good luck to Charlotte.
Definitely.
I think the
anyone
world of
that
Ric
have to
Flair.
go through that to become, honestly, risk becoming ill by having them burst or whatever
That's
happens.
stupid.
That's
First of all,
serious stuff.
I'm not a fan of that. I got to be right up front with you. God gave you what you have. Enjoy it and use it to the best of your ability in what you do. If you're a wrestler, a stewardess, flight attendant, use it. But why do you have to take and artificially make something look good that's already probably beautiful?
Well, and Johnny, I ask you one more as we close out this episode. Hopefully we can bang out one more for the folks
Sure.
at home. I know we have a steady deadline with you where your schedule is so busy. Brock Lesnar, a free agent. A lot of people were caught off guard by that. I was told not too long ago that it was going to be a while before Brock was going to be around, probably until we had fans in the arenas again. But I didn't know that he didn't have a contract anymore with the company, which would legally leave him open to the possibility of not only a potential return to WWE down the road, but Tony Khan with AEW is certainly not a man hurting for money. Dana White of UFC is not a man hurting for money. ESPN, now that they own exclusive rights to UFC pay-per-view presentations, cutting out the middleman in the cable, ESPN is able to recoup all of those pay-per-view purchases. It certainly wouldn't take as many increase in buys for ESPN and UFC to make the money back it would take to bring in someone like Brock Lesnar. So I think Brock, once the COVID hopefully calms down a little bit and life comes back a little bit to normal, could have a few suitors looking for him.
I think Brock Lesnar already has a few suitors looking for him. I think Dana White has made a statement that Brock Lesnar is finished with the MMA type fighting.
But do you believe that?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Because Brock's getting older. He has a family. Brock is, I don't know what many people say, but I'll say this about him. I think he's a tremendous human being. He likes his privacy. That's great. But he's great to converse with, very knowledgeable, just a hell of a guy, in my opinion. When he gets in the ring, it's believable. It's believable. I get tired of the 10,000 suplexes or whatever it is, but he's a believable person.
He's the most credible athlete they have in WWE.
Thank you very much. And I think AEW is already in terms of talking with this guy. I wouldn't be surprised if you see him show up. He's a free agent. I don't think that if you sign with AEW for 4 or 5 shows, that Vince is going to close the door. So if he did 4 shows with them, remember one thing, and you can say what you want about Brock Lesnar, he's a very smart businessman.
Absolutely.
Very smart businessman. And my hat's off to you, Brock. More people should be Brock Lesnar's. And look out for number 1. If you want me, here's my conditions. If you don't want me, I don't have to do this. And so I think people need to look at that. I don't think you've seen the last of Brock Lesnar.
Oh, I doubt it.
Will it be on
shocked.
WWE? I choose to believe it may be on AEW. That would be a great draw. Not that they don't have a great draw now. I was happy to see Rusev there.
Well, I want to talk a little AEW, hopefully, before we have a chance to wind down the day in a different episode. But ultimately, I have to say, I think Brock's final destination will be WWE, maybe with some more perks now that there are more people with wallets willing to spend. And he has some great perks to begin with.
I disagree. I think now
you think Brock may have a stop before a return to WWE?
I do. I think now what I've been seeing, about 36 people let go. There may be more let go in WWE. They're in a financial position now where they're just doing what every other human being on this planet is doing. What do we have to do to survive? 36 years, Jerry Briscoe, gone. That hurts me.
I think
but that hurt
Jerry,
me.
yeah?
That hurt me because this man gave his life, and he's going, but I'm at peace. God bless you, Gerald Briscoe. That's a man, top flight, taking the high road, as Andy Wong used to say, and still does. Take the high road, always. And, you look at the people that are leaving and that have been asked to leave, and I'm going, what are you thinking?
It must be odd for Bray Wyatt and Bo Dallas to have their dad have joined that list,
When I saw Rotunda was leaving, I went, what? What? I.R. Shyster is gone? This is ridiculous.
But you look at the importance that Jerry Briscoe played in the history of that company, Johnny. He helped brokered the sale of Georgia Championship Wrestling to WWE, which took over the acclaimed Saturday night 6:05 p.m. TBS slot, which in turn, becoming such it'd take a whole episode to explain, but an issue with Ted Turner, where the sale was brokered for Jim Crockett to buy it from WWE. WWE took that $1 million from that sale, and it helped finance the first WrestleMania.
Well, stop and think about this. The first
That's
WrestleMania
history.
is something to talk about because Vince and Linda would have lost it all. And Howard Finkel's responsible for naming that. And that comes right from Howard's mouth. God rest your soul, brother.
In a future episode, maybe we'll have to talk about him, since we've missed a few.
Yep, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
I think it would be interesting to talk about Fink. But my whole thing is, I don't think they're in a position, because when a guy like Lesnar sits down and says, okay, Dan, I'm willing to come back to your promotion. I want $12 million a year. I only want to make 4 appearances. I'll do 3 pay-per-views. I fly my own plane. I get my own plane. I take care of everything. How about these other guys? How about these other people that are trying to make it to the top? So you really got to stop and think now, because we, WWE, AEW, New Japan Pro, whoever, we can't afford to lose the very people that are helping us exist. The old saying is, right now, you need me more than I need you. And I don't mean that facetiously. WWE those folks need WWE. But without those folks, there is no WWE.
Right.
So I think it's a two-way street. And to bring a Lesnar in with that kind of demand, because he does demand top billing. He does, and he should. He should. Maybe AEW is in a better position to say, yep, what do you want, Brock? $6 million, 4 shows, done. They're willing to do that kind of stuff because they're already doing it. And the talent in that group understands it. You know, I mean, that's been a big kick with me for quite a while about younger talent trying to get to the top, and they're stopping them.
All right, wrestling fans, what a Friday night it has been. A fabulous Friday with Mr. John Cena Sr. himself. Every Friday night at 10 after the Thunderdome in Orlando, Florida, on the Fox Network with SmackDown. Or if you're one of our great Patreons, get early ad-free access at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Help keep wrestling legends working. That's something that's so important to us. We have a great array of merchandise that's available on eBay. You can pick it up at any time. You help us bring these shows to life. We have the great t-shirt bundle at bostonwrestling.com/shirts.html. For the price of a WWEshop.com t-shirt, you get the shirt, an on-air shout-out from Tony Atlas, a WWE cup, and a mystery autograph photo, again, to try and help us bring you great wrestling content. For my associate, Mr. John Cena Sr., frenemy maybe, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you Tuesday night with Tony Atlas, Thursday night with Marty Jannetty, and then next Friday at 10 with old Fabo himself. Good night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Wrestling fans, welcome back. Took more effort than you can imagine to get from Boston to the Sunshine State during professional wrestling's biggest week of the year, albeit a little different this year with the lack of events. Hence, our Wrestle House endeavor, where we continue to bring you a wide variety of superstars and legends all the way through next week. Unbelievable. The effort that we have put into this, I have to thank the support staff so much. We've hit the pause button on our regular programming the next few days, and we're going to have more supersized marathons until we get back to Boston mid-week. Help the cause PBS style, folks. The Super Chat button is open for business throughout the marathon tonight. It's that little gray $ symbol under the chat box on YouTube, or you can make a donation of any kind on PayPal with the email address bw@bostonwrestling.com. The eBay store is on fire right now with great new items from superstars of every era. The link is in the description box below. Also, looking to grow the Boston Wrestling MWF family. The family over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where you get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. Our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library is heard by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, exclusive Patreon videos and news, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Again, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Our supersized marathons are a great way for new fans to get involved with Boston Wrestling MWF or to catch up on past episodes, relive the fun we've already had. Please share the link to this marathon across social media if you can. As we continue, John Cena Sr. remembers the late, great Road Warrior Animal and shoots on the Roman Reigns Jey Uso matchup from Clash of Champions.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders. It is certainly a busy week, as my voice can say, but I'm very happy to be joined by my cohort, my partner in crime, my sometimes friend, sometimes enemy, maybe a frenemy, Mr. John Cena Sr. Johnny, a pleasure to have you back here.
Always a pleasure to keep you guessing, Dan.
Well, I understand. I heard the helicopter on the roof early this morning.
So-
You came in style.
That's it. Why not? I was going to take the limo or the copter. I figured I'd just fly in. I talked to Trump early this morning. Things are going well. The presidency, had a cup of coffee, flew in. Here I am.
Well, I understand you're giving him some sage advice for the big election coming up.
When he's victorious, you and I'll have a celebration.
You'll be headed down to D.C. in the
I may be
helicopter.
appointed to a cabinet position. We'll wait
All
and
right,
see.
we'll have to wait and see for that one.
Which cabinet I'll be in, I don't know. Check all the doors.
Well, the only cabinet they usually put me in is the one with the Cheez-Its in the kitchen. But
That's
all right.
fine,
That's
no
a
problem.
different
Another story
a
for another
different
time.
That's
Yep.
right. All right, Johnny, it is an unfortunate time in the world of professional wrestling. We lost one of the brothers, a good man, a man that if we were able to have our actual Back to the 80s live event that was actually going to be not only at Memorial Hall in Melrose, but here in studio, Road Warrior Animal, Johnny. I know the fans really enjoy your tributes. They're very heartfelt, deep meaning. Animal, certainly one of the great legends of this sport, one half of the greatest tag team, or one of the greatest tag teams in the history of the genre. Passed away at 60 years old, day after my birthday.
Brother to John Laurinaitis.
Johnny Ace?
Yep, Johnny Ace, good professional wrestler. But you got to stop and think. We already lost one of the duo way back. And then, I don't know, you know, those days were hard days, road days. They didn't only wrestled hard, they played hard.
Too much playing.
Yeah, but I think once again, you know, I keep saying it, Ernest Hemingway said it best, for whom the bell tolls, and today it tolls 10 times for our friend Animal. Because to be here and give us what he gave us, the intensity that he provided in the arenas around the world, and to have him be picked away so early is a tragedy at this point. But a better place, and as you would say, probably it's a better time.
Well, just very odd. His birthday was just a few days ago. Then he was celebrating his anniversary with his wife when he passed. Just kind of an odd month all around.
Well, you know, we can never pick the day and the time. And I think, you know, Disney's Lion King really says it all. It's the circle of life. And so we start here and we come right back to the very end. So that circle is always complete. When we go, where we go, we'll never know that. All I can say is he did what needed to be done. He lived every day to its fullest. Enjoyed life, enjoyed professional wrestling, enjoyed his family. You know, that's what life is all about. No tears at the end. I don't think we should be crying or upset or sad. We're certainly hurt by the loss, but think about the memories. It's the memories that keeps Animal and Hawk and Jimmy Snuka, you know, and Brian, the Brain. Those are the things that we remember. Their legacy is what they left us.
It was a full 60 years of life.
Yeah, he never stopped. He worked hard and played hard.
Well, so where would you rank the Legion of Doom as far as top tag teams of all time?
Right at the top. I have to tell you.
They're number one to you.
Oh, those guys, when they hit the arena, it exploded. The intensity of the match. You could always count on a match that would bring you to your feet, whether they were faces or whether they were heels. And then when they had that rip-off that Triple H created down at NXT, those two guys that came out.
Oh, the Ascension?
Oh, my God. Oh, what that wasn't even a tribute. You know, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. That wasn't flattery. That was just in the face. That was awful. Awful.
Well, a lot like our good friend Tony Atlas, Animal found great success very, very young. I mean, he was pretty much picked away from the bar scene as a bouncer up in Minnesota with a tough crew of guys, himself, Hawk, Rick Rude, Barry Darsow, who was Demolition Smash.
Yep.
A lot of those tough Minnesota guys all went on to become big-time professional wrestlers in the 1980s, but probably the most successful was that pairing of Hawk and Animal together. It was just magic. I think once you broke their formula, they had a little bit of a tough time. I mean, they were used to the bell rings, they kick ass for 2 or 3 minutes, and then boom, When they went to WWF, I think the adjustment, they didn't have the success in WWF they had everywhere else.
No, because it was a different kind of writing, different kind of format. They weren't allowed to do all they used to do.
Right.
And you're right. You kind of threw them a curve. When you threw them that curve, it kind of derails that car for a while. But they still had the intensity. They just weren't allowed to go out there and do what they would normally do.
Right. And you know what? Here we'll be in 2020, and I don't know what Halloween will look like, but you still see young adults, even in this day and age, 20, 25 years past the quote-unquote prime of the Legion of Doom, and you still see kids dressed up as painted as Hawk, as Animal, with the styrofoam shoulder pads, and so they'll definitely be remembered. Hawk, we lost way back in 2003.
That was another tragedy, yep.
Yeah. But it really just, another Corona disappointment. I was really looking forward to having him not only at the live event, but he was really interested and engaged in coming to the studio to be part of the talk show series. So
he was a great guy.
Yeah.
Had a lot to say, good or bad, good or bad.
Very blunt.
Yeah, that's what I liked about him.
Very opinionated.
No cards up his sleeve. Always put him face up. He truly will be missed.
No
he
BS.
will be missed. What's that?
No BS.
No BS.
And you know how much I appreciate that when it comes to some of our bookings.
I think some of the younger wrestlers are going to miss him.
Oh, sure.
Because he was willing to give. So it's kind of tough when you lose somebody like that. But there again, it's the circle of life, and I'm sure it's not the last. Let's hope it's not a string, but it's not the last.
Do you think WWE misses the boat by not giving these guys a better tribute on the TV shows?
Yes.
I agree with you 110%.
I can't agree with you, and we don't agree all the time, but I can't agree with you more at this point. They really need to hold these people who have passed on and provide them with worthy tributes. Bobby the Brain, Jimmy Snuka, Animal, Hawk. You know, you go right down the line. I think they should have had a real big tribute for Kamala. I really do.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a guy that worked his way up from nothing, a truck driver, and somehow it's just like, okay, we're sad about their loss. Monday, Tuesday, or whatever it is, we're going to have a little tribute, and it's done. It's forgotten.
Well,
it's over.
We could be wrong. We're taping this on Monday, so Raw hasn't aired yet, but they had plenty of time on NXT and SmackDown. SmackDown featured the 5-second graphic in memory of, and then in the middle of the show, they had a 30-second segment of tweets that other people wrote. I don't consider that to be much of a tribute.
It isn't even a tribute. It's filler.
Yeah, exactly. And when you look at some of the content that they throw out there, ad nauseum, repetitive matches, long, repetitive promos, and you can't give 3-4 minutes to have a nice montage, especially for someone like Animal, where, you know, they produced a very nice Legion of Doom DVD documentary 15 years ago. All you had to do was just take from that. You didn't even have to edit something new. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think also what they should do, or what they had done in the past, was to bring out the locker room. I don't care how you divide it, but have that 10-minute pause or that 10-bell pause where everybody is taking part. That includes, you know, Hunter, it includes Stephanie, you know, Pat Patterson, whoever. You know, I sit back and I say, why not? Look at what they did. If those men and women, Fabulous Moolah, take a look at them all. If they didn't do what they did, these young people would not be where they are today. They paved the road. And for some reason, they put potholes in that road. And that's not right. Give them what they deserve. A good farewell. And I really mean that. I think the locker room should have been emptied. I think the 10-bell salute should have been done. They should play it in memory of. You know what? You can do promos all day. There's very little wrestling now in WWE. It's all give me the stick and let me talk. So why don't you just nail a few promos out? Why don't you allow this to happen, and let's move on.
I couldn't agree with you more. Could you imagine a Red Sox legend passing away, and then if you put on the Red Sox game that night, they have a 5-second graphic? I mean, come on.
That's not a tribute. It's filler. It's filler. I'll stand right here and I'll say it to anybody from WWE. That's filler, not a tribute.
And as a proud WWE stockholder, I say that.
Oh, you have a lot of stock, do you?
I have stock. I don't know about
in WWE?
I do. And I miss where it was.
I probably
That's another
should.
reason why I'm tough on it sometimes.
I probably should have bought it when it was $15 a share.
No kidding, right?
Stephanie just dumped $2 million.
But when you own that much, that's something to
She's
sneeze
billions.
at. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know if she's got billions, but she's got probably hundreds of millions.
Yeah,
probably,
nickels and
yeah.
dimes. Nickels and dimes.
But the internet gets in an uproar. Stephanie McMahon sold $2 million worth of stock.
It's nothing.
Well, when that's a 0.5% of what you own, I mean, do you?
I know. I have a ton of stock.
Do you
myself.
have any WWE stock?
I have one share.
Do you?
I have one share.
Just to say that you are a partial
That
owner.
I am a partial owner of WWE.
Well, I tell you, and you know, I think the world of one of your former adversaries, John Layfield. But one of his tips was to wait for Disney to tank to about 80 and then buy, thinking that their streaming service is going to be on par with Netflix.
Right.
And I kept waiting for it to tank, and it kept going up. So I do have some Disney, but I was waiting to see if it went to 80 to 90 like John thought it was going to drop to.
Mulan failed.
that what it
failed
was?
miserably. The live action redo of the Mulan failed miserably. The last one they did, Beauty and the Beast, was successful. I think that the Jungle Book was successful, but then they seem to get on this roll that we got to remake these classics. Can't happen. Can't happen. It's like professional wrestling. Leave the memories the way people remember Beauty and the Beast, the Jungle Book, Baloo the bear in Jungle Book. But Disney has a tendency to be all about this. I think that, they took the Star Wars franchise, they butchered that.
I think there's just too much. It's almost like WWE. There's too much of it. Did
I
they
agree.
really need to have them? And I don't know too much about Star Wars other than, that exists. But it seemed like every year there was a new one. That's a lot of movies.
Yes, it's too fast, too quick.
Yeah.
Yep, too fast, too quick.
Now, are you a Disney stockholder now? I'm getting very personal with you, Johnny. Do you have any Disney stock?
What would my friend Donald say? My portfolio is my business.
Is that what he said?
However, I would
Like his
say
tax returns,
well,
too.
great tax returns. Smart businessman, isn't he? What's it all about? It's all about where the write-offs are. And if he did it legally,
If it's done legally, how can you complain, right?
what can I say?
But some people will complain about everything.
But your answer is this: I do not own Disney.
You don't know. Would you? And do you think Disney would be a good buy? Do you think that streaming service will take them to Netflix-like levels?
I do not believe they'll be able to compete with Netflix.
Really?
Even though Netflix is, I think, on shaky ground, because what's happened is Disney's obviously pulling everything out of Netflix. They can't show their stuff anymore. DC is pulling Batman and everything else out because, I don't know if you've been to the DC channel, really very nice.
DC has their own streaming service?
They do.
I didn't even know that.
Yep, and the superheroes, as you know, Disney owns all of Marvel Comics, so that's going to be pulled. I think, Netflix is holding their own with their new productions. The question is, will they be able to compete? Because there'll be more and more and more and more streaming services, and I'm sure you're aware, you must own cable stock. And Dish, I sold all that because
you think it's going to...
It's going to tank.
So you don't even think a company like Comcast is going to be worth holding on to, really?
No.
Even with all their different revenue streams?
As soon as you if they have a revenue streaming service, you're going to end up with a Roku or a Hulu. You're not going to have a cable converter box. You're not going to have a Dish TV on your roof. You're going to work off a Roku, and you're going to work off of the Wi-Fi and stream. You'll be able to pick what you want to watch when you want to watch it. That's why AT&T is trying to sell DirecTV. They lost millions. So I'm not a fan.
All right.
Not a fan.
Well, you're a
Anyway,
smart man.
what's got to do with wrestling?
Well, see, we always drift off into
I know.
these
Get back on track.
interesting different topics.
Let's get back
Now,
on
I know you didn't have a chance to see the WWE Clash of Champions pay-per-view. I think you would have been impressed. Probably the best pay-per-view this year. I was blown away by that. And I think you may hate the reason why, but they had to wind up rearranging the card, eliminating one of the women's matches, turning the other one into almost a non-existent match, having Asuka go out a second time. And I think it really improved the quality of the show. But more than anything coming out of that show, I could not applaud WWE more for how successful they were in the execution of the Roman Reigns and Jey Uso match. what they're trying to turn Roman Reigns into as far as the quote-unquote king of the tribe of the Samoan dynasty, trying to humiliate his cousin. The execution of it, Johnny, it was magic. It reminded me of the good old days. I guess maybe the best compliment I could give it was we did I told you, the live watch along with it on the YouTube channel. I felt like I wasn't watching WWE in 2020. It was like it was a throwback. The humiliation that Roman put the cousin through, and then at the end he took Jey Uso's Samoan lei, and Paul Heyman put it over Roman's head as he raised the belt into the air. It was fantastic, Johnny. You would have loved it. They've done a great job with this Roman heel turn.
Thanks to Paul Heyman. I'm sure that Heyman's been writing a lot of the stuff for Roman Reigns. And if you remember, when you first asked me about Roman Reigns, I said, not interested. He's not going to make it. He's not going to pull it off. He can't do it. They're pushing him too fast, too quick. What happens is they turn him heel. They've done a great job turning him heel. Even his facial look. He looks grubby. He's put on a little bit of weight. He doesn't have all that jacked up muscle look.
Now he removed the vest.
Best thing he could have done.
Now, yeah.
Best thing he could have done. Disassociate yourself from the past. Deal with the present. You know, as I say to a lot of people, and I said it last time here, you know, when you get up in the morning, you're walking forward. Don't look backward, because that's not the direction you're going in. Roman Reigns is headed in a great direction. He's got Paul Heyman, who could do nothing but put this kid over more than he ever was. Now you're going to put Raymond in a position, or Reigns in a position, where down the road you'll be able to turn him into a tweener. You won't be sure what he is. And then from tweener, he'll go to, whoa, I can't make up my mind who I am, which side I belong on. Put him over on as a face. In 2 years, great.
And you know what's funny? We've had this conversation before. I've always been probably one of the few in my age demographic, very pro-Roman. I think Roman is fantastic. I think he always delivers when he's on a big platform. I think the problem is, if they presented him now as a babyface, I don't think the fans ever would have turned on him. I think if they kept him serious, if they kept him intense, I don't think the male demographic would have turned on him so much.
Well, the stupidity of the writing.
Well,
that's all, folks. That's just stupid. That means nothing in professional wrestling. You once again demean the character. You take away from what you're trying to portray. And the other thing is that I don't like about the storylines is they last a month and a half.
Right.
Bruno Sammartino had the belt for 7 years or whatever it was. He was out there. We don't have that anymore. So you've got to have a storyline that's meaningful. Hopefully they'll keep this going. Hopefully Heyman will find another protege, because obviously Reigns is going to be able to pull it off on his own very shortly, hopefully.
Well, I don't know if you knew this, Johnny, but on the internet rumor mill, there was talk that one of the co-main events at Mania could be Roman, you know, obviously with Paul Heyman in his corner against a babyface Brock Lesnar if he resigns, led to the ring by you. Is there any validity to those rumors that were on the...
What do you have in your cup?
Those Wrestling Observer
What do you have in your
websites?
cup?
It's an empty cup.
Oh, I'm sure. That's like empty
It's
words.
Are there any rumors to that?
No truth to the rumors.
Any truth to the rumor,
no,
I should say.
I think the WWE and Johnny Fabulous and John Cena Sr., it's been a great ride.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind getting back on the bus again for just a short term, but there's no hope of me ever. What's his name?
Even
Chris
though
Jericho?
you were just in a documentary that was released this month.
I understand that documentary was very, very well received.
One of the
I'm
most
told-
watched documentaries in the history of the network.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. I understand it was well received. I was told by someone that it was well done, and I was the emotional glue.
Really?
The emotional
emotional glue.
Yeah, I really would like to see it. I can tell you this, the taping was great.
Not to interrupt, but
No, you may.
one of the fans suggested that, like we do with the pay-per-views, maybe we should do a watch-along of the special sometime.
I would think that'd be great, because
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with what we do is, but you know, we tape the show as it is, only we'd have the documentary playing on the TV, and you and I would comment on what was happening. So that might be fun for a future episode.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that'd be great. The fans would appreciate that.
Yeah.
And you don't have to do John and Edge. I mean, I understand that it's going to, I think, I'm not sure,
I think there may be one coming down the road with Randy and myself. I'm not sure about that yet. But
Well, I tell you this, there was another rumor. I know you didn't have a chance again to see that pay-per-view, Clash of Champions, but for the ambulance match between Drew McIntyre and Randy Orton, they brought
great
back
match.
all of Orton's former enemies that Orton put out with the punt, Christian, Ric Flair, The Big Show. People were expecting you to pop out of the ambulance and get a little revenge on Orton for that punt to the head, those 6 stitches back in 2007.
Is that the call I missed?
That must have been it.
Vince didn't
That
call.
must have been it.
I'm sorry. He probably called John Cena Jr. and said, "Hello, you want to do that?" No, it was,
He got the wrong John.
He got the wrong
He got
John.
the wrong John.
I
That was
would
the problem.
I would love to get revenge.
You need a little revenge. That man, not just once, but he had his hands on you several times. A Raw main event. There was that night in Providence. Just when you thought the dust had settled, you were in the front row with the woman that looked like John Candy's wife in the great outdoors, dragged you over the barricade, and he got you again.
All I can say is this. If they ever have arena shows, I'd be a little skeptical about being in that front row. You know what? Orton
It doesn't go well for you.
but he's unstable. Orton is unstable.
Yeah.
I got to give this kid a lot of credit, and I really mean that. I see a lot of things about him. He's top notch in the business. He understands this business. He knows how to play the audience, something they don't teach today.
Right.
Ring psychology. And he knows the exact moment when to snap, when to not snap. You never know what's going through his head. And now with all this punting, I don't know why I wasn't there, and I appreciate it. The big names, the ones that counted, were there. But you watch, this guy is amazing. And I did see clips of that ambulance match. I thought that was well done and well put together. I thought that was just right on target.
It wasn't really much of a wrestling match, but it was a good brawl and it was entertaining to watch.
And that's what you're looking for. In that type of match, it shouldn't be a wrestling match. It's who can kill who first and get him in that ambulance.
But even with that, it did not have the intensity of that Roman Reigns Jey Uso match. That was just, I
maybe
continue
I'll
to say
take a look
how
at
well
it.
done that was. Let me ask you this, Johnny. Do you think it was a good idea to put Jey Uso, where the brother is injured and out for a while, in the single spotlight in a pay-per-view main event like that? The Usos have had their, documented troubles, the DUIs and such, but, the match itself, you couldn't have asked for much more. Do you think would you have given the man that opportunity? Do you think it's been earned with some of the out-of-the-ring issues the Usos have had?
You know what? Let's forget about the out-of-the-ring issues.
All right.
Because there ain't one of them in the industry that hasn't had them.
You're saying everyone in the industry's had a DUI?
They've
Or
had
multiple?
but they've had traffic tickets. So let's,
All
you know
right.
what?
Fair enough.
We all have issues. We all have issues. The thing I say about issues is they're lessons. Life is a road. When you go down that road, you trip, you fall. That's a lesson. Hopefully you learn from it. If you don't, you're a stupid ass, as Chris Jericho would say. You're a stupid ass. So I think it was very smart. And this kid's going to have to go singles anyway. So
Well, they do nothing with him until the
right,
brother's
and then
healthy.
they'll let him go. They'll let him go. So why not put him in a position with somebody they praised, with somebody that they helped, and all of a sudden, guess who your opponent is? And guess who's going to make you look like a piece of crap? The very guy you held up here, Samoan blood, this, that, the whole bit, he just humiliated you. He's going to prove who Big Samoan is, and that's me. Great.
And as I was trying to state during the pay-per-view itself, during the watch-along, wrestling fans are enjoying a wrestling match. To Jey Uso, that truly was one of the big moments, the big nights of his life. That was a chance for him to elevate himself beyond multi-time tag team champion to someone that they could look at as a potential multi-million-dollar single star.
There you go.
That would provide a much healthier financial life for his family and for his kids. That was a huge night for that man. I don't know what WWE officials thought at the end of it, but for him to go out there at that level, to be in a pay-per-view singles main event, where for the 10 years he's been with the company, he's been featured as a tag team wrestler. Yep. I mean, what a night for him as a human being, not a professional wrestler.
Well, it just proves something. You can break the team up, and you still have a wrestler. I think this was a proving ground for him. He's either going to make it or break it. If he went out there and broke it, he'd be all done. I think he proved that he could do it. He worked well. I've heard all kinds of compliments. You're not the only one. And I think that he will survive. Because of what he just did, he will survive. And I don't think the storyline's going to end there.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'd say it was superb until the finish. The only thing I didn't like was the brother came out hopping on one leg, and he tried to reincarnate Helen Hart at Survivor Series '94. He had the white towel. Should I throw it? He wasn't even a manager in the match. He just came out from the back with the towel, and should I throw it in? Should I throw it in? That lacked believability. I think if it was me and I had that magic pencil, and I don't know what you think, you can give your opinion in a sec, but where Roman was just destroying the man and he couldn't fight back, I would have rather have seen it have been like a UFC fight and the referee just calls for the bell. He can't compete anymore. He's done. If this match continues, he risks permanent damage. Just end it. Instead of...
Any blood?
No. Instead of, should I throw the towel? Should I throw the towel? Why would someone that isn't a manager throw the towel?
Okay, now I'll be the other side of the
All right,
coin,
let's hear
but
it.
I have to agree with you. The reason you bring him out with that towel, if he threw the towel, just think of the storyline, brother against brother.
You think the Usos may turn?
You stopped.
year.
That's right.
Well,
I had a chance and you blew it. I was okay. He may have been pounding on me, but I was still willing to try to fight back. I don't disagree that the believability would be the fact that the referee says, over. Make it look real. You follow what I'm saying? Bring him in, drag him out. But to bring that out like they did, as you're stating, with the towel, and that's a, you know what, that's a Bruno Sammartino thing. That's a Bob Backlund thing. You know, it doesn't work unless
but
you're
they
in.
had real managers with them. His brother wasn't a manager.
Right.
He was just a random wrestler that ran out on one, hopped out from the back with the towel.
Put him in commentary. So
Yeah.
now it makes sense. But I really believe if I were writing that, I would have brought him out with the towel, because the next phase of the storyline is you cost me the biggest match of my life, and I really wasn't finished. I had more left. Who are you?
Do you think it maybe would have made more sense if before the pay-per-view, Jimmy Uso politic to become his manager for the night, just so he had an official role, for it to make a little bit more sense for him to be out there with the towel?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Then it would have made more sense, more believability.
Just a small detail.
And then you're still setting up that battle between
Yeah.
the brothers. I think that's the way it's going to go. You wait.
That'll be very interesting.
You
And I
right.
tell you this, I love the Usos as a tag team. You talk about guys that never failed to deliver.
Yeah.
One of the best tag teams of the decade. I know I got into an argument with the individual known as Glantz, comparing how he was almost insultant that I would compare the Usos to the Young Bucks, but I love the Usos. I think they're fantastic.
They do a nice job. I had a chance to work with them independently before they went up the ladder there. Great guys, really understand the business. But I really think that they've got them both in a very good position right now. And I think that hopefully whoever wrote that understands that they didn't finish the storyline.
I hope you just get a chance to watch that entire match from bell to bell, because I know you were very busy at Cena Estates over the weekend, and you only had a chance to see some of the clips. But just
I did.
The pure intensity, it took you out of the WWE mindset of 2020 into something that was just, it was very different, and it was great.
Retrospective.
It was great. Whoever was, that almost the entire pay-per-view from top to bottom.
Retrospective.
Losing the Nia Jax tag team title match, it didn't hurt all that much either, but that's a different story for a different time. But overall, it was, I think, the most enjoyable big event they've had in 2020.
Well,
and that's a great thing. Build on the momentum, baby.
There you go.
Build on the momentum.
Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling.
All right, wrestling fans, we're interested in your thoughts, your memories on Road Warrior Animal. You can leave your comments below. What did you think of Roman Reigns and Jey Uso, or the pay-per-view itself at Clash of Champions? Again, leave your comments below. We have the live chat going in the premiere after SmackDown every Friday night at 10 p.m. I'm sure Rick B is with us up in Maine. Tina, Maria Davis, all these different ladies that are so happy to see you here, Johnny, from all over the globe that tune in to see you. I know our new friend Larson, I'm sure he is popping in, and I don't want to leave anybody out, but we have such a great crew of regulars that like to tune in to the live cyber premiere of the shows, and we have fun talking back and forth. Maybe some Friday night you'll pop in and say hi.
That's a very real possibility.
It's a real possibility. Or see what they're saying about us live. And I understand, well, it is October now. You know, the jackets are going to have to come out soon. And with that comes the holiday season. I don't know if I want to offend anyone and use the C word. Would I offend you?
C word?
Yes, the C word.
This is a G program.
Christmas.
I was thinking, okay, sure, all right. Yeah, I would, yeah.
A lot of people get offended by that now.
No,
Oh,
because
you thought I was going somewhere else.
you know what? You know, here's my whole thing on that. I am very offended by what's happening with Christmas. I was just in Walmart. All the Christmas trees are out.
I saw that the other day.
Horrible. Lowe's, Home Cheapo, they all have all this stuff out. Why take away the beauty of the time? It's been lost. It's been drained. It's been drained on parents trying to buy the biggest and the best. Instead of giving the greatest gift of all, which is love, sharing, and caring. I predict this year there'll be no big Christmases. It will be family Christmases. You'll be sharing it with your loved ones.
The Christmas could be on Zoom for some people.
Well, you know what? That's got to be. It's got to be. But maybe this is going to bring people back together, and we'll understand what Christmas is all about. I get sickened when I see that people would start to. It's all about retail. It's not about family. Get the biggest gift. People punching each other in stores over PlayStation 5s? Are you kidding me? Please, come on. Give them an IOU. Next year you can buy all you want. Who says they got to have it this year? Let's stop and think about the greatest gift we have. Family, children, parents, grandparents.
Take a look. It's been a year where we've lost a lot of human beings.
Yeah, Hawk. You know, look, take a look.
I'm not talking about just wrestling. Yeah. I'm talking about, you know, with what we
good friends in
life in 2020.
Yeah,
it's been a
stop and look
at
it. And really, you know, the biggest present necessarily isn't the best one. The smallest present is given with all your heart, all your caring, and all your love. It means more than the PlayStation 5, the Nintendo Sling, the talking Cabbage Patch. We've lost track of that. Let's hope we get it back, because Christmas is for children, and deep down inside, we're all kids.
We're all kids.
We've all lost it. So you haven't offended me, and you know what, fans? If he's offended you by using the word Christmas, I really don't care, because the first time I'm on Dan Maratti's side.
Maybe a holiday miracle has already come. Well, the point I did want to make, Johnny, was I understand from my sources that for the holiday season, you won't have to worry about yourself or the relatives being parched at any holiday gathering. The Fabo Pop is going to be available again, from what I hear.
I'm working now with my supplier. I'm actually trying to work on another flavor.
I know there were 5 of them, but one of the bottles smashed and broke one time, so we only have the 4 left.
You have cream soda, you have root beer, you have orange, you have lime Ricky, raspberry lime, which
so what
is
are we missing?
My favorite. I have grape.
That must have been the one that smashed and broke.
And I'm trying, if he'll do it, I'd like to produce bubblegum.
Bubblegum. All right, well, in addition to that, fans, we got the great items up on eBay. Not only do you get a fine collectible, but you get a shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on the show, and you keep the lights on here at the studio. It isn't cheap to have such great talents here. And let's face it, Johnny, a lot of the great wrestling veterans are hurting in 2020. They're going 6 months without being able to have personal appearances. In Tony Atlas's case alone, his wife suffered that stroke back in June of 2019. She's been hospitalized since, lost her income and job, and now because of coronavirus, Tony's lost not only his wrestling appearances, but his job as a personal trainer. So to be able to come down to the studio and earn a bit of a living, it's a great thing for him, and you fans can directly help make that happen. And we got great merchandise. The Super Chat is always open during the premieres, and the Patreon. Not only do you get early ad-free access to all of our great talk shows with Johnny, Tony, Marty Jannetty, and some of the other great guests we've had, you also get access to the Studio Shoot Interview DVD library with the Iron Sheik, Paul Bear, and so many other great legends. And again, you're helping keep the great veterans working. And you can go to patreon.com /Boston Wrestling. So for my good friend, Mr. John Cena Sr., we're in the holiday spirit, maybe just a little early, and we'll be back again next Friday night after SmackDown. How's that sound?
Love it. See you then.
Good deal. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well. More important, stay healthy. Good night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yes.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Many look at John Cena Sr. as the fatherly figure of our world of crazy in Boston Wrestling MWF. Would love your feedback to these shows, whether it be in the premiere chat on the right-hand side of the screen, a message in the description box below, or shoot us an email, bw@bostonwrestling.com. You can join John Cena Sr. every Friday night after SmackDown at 10 p.m. when we'll be back at our regular schedule this coming Friday night. We'll be interested in Johnny's WrestleMania weekend thoughts. Up next, Mr. Cena shoots on the first year of AEW All Elite Wrestling, Tony Khan, Chris Jericho, Cody Rhodes, and more.
All right, wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti, my Friday night partner in crime, a man that is acclaimed from coast to coast, and that's just with the women, Mr. John Cena Sr.
Well, thank you. Coast to
Coast to coast, baby.
Woo! All right.
Well, Johnny, I think it's officially safe to say that summer is over now. We've reached October. My birthday is past. I'm now in a brand new decade of me. We've got 19 years of the MWF. That anniversary is past. But you want to talk about anniversaries, Johnny. This week marks the 1-year anniversary of AEW Dynamite on TNT. And I know that's something that certainly has caught your eye.
Yes, it has. I think it's caught a lot of people's eyes. I think that when AEW first appeared on the scene, everybody was kind of like, okay, it's a basement production. They're going to come out. They won't last 90 days. They're going to fall flat on their ass. Who are these people trying to come out and do this? Well, first of all, you've got Tony Khan. Secondly, a good friend of mine, Cody Rhodes. I always remember in the WWE magazine, they said, what does Cody Rhodes have in his backpack? Fabo bucks. Couldn't be a greater guy.
Cody Rhodes had Fabo bucks.
Yeah.
Where did he get them from?
From Fabo himself.
No, I didn't know you had this association with Cody.
Stop and think about this. If you looked at the time that I was in ring with Mr. Orton, who came in to try to save me? It was Cody Rhodes.
He did?
He got his, well, that's the only time I can remember.
I don't remember that.
Well,
I'm not saying you're lying. I just don't
I
remember
could be
it off
lying
the top of my head.
I've been drinking your coffee.
Well, all right.
So, but it was Cody that got beat up by Orton, that was, I believe, when Cena was chained to the.
Oh, that's right.
the ring.
Okay. Yep. All right. Now that is ringing a bell.
So you've got a young man who I think was in WWE a superstar, no question about it. I think that he was. What's the word I want to use without getting?
That was a ball dropped as far as Cody and WWE.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I don't know if Cody could have been the face of WWE. Only a very, very select handful can over the course of a decade. But certainly upper mid-card, lower main event, absolutely. And for them to have flushed him down the toilet for that pathetic Stardust gimmick that nobody liked, it was not over one iota, especially after Dusty Rhodes passed. Imagine the reaction that Cody would have got if he went back to being Cody Rhodes at that point. Instead, WWE wanted to go the quote-unquote comedy entertainment route, and I don't think that anyone was entertained, and I don't think WWE is entertained by the thought of the success that AEW's had over the first year.
AEW has proved a point that professional wrestling, the way it used to be, is what people are looking for. I think sometimes they go just a little bit too far.
Yes.
All this bleeding and now the swearing.
I love the blood.
Well, but the swearing on.
I love the swearing.
Yeah, well, you know what? I guess everything has a place. But I think AEW is a good product. I like the product. It's reminiscent of what WWF and WWE used to be. There's no fooling around. You've got a champion that's a champion. It's almost believable at some point. They haven't dropped the title in 15 days. Jericho's doing, and I think the world of Jericho, another Fabo prop aficionado, but Jericho's doing a great job of playing this heel, of doing this job. I've seen a couple spots on there where shouldn't have been played that way, when they went into the lobby, when he was up in the booth, the seats, eating popcorn. Could have been done a lot better, but I'll tell you what, they're really doing a great job putting over professional entertainment wrestling. You really enjoy watching it. Not that I don't enjoy watching WWE, but I don't flick. I don't go back and forth. I stick with it.
I usually, on Wednesday night, I'll watch much more of AEW Dynamite as opposed to NXT. My main quorum with NXT, which I also think is a great show, there's a couple of them. I think when Mauro Ranallo was the lead announcer, he'd scream nonstop for 2 hours, which when you scream for 2 hours, you lose the impact of the big moments you're trying to get over as something special. I think Beth Phoenix's commentary does not belong on national television with her pre-read lines and the oohs and the ahs and the... It's just, for me, as someone that just enjoys a wrestling program, I just don't like phony, forced commentary. And one thing about AEW, I think they have the best broadcast team in the business.
I would agree with
that. JR,
oh.
Tony Schiavone, Taz when he's out there, Excalibur, the guy in the mask. I'm not a huge fan of the mask on a commentator, but that's just one man's opinion.
Well, now that Taz has got Brian Cage, you're going to see him play both sides of the fence.
Yeah.
I think he's done a lot for Cage.
Yeah.
Cage has done a lot for AEW.
Yeah.
They underrated that guy in Lucha Underground, obviously.
Right. You're knocking over Sheiky baby.
That's all right. He's my friend. It
cost you 10 grand.
I'm a friend, and I really enjoy WWE. I enjoy AEW. I just think at this stage of the game, AEW might have the edge, unless the writing changes with WWE and they go back to what. I don't know if it's all Vince, because I can't believe it's all Vince. He's got a great mind for this business. And I'm looking at what I see, and I'm going, I don't know about this.
Well, when you say AEW has the edge, Johnny, I'm going to be kind of point blank with you about this. What do you think AEW has the edge in, out of curiosity?
I think they have the edge in believability, in production, in talent. They've got a lot of good talent. Their talent is hungry, so to speak, so they want to make sure it's good. I'm sure they're not paying the younger guys or women coming in millions, but they're paying them to perform, and the young men and women are hungry. They want to go over. They want to do this. They want to do that. I don't know how the locker room there is. I don't know how it is to work for them versus, Triple H or work for Vince. I just think it's a whole different environment that's been created. Now, I don't know if you saw it, fans have been saying, oh, look, now NXT wants to go to Tuesday nights. They want to
I don't believe that for a second.
Well, I think it's a lot of bullshit.
I agree with you.
I'll be right up front with you. I hate to use that on...
Sure, no, that's fine. The reason NXT on USA was created was to counterpunch AEW. If AEW was on Tuesday night on TNT, USA would have NXT on Tuesday night at 8 o'clock.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And so I think that somebody's out there putting out stuff that's not factual.
I think people took a Chris Jericho remark and made their own story out of it, with Jericho saying NXT would be better off on Tuesday night since they lose the quote-unquote ratings battle each week, even though, while AEW usually does best NXT 80% of the time, it's still relatively close. It's not like one is being squashed over the other. My problem with AEW is this, Johnny. I think each week when I watch it, again, they have the best commentary team in the business, which gives it the best credibility in the business. When you have those phony, fake-sounding commentators, and that's not a knock completely against the voices on other shows. Sometimes they're being produced in certain styles that the fans might not enjoy, but for my ears that enjoy watching a wrestling product, I like AEW's commentary team the most. I find each week on that show, you usually have one or two really, really good matches, and then you do find some things that I don't think belong on a national wrestling television show. I think you have a lot of green talent on there that needs more work than one TV taping a week. I don't know whether that means house shows. I don't know whether that means they work more independent shows once life comes back to normal after COVID. But there's a lot of talent there that I think has great potential. I just don't think they're there yet to be on national TV each week.
I agree with you. And I think that's the whole purpose of NXT. You see, they're getting that extra boost before they hit the big time.
Right.
So
and it helps.
That's exactly right. And I think that if we didn't have this COVID situation, I think you'd have seen those green people. And by the way, Anthony Green, we should give him kudos for getting his signing with WWE as the retro man, Anthony Green. Heck of a guy. I enjoyed working with that kid. But anyway, back to what we were saying, I think if we didn't have all this, you probably would see AEW be doing more live shows, perhaps having an offshoot where these people could go in under certain auspices to work for some independent wrestling shows. No question in my mind, that helps create well-rounded talent. And so that might be a disadvantage. But I have to agree with you that to put those people in that position and look at that and go, maybe we don't put them on next week. Maybe we have some dark matches, which is another way to get.
Well, they do have that
but non-televised
YouTube exclusive show called Dark, which is available to fans online. It's not a TNT televised program, but I just think they need more seasoning, a lot of the guys. And there's some guys, and I don't want to make it seem like I'm knocking anyone by not including them, but I think Kip Sabian from England is someone that has a great upside. I think Ricky Starks, who they just brought in, is someone that has great upside.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of young guys there that maybe would look out of place, say, full-time in WWE right now, due to their just the lack of experience under the belt, so to speak.
No
but I think they can get there. I think they can. I think they will get there. And I think it's great that TNT has shown such an investment in the AEW product, not only extending their contract several years for AEW to continue to air on TNT, but to add another primetime show. My only worry about the primetime show, a second one, is going to be, will it lead to overexposure like Raw and SmackDown did when SmackDown first came on the scene back in 1999? Will it mean that AEW is going to try and grow two separate rosters where you have such limitations in some cases, again, with guys that I don't know if they're necessarily ready to be on primetime national television each and every week? Would you have enough talent for two promotions of it? So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how AEW presents a second weekly televised show.
I think you're going to have your NXT AEW and your AEW show.
And maybe that's the way to go.
That might be the way to go, but again, I hate to say this, Triple H's dream has proven that you can take people and turn them into pro wrestlers. Kudos to him. But I think people are going, NXT, the shows sell out. Well, and don't take this the wrong way, but if I had the money that they had, you and I would put on an indie show that would blow everybody away, and we'd probably be on the same level as NXT.
Sure.
So all I'm saying basically is that if I were AEW, that would be the way I'd be looking at it. You'd be able to give some exposure to the greens, the women and the men, and then you'd have you're going to move to the prime time. And that's how it works with NXT, here to there. And then back. Notice some go back.
Yeah.
So I think that's important. I think AEW needs to look at that. I think you hit the nail on the head.
Funny enough, where we've been discussing the 9th annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, Johnny, where we're going to be having some great superstars coming into the studio, some cyber autograph signings for fans around the world, some great interviews. I know some fans have requested some AEW talent to come in. Wouldn't that be interesting? I know I wouldn't want to ruffle the feathers of any of our friends in Stamford, but sometimes we have to listen to what the fans want. If they'd like to get to know some AEW guys a little better in this studio, I think it might be fun.
I can't speak for one of the greatest guys, who's Vince McMahon. I can't speak for him or Paul Levesque or Stephanie McMahon. All I can say is this, that by not allowing two furniture stores in the same street says an awful lot about that one owner. And I don't think that in their position or AEW's position, I don't think it would be looked at as us, Boston Wrestling, whatever, trying to overshoot one for the other. I think that the diversity of the program is essential. And you're not saying, okay, we're done. It's a diverse situation any more than you would bring somebody in from New Japan Pro or, when they were going strong, Lucha Underground.
Well, look at some of the interesting interactions we've had over the years with some of the TNA talent when they were a stronger brand coming into the Millennium Wrestling Federation, Boston Wrestling. I remember you got a couple of pretty stern phone calls at one point from some internet reports that you were trying to recruit and sign these TNA talents.
That I was going to TNA.
That was another one. That's right, yeah.
Yes.
You got a call from a movie set, if I remember right.
I got not only from there, I got a call from somebody else wanting to know if I was going to.
Oh my God! I tell you,
I have no look. My allegiance is to the WWE. There's no question about it. The WWF. I don't deny that. I don't hide that.
And the same here too. I mean, look at our set.
But at the same time, you've got to be diverse. You've got to go into this with an open mind. And it doesn't mean that, if you go there, you're a traitor. If you go here, you're a traitor. It shouldn't be that way.
And I look at it like this. The more professional wrestling companies that are succeeding, the more full-time jobs that are created for professional wrestlers / sports entertainment, there's more talent for WWE to bring in that is fresh and that is over. I mean, if you had a far more successful Impact Wrestling right now, there's more talent you could select as free agents. As AEW continues to grow, look, AEW has a lot of money. They're well funded by Tony Khan and now TNT, but they don't have the wrestling capital that WWE has. I think that's very fair to say. More great talent WWE could bring into their brand as time goes on. Ring of Honor, even though they've kind of reached, I think it's kind of a stale product right now, but if they could continue to climb the ladder and maybe be a little bit more successful than they are right now once live audiences come back, there is yet another promotion you could bring in great talent. From New Japan, Shinsuke Nakamura was a great catch for them, as were, maybe they weren't utilized the best, but Gallows and Anderson were plucked away by New Japan into WWE. So the more great wrestling companies there are, the better it is for everybody, not just wrestling fans, but even WWE itself. When WWE went through that big boom in the 1980s, they had 20 different territories they could take the main event talents from and bring to their company. When the Monday Night Wars were going on, even though it certainly it wasn't as diverse as the 80s and the 70s, but you had talent you could pluck from WCW, talent you could pluck from ECW. They had working relationships with Memphis and Smoky Mountain Wrestling. So the more healthy, successful wrestling promotions there are, it's good for professional wrestling fans. It's good for professional wrestlers that want to be able to work and earn a full-time income. But ultimately, it's good for the big guy, WWE, because there's more variety of talent for them to present on shows that, you know, a lot of the times you can look at as very stale, where you see so many of the same repetitive matches week after week.
Every week, same
One
thing.
man's opinion.
I can't agree with you all the time. I'll agree with most of what you said.
Well, thank you.
I would agree with that. No, because I think it's true. It's true. Fans know me well enough. You and I have been at it before.
We have.
So, no, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. But remember what Triple H created, Paul Levesque. He created a WWE college for professional wrestling. And if you've ever been down there, you will understand what I'm saying. It is the creme de la creme. Now they're talking about opening one in the United Kingdom. So the dream is reality. And the reality is, you see an Anthony Green. Hey, we signed him. He was in Evolve. Then they brought, and I've worked with him several times. Great talent. I like the gimmick. And then they bring him down. They say, okay, now you're going to come to NXT. You're not going to go to AEW and go on a screen right away. You're coming to NXT. We're going to groom you, file you, use you. If we like what we see, then you may be able to go up. There's the caveat, maybe. You come with no guarantees. And I think that might be part of the mistake with AEW. I grab a Dan Marotti and say, man, you look great in that indie scene. You look great.
Baby.
Yep, you look great. You're a good guy. We can use you. But yet you get up there with the big dogs and you can't run.
Well, I think AEW is going the smart route. Cody Rhodes is opening, I believe it's called the Nightmare Factory, so they're going to have their own form of
NXT.
Professional wrestling training. I don't know if it's going to be a full-fledged NXT type promotion, but I think that anyone that has reaped the fruits, did I say that right?
Reap the fruits.
Reap the fruits of the success that independent wrestling has had in its resurgence over the past few years. I think the one person you really have to thank is Triple H, because once NXT was on WWE Network and fans got to see these new talents that came almost directly from independent wrestling, and all of a sudden it went from being something, oh, that's garbage wrestling down in a VFW hall, to all of a sudden, wow, independent wrestling is where these wrestlers are coming from. I believe that NXT and Triple H deserve 90% of the credit for the resurgence of independent wrestling the past few years.
Thanks.
And I think that anyone that does not give them that credit is very unfair.
I would agree. I would agree with you again.
We're agreeing a lot today. And last but not least, I'll go with this with AEW. I like what they do with the legends and the managers. You have Arn Anderson as a manager, Tully Blanchard, Vicky Guerrero, who we mentioned in a previous episode, Jake the Snake Roberts, who hopefully is... Oh, I knocked it over again.
He's going to do fine.
He's going to be coming back with us when we get to back to the 80s MWF Live Wrestling event at Memorial Hall. I mean, they've done a lot with guys, and in Vicky's case, ladies, that, you know, that can still contribute outside of the squared circle. In WWE, once it seems like you reach a certain age, it's like the old Yeller treatment. You know what I mean? They're off to the glue factory.
Out behind the shed?
Exactly. Yep. I like that AEW is smart enough to know, you know what? They might not be able to get into the ring and present great wrestling matches, but these are great brains that could contribute behind the scenes to the talent they're working with, and they give independent or / younger talent that may not have that mainstream exposure, they give them credibility. Instant credibility. When you see one of those ladies come out with Vicky Guerrero, she has credibility. When AEW brought in Lance Archer, who he's been in Japan, he's been in TNA, not much great success in TNA, but with Jake Roberts, credibility. Sean Spears, you put him with Tully Blanchard, one of the Horsemen, one of the greats of the 80s, credibility. I think that's a great thing.
Is that what they mean by the rub?
The rub. Taz. How could I forget about Taz?
Oh, Taz and Cage.
Look, and Ricky Starks, who I think has just got ultra heel personality written all over him. MJF was another one that I failed to mention, even though he's not maybe the biggest guy in the world. He's just such a great heel persona. Credibility.
Amen.
And WWE has, again, they have more resources than AEW. Why they don't go that route mystifies me. Everything doesn't have to be a youth movement, or there are ways you can enhance the youth. One man's opinion.
Another story?
for another
another
time.
time.
And Johnny, I think that's perfect because we're getting the cue from the back. I'm hearing the music. We're having a lot of fun here on Fabulous Friday nights, Johnny. I can't wait to see what we're going to be talking about next week after WWE SmackDown concludes from the Thunderdome. Hopefully Retribution will not disconnect the show and cancel our show or anything, because when Marty Jannetty was here, we had a thunderstorm and the entire studio went out. I don't know if I told you that story. Oh, baby, was that a heck of a night here in Boston Wrestling Sports, as we've had many over the past 19 years. Again, fans, we need all the support you can get. Let's help keep these wrestling legends working. We got the great merchandise all over this studio, all over the eBay store. Tony Atlas, who's in a rough spot, his wife suffered a stroke in 2019, has been hospitalized now 15 months, losing her job and income. Tony's out of work because of COVID with his personal fitness job and his wrestling appearances. He's available for bookings, customized artwork, and so much more. We have the Patreon subscription service if you want early, ad-free access to Tony, to Marty, to Johnny, plus our full-length studio shoot interview DVD collection with Kamala, Sheiky Baby, Paul Bearer, and so many more. It runs you about the cost of a cup of coffee over at Starbucks at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. And again, we got that cool t-shirt bundle offer going, Johnny. For the price of a shirt on WWEshop.com, we give you the shirt. We give you a shout-out on the air from WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas. We give you a WWE cup, and we give you a mystery autograph photo. Where else are you going to get that for the price of the shirt, baby?
Maybe I'll throw in a Fabo Pop.
Or a Fabo Buck?
I'll throw it, either one. Both.
Both? Oh, you know what? He's all right. Maybe this 19th year of Boston Wrestling is going to be something with him back in the fold. But for my partner in crime, my amigo, my frenemy, whatever he may be this week, Mr. John Cena Sr., hopefully we'll have Fabo Pop for sale this Christmas. What a stocking stuffer that would make. For Johnny, I'm Danny. We'll see you next Friday after SmackDown. You and yours, be well, more important, stay healthy. Good night.
Done.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition Bailey autographed Rob Schamberger outprint, one of only 50 made. A great addition to the collection of any Bailey fan, direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autograph photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans continue to follow us on Twitter at MWF Project X and on Facebook at facebook.com/Boston Wrestling Sports. For any additions to Wrestle House, updates in case of any schedule changes, time changes, etc. We had to pre-produce so much of these marathons before we even left Boston for our Tampa adventure. I'm personally very excited to have JTG of Crime Time, who teamed with the late Shad Gaspard at Wrestle House tomorrow afternoon. Then WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe will be with us on Monday live. Pre-order your autographed 8x10 photos now at bostonwrestling.com. Also interested in your thoughts on the big one, WrestleMania 37. If you're enjoying today's marathon and content with John Cena Sr. and want us to be able to bring you more interactive studio shoot interviews again, use the Super Chat feature, the little gray dollar sign button under the Premier Chat on the right-hand side of the screen on YouTube, or you can use PayPal with the email address bw@bostonwrestling.com. It goes a long way to keep Wrestling Legends working and the lights on here at the studio. That's what it's all about. In our next episode, Johnny shoots on Marty Jannetty's Facebook murder confession from last summer. Check it out.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Again, Friday night on Fox, SmackDown is lighting it up each and every week, but the fans are enjoying you here back weekly again, Johnny.
Well, thank you, fans. I really appreciate that. Don't hesitate to file Dan with some questions or ask questions, and who knows? Maybe we'll do one night. I'll come down. We'll just have questions.
Maybe a live special.
We could do that.
Like we had a lot of fun when Tony was
yeah,
on
we did.
live.
He's great. Yeah, great man. So great to be back. Thanks.
You got a little Joe Mascolo in you. You're like the phoenix from Greek mythology. You just rise from the ashes.
You never know when I'm going to rise, though.
Well, and in what way?
That's like the C word.
Or the V word, I guess.
Oh, here we go. All right. Back.
All right, Johnny, the fans they've been asking questions galore. They wanted to know, Johnny, what you thought of one of a member of the family, his Facebook murder confession of Marty Jannetty. I don't know if you actually read the statement that Marty posted on Facebook, but it led to certainly a week I didn't expect when our program was on Fox News, Variety Fair, we were on TMZ, People Magazine, the National Enquirer, the New York Times. Our show really made the rounds for reasons I never expected.
Because somebody came out and said there was a murder, and he was involved in that murder.
Now, did you actually read what he wrote?
I read some of it, and I only
Would you like me to read the quote? Because I did print it.
Yep, that's fine.
Right,
Why don't we do that?
All right. I never told no one this, even my brother Gino, because Gino would have killed him. And I didn't want my brother gone. Hell, he'd only recently returned home from Vietnam. I was 13 working at Victory Lane's bowling alley buying weed from a fag that worked there, and he put his hands on me. He dragged me around the back of the building. You already know what he was going to try to do. That was the first time I made a man disappear. They never found him. They should have looked in the Chattahoochee River. And then he went on to talk about relationship issues he was having. Marty, certainly a late-night Facebook post that he regretted making, but what went on to be a very, very hurtful story that he shared with the world about what went on when that man tried to violate him. And what bothered me about the whole thing, Johnny, was, take aside from some of the comments and words used in that statement, social media, tabloid types took that as professional wrestler confesses to murder. I saw another one, WWE legend kills gay man. How about a 13-year-old middle school kid tried to fend off a sexual assault?
How about the fact that Marty Jannetty admitted that it was only a storyline?
Well, I think there's
and I know where we're going with this,
yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, we don't have all the facts.
Right.
All we have is a great wrestler, and I really mean that. Marty has his own issues like we all do.
Many.
Yes. But the fact of the matter is, you know what? I don't know whether to believe that story or not. And the news media today is responsible for so much BS. COVID, Trump, Biden, Democrats, Republicans, floods. They never give you, as Paul Harvey would say, the rest of the story. For someone to make that type of confession, basically what he has claimed is, it's not the first person I've done in. Is that what he said? If you read that quote again?
Well, no, he said
it's
disappear.
Not the first person I've made disappear. Well, disappear, you know, if you watch
a lot of things.
If you watch The Godfather, you know a lot of people disappear, right? Look at Soprano. A lot of people disappear.
Marty isn't exactly Don Corleone.
Yeah, but he tries to be. You know what I'm saying? So I would say this to you, that I would take that with a grain of salt. I really would. I wonder if it really ever happened.
I have no doubt that I have no doubt that parts of it really happened.
Okay.
And I'll say this, it's hurt the man's soul through his life.
Well, wouldn't it? Okay, you're out with a friend, and the friend turns around and does something that you never expected to happen.
Well, this wasn't a friend. This was an adult man.
I understand that, but you know what? If you go into the pit, you've got to expect a viper. You know what? You knew what you were getting into. You're
But he was a middle school kid, Johnny.
But stop.
All right.
You're dealing with a predator. The predator, first of all, deals on your drug habit. That's number one. Two, predators are very devious, screwed up individuals. Why would you put yourself in harm's way? And I'm going to tell you something. I am sure by that comment that he knew, and I don't like that word, fag. I hate that word. That's disgusting. Why belittle someone who has a different sexual orientation? That's another story for another time. I think that's disgusting.
That didn't help the cause.
The word should never be used ever. And I think if he was on ball, he would have said, a person of a different sexual orientation, gay, whatever you want. That still would hurt the community. But for God's sakes.
Well, you know what, to be honest, and I don't want to knock Marty, I think if he simply went with the word pedophile.
Fine.
Because not every gay person is out to rape little children.
Thank you. Thank you. So sick of this. I really am. Now I'm getting a little upset.
All right.
And I shouldn't. But the word pedophile might have been the word to use. Choose your words carefully. But you put yourself in the water. You knew there were piranha in there. When you're dealing with somebody who sells drugs, stop, brother. Think about where you are. Think about who you're dealing with. He ain't the highest on the ladder.
Well,
and the marbles aren't all in the bag.
Well, but look at it like this. What if this incident is what maybe disrupted Marty's train of thought through life? What if it's something that always clung to him? I mean, look at victims of sexual abuse in life. And I'll say this man that was involved in this situation, there's a lot more that can be said to this than Marty said that has come out. And I'm going to leave that at that. It's his story he'll fully tell the whole story at some point in his life. That's Marty's story to tell. But what I'm trying to say is, this man, I'm sure, when he went at Marty, it was not the first time he ever went after a kid. And whatever wound up happening on that day, if it didn't happen, probably wouldn't have been the last time a scumbag like that would have went after a kid. And I think anytime that happens to and certainly not the F word, but anytime you can stop a pedophile in their tracks and eliminate them from society, no matter how it's done, that might be too stern for some people, but I think it's a great thing. Because every kid that gets put in that position where they're abused like that, look at the lives they go on to lead. I made a point on one of the talk shows, I think it was with Tony. I'm sure you're familiar with the WWF sex scandals that they went through in 1992. There was an underage ring crew member named Tom Cole that was abused by people that WWE got rid of instantaneously when they found out about it. But what isn't widely known is this young teenage kid that was abused on the road, setting up the rings way, way back in the early 80s, I believe is when it happened. You know what he went on to do? Molest kids.
I agree with what you're saying to a point. Are you saying that that this situation so disturbed Mr. Jannetty that he was on both sides of the fence?
No, what I'm saying is maybe it could have hurt Marty so much that it turned him to a life of drugs and alcohol. You know, mental health wasn't as widely as available back in the early 70s as it is now.
I'm not taking sides. All I'm going to say is this. You're already on the wrong track.
Me or Marty?
No. When I'm pointing to his comments.
Okay.
You know, not you. We know how saintly you are. Another story for another time, fans. And you will want that story. Anyway, when I listened to that comment, so it almost makes me think that Jannetty was packing. How do you fight off a man, a 13-year-old kid? A 13-year-old kid is going to fight off a Dan Marotti or a shot, fat, ugly John Cena Sr. Let's stop and look at this picture. How jacked was this young man at 13?
No, he used a brick.
Okay, let's stop and think about this now. And I'm not trying to take away anything from the story, because I think the world of Jannetty, I really do. And Jannetty is not a liar. Might inflate it sometimes, but he's not a liar. So at what point did you get the brick, and then how did you use it? So the man would have to be down, number one, to get hit in the head with a friggin' brick. I don't want to go any further with this, because I think the more I dig, it's going to be like CSI. The facts we get are maybe the ones we don't really want.
Well, Marty really went in depth with what happened during the assault, and when he had Marty on the ground and was trying to, I guess maybe remove the clothing is
That's
the best
fine.
way to
All
put
right.
it, was
Yeah,
when he
fine.
used the brick.
Okay, so that would render the man unconscious.
Right.
Shouldn't have been enough to kill him.
All right. Well, maybe this is going to turn into CSI. I don't know.
You don't know, and I'm not a detective. I certainly do not approve of the conduct that you've read. I think that you're absolutely right. Anybody who preys on little children, you know,
Off with the head.
I'm not a
Off
fan.
with the head.
Yeah, I'm also not.
No second chances
those
for that.
words. I'm not defending any gender. All I'm saying is that you could use a better choice of words and still come up with the same thing. It just tells me by the use of the words that maybe you might have been at the same level. So think about what you're saying and how you say it. I think he's got a great story to tell. I think.
Well, I don't think he has a great story to tell. I think he has a story to tell.
But no, he has a great story, because you know it's untold. It's the rest of the story, as I say to you about Paul Harvey. You know, at 13, you're buying grass or marijuana. Was it only marijuana you were buying?
You think at 13 he was buying harder drugs than marijuana from the man at the bowling alley?
I'll tell you something.
All right.
When I used to teach driver ed, I would do a closed door session with these kids, 13, 14 years old, on drugs. Let me tell you something. They just weren't doing weed.
At 13?
At 13,
Really?
14 years old. And
I must have lived a very sheltered
you know,
life, I guess.
and if you do more investigation, you'll find out that some young people have sexual encounters at age 6 and 8. Well, see,
What?
you don't do that. You don't read.
6 and 8?
You don't read. They get into this program of exploring. I'm not saying that they're getting into this thing,
yeah.
but you need to understand. And I'm not trying to. Maybe the fans will shoot me down and say he's full of shit in plain English.
No, I consider you a wise man, even
Well,
if
but
we
I
always
like to
don't get
read.
along.
I like to read and do research. I'm not saying it's every kid. That's how kids get in trouble. That's how kids fall down. You know, but when you start talking about drugs, you know, alcohol is the #1 abused drug in the country. The difference between alcohol and marijuana is that alcohol dissipates from the brain, fatty tissue, in 24 hours. Marijuana, 7 days. So think about the residual that's left. When I was doing these classes, I'll tell you how ignorant I was about drugs. I thought a roach clip is what you caught a bug with. I'm being honest with you. Till I started talking to these kids. A young lady in the front, 22 years old, she said, I was a prostitute at 14 for drugs. For drugs. So when you start talking about this stuff, I sit back and I go, at 13, that's some pretty heavy shit. I hate to use these words, but I'm just opening up.
You're shooting.
Yeah, I'm shooting right now. That's just, you know what? I think we need to get the rest of the story.
Well, and you know, we had a similar episode with Tony Atlas, and I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but Tony came out and admitted that he was sexually attacked twice when he was a kid.
And I can believe that. I can truly believe that. I think that...
And I say this before you continue, look at the damage that drugs did to both of their lives as adults. And I'm not going to 100% blame these attacks on them as kids, but I don't think it helped.
I guess all I'm going to say is this.
Okay.
I have never been in that situation. I don't know how he'd react in that situation. I've talked to a lot of people who were involved in the biggest pedophile case in the world. You know what I'm saying? The church.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Okay.
right. Geez, how could I not have thought of that?
And nothing against that. But I can only say this, that it ruined a lot of lives where they were afraid to talk, where they did turn to drugs or alcohol. They were afraid to speak. Some got married, were afraid to tell people what they had experienced in the past. It really can decimate. It can destroy. And that's what people aren't looking at. But at the same time, we all have control of our lives and our destinies. Sometimes we put ourselves in positions where we rely on what I call the hider, alcohol, drugs. You know, I used to say it when I taught. I'd say, what good is the alcohol? You try to hide from exactly what it is you should be facing, running away. And what happens when you wake up in the morning? Is it gone? No, it's there. And it's 3 times worse than it was. So seek help, find help. It's very hard for somebody to come out and say, I'm of a different gender. God bless them for doing that. We need to respect them, not spit on them. We need to associate and be kind. You know what? The Merchant of Venice was very clear. Slice my wrist and I bleed red just like you. God made us all, regardless of who we are or what we are. He made us the way we are. So why not embrace that? If you have an issue, face it. It's hard to discuss things. There's things in my past that I sit down and say, I don't know how I could talk about this. Maybe I'll feel better if I did. But somehow there's their inner you that said, don't let people know that that happened. You know? And so, you know, how do you deal with this fact that, oh, I was working at a store and the young woman that was there took advantage of me, or the store owner took advantage of me? How do you face that? First of all, if you ever went back in my day when I was a kid and said, oh, I was at such and such a place and Reverend Father Billy, whoever, Rabbi, took advantage of me, let me tell you, my teeth would be on the floor and I'd be up against the wall. They wouldn't believe you.
Right.
So that was a case of taking advantage of, using and abusing.
In 1973, would that have been the case if Marty came out and shared his story?
You may well have got a valid point, but it would have been better for him to seek help and come out with it rather than to retain it and cause more demons to be butted out of the body. It's very difficult.
It's almost, I hate to say it, but it's almost like he added abuse to himself.
Thank you.
By keeping it internal for
I guess
so
you
long.
said it in a nice way instead of being blabbing on and being pontificating. I think you said it very nicely.
It's just, it hurts to know that not only Marty went through it, but what Tony experienced as a kid down in Virginia. I mean, maybe there is a lot more of this that goes on than we even realize.
And I think that's what needs to come out. And I think you made a very valid point, that people of different genders are not pedophiles. I know when I taught...
Well, I think maybe the term you're looking for is sexual orientation.
Well, that's true, but that's a good one.
Right.
So, but if you take the course, when I taught CCD for the church, the first thing you have to do is go through this course. And most pedophiles are family members, uncles, aunts, fathers, mothers. We're looking in the wrong places. We're looking in the wrong places. And so I think if we want to eradicate, we've got to understand. You know, you can't condemn and condone. I wrote an article of that when I was at the Sale News. I did an editorial on that. You can't condemn and condone. You can't have both sides. And I think with this situation, it's probably not the first time it happened. And I think that became something that ate away. Maybe it ate away. You know?
I'd like to see Marty find peace. Now that
Amen.
Marty's been with us so many times, I've considered him a friend. He's a unique individual. He's got some of those no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll stories. But I think, you know, maybe his life would have taken a different path had this incident not happened.
I think the world of Marty Jannetty, I've had a chance to meet him several times.
He's part of the team now.
He's great, but he's great. I have nothing but good words for Marty Jannetty. And as I said before, we all have demons in our closets. So no problem. Great guy, great human being, great story. So now we need to know the rest of the story.
Would you give Marty any advice, Johnny? Well, you're such a wise man. He has a lot of respect for you, as he's mentioned on some of the shows.
I respect him.
He wants some of the Fabo Pop.
Anytime.
I think he puts it over more than I do. I don't know if you've seen the episodes, but he's always raising a bottle.
He's a good man.
Someone that's a little older than Marty, would you give him any advice at this point?
He's a good man. I think what he needs to do, if this is still a situation, is you need to find somebody to listen, somebody you can talk to, somebody to help you understand. It may not be the cure-all, but I have always found and I really mean this, that when you can open up and you can kind of let it go, the cross gets lighter. It may never be a cross that you'll never stop carrying, but the weight's off the shoulders because somebody has said to you, Dan, it's okay. I understand. You should understand. This is an episode, blah, 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 and you go down the line. But as long as you hold things in, it becomes worse. It becomes worse. And that's when you try to bury him with this, with that. Yeah. It doesn't work. So to anybody out there.
They try and find comfort that way.
Yeah, to anybody out there, if you lock into the situation, please find somebody you can talk to. A parish priest, a friend, a psychologist, anything. Just get it off your chest. And that's why a lot of these young men and women who are involved in that scandal are feeling better because they're able to speak about it. And God bless Pope Francis, who has said, I understand. I understand. And he
acknowledges.
What's that?
He acknowledges it.
He acknowledges it. And even with the gay community, for the first time in history, a pope has said, it's okay. God made you that way.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
And for the Catholics, that must have been a relief.
Must have been a shock for a pope to say that.
Yeah.
He truly understands, and we all need to understand. God made us
We're
all
all
different.
people.
Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. So I'm just saying my advice. I know in my
I think talking helps, not to get too deep onto a wrestling talk show, but, there's a fan that chimes in sometimes on the premiere. He said he's been very suicidal, and just joining us on these shows, he feels like he's part of a community, being able to talk with all the other fans during the live chats, and we've had other fans that are trying to go sober that tune in sometimes to try and just get their minds off of addiction problems and battles, and just to have a little bit of fun and talk some wrestling. So as much as you and I sit here and we banter back and forth about the king of sports, professional wrestling, there's a lot of folks at home, all over the world literally, on their computers that are just enjoying us in different ways. And I think if that's a great gift to give. It really is.
If we can help,
yeah.
Yes. And I think with suicide, with other things, first of all, they need to be understood and loved. Because there's a reason that it's depression that drives us to suicide. It's breaking up with loved ones that drives us to suicide. You need to speak. You need to understand that someone cares. There might not be, people go, I got my own problems. I got my own problems. But I listen to a lot of people. There is somebody out there that cares, and that's what they need to hear. I care. Marty Jannetty is a great friend and a great human being. I think the world of him. If I had something bad to say, you know me well enough. You know me well enough. And so I guess that's where I end my conversation.
All right. Well, fans, you know what? Maybe I guess the plug we should get in the end is if you have issues of any kind, it doesn't have to be abuse, whether it's different kind of addictions or problems like that. At least mental health, I think, is more of an acceptable thing nowadays. And I don't want to overwhelm the man, but the president of our organization, Dr. David Reese, he's an acclaimed psychiatrist. You can Google him and get his information. He's willing to talk to anyone and help guide you in the right direction. He's certainly been a great friend to a lot of members of our community. I don't want to name any names, but I know specifically he's helped a couple of younger members of the MWF roster. He's a very giving man. He's a very caring man. And he'd be happy maybe not to be able to solve your problems, but at least be able to guide you to where you can get a little bit of help. And I think the more people that get a little bit of help, the better it is for everybody.
Amen.
All right, wrestling fans, we talked a little wrestling, we talked a little life. You never know what to expect on this show on a Friday night. We hope you enjoyed the program this week. Again, that super chat is open if you want to help us keep this show rocking and rolling. The holiday season is coming up. I don't know if I want to use that C word again.
Christmas season.
All right, the Christmas season.
I love that word.
It's coming. It's coming. The merchandise is available. You help keep the lights on. You keep the legends working. And you get an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. If he's eating, it might look like the back end of a snowblower, but you know what? Tony likes a good meal now and then.
He sure does.
The Patreon is available, fans. You get early ad-free access to this show, plus the Studio Shoot Interview DVD library, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For my partner in crime, my paisan, Mr. John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. We'll be back next Friday night after WWE SmackDown at the Thunderdome in Orlando. And don't forget, Tuesday nights at 9, it's Tony Atlas. Thursday nights at 9. It's Marty Jannetty. Until we speak again, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition WWE NXT Johnny Gargano personally autographed 11x14 comic book style poster, a great addition to the collection of any Johnny Wrestling or NXT fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Hopefully this Saturday afternoon WrestleMania Week Marathon is putting a smile on your face as our giant Wrestle House endeavor in Tampa, Florida continues with Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, and autograph signings. To make life easier on our end, you can pre-order autographed 8x10s on BostonWrestling.com, and the superstars will personally sign them to you during their live episodes this weekend, with the schedule scrolling during the marathon so you know who, what, when, where, and why. We may have a few autograph photos left over from signings earlier in the week. Email us at bw@bostonwrestling.com for those of you that have asked for availability. Of course, continue to monitor social media, facebook.com/Boston Wrestling Sports, and on Twitter at MWF Project X in case there are any schedule changes, any additions to Wrestle House, as there have been some great talents that have wanted to join us, but we just basically ran out of time. Anything can happen, as they say in WWE or in the world of Boston wrestling. Up next, John Cena Sr. shoots on former Democratic presidential candidate Andrew Yang, zeroing in on WWE's independent contractor label for its wrestlers. Check it out.
All right, wrestling fans, what an episode of SmackDown, Johnny. They're rocking and rolling in Orlando, one of my favorite cities in the whole world. I wish I was down there right now enjoying a little bit of sunshine, but the second place I'd rather be is here in studio with you.
Boff bag? Boff bag? Whoa! Oh, God. Well, it's great to be here. It's great to be here. I liked Orlando. I do like Orlando. My favorite spot's Universal Studios, not the Tragic Kingdom. I have a great time.
I've never heard of it referred to as the Tragic Kingdom. I'll tell you this, Johnny. You want to know, my heart was broken. I know you are familiar with the milestone birthday that I had back in September. Yep. My goal was to finally go to Halloween Horror Night at Universal Studios. I have never been, and I am an aficionado when it comes to that type of stuff. And it's just as I was getting ready to go, what had to happen in the world?
Canceled COVID. Yeah, I was looking forward to it. It was their 30th anniversary.
Yeah.
It was going to be wild. I got to tell you. And I
Were you going to go down?
Oh, yeah. I won't miss it. I won't miss it.
Do you go every year?
Every year.
Really?
There's only one year I couldn't go.
Wow. I didn't know you went every year.
I went on a recommendation of a friend. I have to tell you something. It's like you're hooked. Once you go, it's
I'll want to go
over.
every year.
Well, maybe next year I'll see you down there.
You think I'll want to go every year?
Oh, yeah. Once you go there, the streets are transformed at Universal. There's spooks all over the place.
Just what?
Spooks,
all right.
goblins. How about this?
All right,
when you get down there, Dan, you're going to love Halloween Horror Nights because Universal Studio has transformed. The streets are full of ghosts, goblins, and those unusual things that only come with Halloween. So get a chance. You got to go because you got to see, you got to know. When you get there, brother, it's going to be a dream. All you're going to see is things that'll make you scream. There's haunted houses galore, and there's even more as you walk the streets. You got to make sure that the streets don't move, and neither does the floor. Halloween Horror Nights, Universal, you'll see. That's the place for you and me.
Do you think the kids will have a normal Halloween this year?
No.
No.
No, nor do I think
Even though they talk about the perfect holiday for coronavirus, they'll all have masks.
My granddaughter alluded to that yesterday when I was in Maine. We took her for an ice cream, and I said, Ashlyn, you've got to wear a mask. And she said, Papa, I have, and it's this clown mask that lights up. It's really gory, and it was night. So what did she do? She walks up there with Moniece, and they both have masks on, and this thing's glowing in the dark. They loved it.
But you don't think the kiddos will be able to?
No, I think that if you try to have a trick-or-treat or a Halloween, I don't think the danger of walking the streets is what we really have to worry about. I think it's opening that front door. I think it's what's behind the door. And with the uncertainty of trick-or-treat in previous years, raisins and apples, people like Marty putting X-Lax and Hershey wrappers.
Now, I got to tell you this, and I hate to break away from the topic at hand, but we like to have fun. I don't know. Have you seen the episode of the Ask Atlas show?
No.
Where Tony took. No, it was almost like Dear Abby.
I don't want to be there with that again.
Well, Tony took questions from a man that was fed up from his wife that I guess detests Halloween and has tried to do everything humanly possible to keep the kids away. And you talk about me losing it like I did about our Halloween Horror Nights episode earlier. This woman, to try and keep the kids away, gave out individual packets of Quaker Oats oatmeal to the kids. And as a result, the house and the car got egged.
The house of the what?
This woman, that's what
she got egged?
They egged the car and they egged the house because she gave out oatmeal packets.
Well, if you want protein, ma'am, you gave us oatmeal, we'll give you eggs.
And Tony was very angry at these kids for egging the house. But he didn't really address the man's concern that his wife is obsessed with ending Halloween. But I guess you'll have to watch the episode in the archives.
Yeah, let me know about that one.
We had a lot of laughs on that one, too. But back to Universal Studios, again, what a wrestling talk show we have. Have you ever been down for Christmas?
For the Grinch Christmas?
Yes.
I've only been there sporadically for that, but I will tell you this, just as they convert Universal to horror, and I will say one thing, this is an update for those people that don't like it as much as I do. It used to be 3 nights a week, 4 nights a week, now it'll be 7 nights a week.
What will be?
A Halloween Horror Nights.
Next year?
Yeah, because
I didn't know that.
There are 3,000 people waiting at the gate to get in.
Wow.
It's crazy. But the thing I liked about Universal for Christmas is this side of Adventureland. Or
Islands of Adventureland? Yeah.
That is, wow. All Grinch. My favorite character.
Did you go to the live presentation they had of it?
Where he sings and dances?
Yeah. It's probably about 20 minutes, a half
But
an
he's
hour
on the
long.
street doing that too.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's awesome.
But they have a great, I mean, you think you're in Whoville when you go to watch.
It is Whoville. That's where he is.
Right, but they do a live, I don't know if a play is the right word, but they do you go into a little theater.
Right, it's a mini show.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it was the true Grinch of the world, Linda Moratti, found a little Christmas in her heart last year, and we took the little ones down a couple of weeks before Christmas, and it was just, I know you're not a big fan of the Tragic Kingdom, as you call it, but even the big Disney castle was all lit up with lights, and all of the theme parks. It was just beautiful how it was decorated for Christmas.
I use the word tragic, but truly, 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 it's a magic place. For those people that enjoy it, it's a magical place to be. It takes you beyond the world you're in and brings you where you need to be, a happy place where there's no shoving, pushing, carriages, whatever. But it is truly a magical kingdom. So when I say Tragic Kingdom, truly, I'm just...
You're just a Universal guy.
I am a Universal.
You're a Universal guy.
Yep. Can't take that out of my blood.
All right. Well, we don't want to talk about blood.
Wrestling, brother.
Crimson
Wrestling.
mass coming down someone's face in a Hell in the Cell, which we probably won't see October 25th. But, Johnny, did you hear in the news recently about the WWE's attempt to try and prevent the talent from making an income outside of the world of wrestling, and former Democratic presidential candidate, the leader of the Yang Gang, Andrew. I know you were a proud member of the Yang Gang, but Andrew Yang going after Vince McMahon and WWE. What do you think about this? Yet more craziness in our great sport.
Well, now to get myself in trouble.
All right, we'd never do that on this show, ever.
No, get myself in trouble.
Never.
I think the issue that Yang is trying to make is they're called free agents.
Independent contractors.
Correct. I once had an appraisal firm. I had 22 people that I was allowed to work with. It was so much fun. They were independent contractors, supposedly. The difference between an independent contractor and somebody who is employed is very simple. The IRS visited me. What a nice thought that is. Hi, my name's Dan Marotti. I'm from the IRS. Oh, okay. So they said, they came in, they said, whose desk is that? That's no one's desk. So they work exclusively for you. That's not true. You can talk to any one of these people that I'm allowed to work with. They can appraise for Dan Marotti. They can appraise for Moniz Loof. They can appraise for Tommy Nash, you know, like Casade de Chocolat, whoever. You can do whatever you like. He said, oh, there's the difference. I did have to have disability. That was it. But when you look at the WWE and you look at independent contractor, it doesn't fit.
No.
Because he tells you right up front, you will wrestle for me when, where, and how I tell you. You are not allowed to take bookings outside of WWE. So to me, no offense, I don't want to get in trouble with anyone, but that's employee status. And you're entitled to benefits.
Even in the contracts, and I know you and I, it wasn't a fierce battle, but we had a disagreement on this very show when your son's, I think it was his first movie came out, where you said that WWE owns his name. And I mean, it might say that in the contract, but if you ever went to court, that would be laughed at and thrown out. You can't own someone's biological name.
No.
It just doesn't work that way. Now, I'll say this, as far as WWE wanting to protect their IPs, their intellectual property, what I want, I'm trying to think of who is Sasha Banks, because that's not her biological name.
No.
Her name was given to her by WWE. Now, if I'm WWE, do I want her going online trying to monetize Sasha Banks on her own without WWE's involvement? No. But if she wants to go out onto the internet, whether it be Cameo, whether it be Twitch, as Mercedes, whatever her last name may be, how can you tell her as a human being, when she's an independent contractor, that she can't do it?
Well, I think when you and I had that discussion, they can't, as they say, they can't own the boy's name, but they can own the character.
Right, absolutely.
So,
and they should.
Damn right they should.
Everything humanly
Vince has
possible
invested
to
a ton of money in you.
Millions.
That's right. And so my whole thing is this. All is very simple, and they've done it very well. Trademark the character. Trademark, you can't use, Dr. Thugonomics. Trademark, you can't use, you can't see me. Those are the things that create and make the character.
That are part of the persona.
That's exactly right. So a person's name, that's yours. Can't take it. Sasha Banks, trademark the name, trademark the character, and move on with life.
Mercedes, the human being,
right,
should be able to do anything she wants to do as a human being, as long as she's not doing anything to defame herself or the company.
Now, you can back this up or not. I don't know if it's true or not, because you're the great expert.
Well, I don't know about
I understand Renee has left.
Yes.
She cannot go anywhere or appear anywhere for 2 years. That's in her contract. Now, that's a little harsh.
But the difference with her is that she was an employee. Because she had a commentator's contract.
Right.
And they're employees. They're not independent contractors. That's why, if you ever notice...
How can you restrict somebody for 2 years?
Maybe because she left early?
I think that takes away a livelihood. I'm not sure that'll stand up in court.
If she wanted to challenge it, yeah.
I'm sure she won't. But, I'm just curious. But the guys and ladies who are involved in WWE...
I didn't hear that it was that long of a no-compete.
That's what I heard.
2 years is a long time.
Yeah, because who was I talking to? We were discussing pro wrestling. Steve, not my son, somebody who's really into it. And we were shooting the breeze about it, and he said, what do you think of this deal about Renee Young? I said, well, she'll end up at AEW. Can't. there's a 2-year clause, 2-year non-compete.
I've never heard of one that long.
Vince wouldn't do that. I don't think he would.
But see, the thing is, to be honest, and someone may say, oh, you're the expert. You claimed you worked there for 9 months back in 2000 and 2001. I understand the talent contracts much, much more than I would the employee contracts. Because I didn't have one, and I don't know.
Me neither.
But that's why, if you ever notice, like even when wrestlers couldn't do independent shows, Jerry Lawler, you'd see him wrestle a lot because he had an employee contract as a commentator. So those are different than the standard contracts that are given to the wrestlers like your son or anyone else that's there full time. So 2 years, I think, is a little stiff, but maybe that's what she agreed to. I don't know. Sometimes people are chasing the dream and they want that spot so bad. Like we've said before, WWE can't own someone's biological name, but if it says it in the contract and they can get in the company, thank you. You know what I mean? They'll sign away just about anything.
I think that this independent employee contract situation is going to come to a head right now.
I think it needs to end.
Well, it's going to happen. One way or the other, Yang has the money and the power.
Do you think Yang put a little fear into WWE?
Perhaps.
Did you actually read the quote?
I read. No, I read what he said. I did. I follow that closely because for years I've been sitting back going, we can use anything. Religious orders, for example. You're a priest. You're a brother. You're what? Rabbi. You can work wherever you like. You're assigned by the church. You can't go anywhere without their approval. You can't do anything without their approval. You're an employee. You're an employee. If you weren't, Reverend John here, I want to go over there to Holy Family in Manchester. They pay more money. I can leave. Oh, no. You fall under this auspices, this group, this rabbi, this minister, this priest, whatever. Can't do that. Same thing with WWE. If they were truly independent contractors, and I see where the corporation is coming from, we got gazillions of dollars invested in you. How would it be if Roman Reigns or John Cena or Steve Austin, The Rock, decided they're going to move over to, I'm going to make an appearance at an independent show. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Whoa.
Well, the way their contract is set up, they should be able to. If they truly are an independent contractor. I think at this point, with the money WWE is playing with those television deals, enough. Make them employees.
Do
give
the right
them health
thing.
Insurance. Give them a retirement package, and then there's no more problems. WWE can dictate anything from A to Z and every letter and every number in between, and then there's no more issue, and you don't have, a pretty heavy hitter now, potentially in Washington, if Joe Biden becomes president, coming after you. Wang, now you get me calling him Wang. Yang, it's just not someone that picked this up off the street. He's well versed in professional wrestling. I guess he's a pretty big fan. He knows what he's talking about.
He is a fan. He is.
And I would not want someone like that in Washington as an enemy.
With clout. You need friends. You need friends. And I really do believe that it's going to come around full circle. Somebody's going to have to make a decision pretty quick.
That could be the most dangerous faction in professional wrestling, and we haven't even seen it yet.
I will say this, though. I will say this. If you work for the WWE and are injured, nobody takes better care of their talent than the WWE.
First class treatment across the board if you're injured in WWE.
I got to tell you.
Look at what our dear friend has gone through over the past few weeks. Todd Hansen, Ivar of the Viking Raiders. First class. You couldn't get better health care unless you were paying for it out of pocket yourself, and you're talking about big, big, big money. They send you to the best if you are injured, and that you cannot deny that WWE does not take first-class care of the talent if they are injured like that. The thing is, look at the afterlife that they have.
Okay.
But that's a big different story for
another story for another time.
Right.
But let's look at it this way. You say to me, okay, JFab, John Cena Sr., your promotion, you've got to supply health care. I'll supply it. Guess what you're going to get? You have a $5,000, $25,000 deductible. I'm not paying for prescriptions. You've got to spend at least $6,000 before the insurance even kicks in. So you know what? You may be kicking the dog to the curb when you shouldn't be. Again, one more time, I think you need the rest of the story to make it work. I don't think the independent contractor situation works. So why not make the contract say that we trademark the persona, we trademark these things. You cannot use them outside of anything. So if you wanted to go out and be John Cena Sr., the name is owned by WWE, not so much that it's your birth name, it's connected to the persona. You cannot use that persona in any other wrestling ring but mine. Fine, it works.
You know what? I'm going to throw this at you. And I'm going to give you a choice, A or B. Do you think it would be better? It's like we're back in school. Do you think it would be better if WWE? Oh, don't get me hungry. Would it be better for WWE to treat the talent finally as employees, or B, do you think they'd be better off and let the talent be true independent contractors? Not independent contractors that are treated like employees, which is what we have now.
I think there's room on both sides.
Okay. Well,
if I treat you as an employee, you're going to get something that you don't get as an independent contractor. I'll give you health insurance, retirement. So a lot of these guys and women, and you and I both take a look at some of the guys we work with.
Right.
You know, I mean, I work with Hammer, I work with all these people, and I'm saying, what do they have left? They had the good times. They rolled. They did shit that not a lot of us would do today. Ric Flair, woo! There's the man. High flying, high rolling. He really believed Ric Flair was the man. And, you know, what do you have left when it's over? Nothing. So if you had a retirement plan, something that when you left professional wrestling, even though you did the women, the drugs, the big deals, whatever you did, you would have something to fall back on. There's nothing to fall back on.
Like that, look at what Tony's dealing with.
Amen.
Look at what Marty's doing.
Yeah, so if you give them a retirement, maybe you give them some of this. On the other side of the coin, if you make me an independent contractor, it has to be written in such a way that I can make appearances. Just by me appearing, if I were Stone Cold Steve Austin, I'm under contract with you, I could appear as Austin the Cowboy. It doesn't make a difference. It's the face that's going to sell tickets.
Right.
All right? So I think it's a double-edged sword. I think maybe the answer is neither A or B, but a combination of both. That may be the answer. Because for me to sit here and say to you, oh, A's definitely the answer, now I put them in a very bad position. Because, yeah, I'll give you health insurance,
There's
Dan.
pros and cons to both A and B.
Correct. And when you look at what Vince, WWE, does for their injured people, how they look after them and take care of them, I mean, how many times have you known people like Tammy Lynn Cinch? How many times can you go through rehab?
And I'm going to make another statement, and I've made this on Marty's show. When WWE sends someone to rehab, it is a first-class facility, sometimes that can run into the six figures for the treatment.
Okay.
And the follow-up. Yeah.
Take a look at it. Just take a look at the generosity
But then there's
involved.
the flip side. Look at someone, and I always go back to Sherry Martel, because we almost had her booked not too long before she passed away. WWE would have been willing to send her to rehab for six figures. Sherry Martel was hooked on these pain pills and this alcohol abuse because she needed a rod put in her back. And that rod being put in her back would not have cost six figures. So at some point, and I know it's a long conversation, I know it's a deep conversation, I know it would take a lot of different voices in the room to come to a conclusion that would work for everybody. But I think WWE would only help themselves if they developed some kind of a program where they looked after the veterans of the sport. Because if you could have saved Sherry Martel's life for just say 20 grand, instead of sending her to a $90,000 rehab program, not only financially are you saving yourself money, but you're saving a life
You might have
that should be with us right now.
Well, but you might have had to do both. Because
Maybe.
my son had a rod in his leg after the accident as a police
that's
officer.
true, right.
They had to take the rod out. It was more painful with the rod in
didn't know
than
that.
without the rod.
Really?
So yeah, there's a trade-off on everything. But knowing
Well,
that
that's just one example.
yeah, no, I
mean, there's
agree.
lots
I
of
agree
them.
with
There's
you.
lots of them.
No argument. I agree. But again, I say maybe A or B isn't the answer. Maybe it's like the frog in the blender. We put it in, push the button, and we mix it all up. And then it comes out clean. Something to think about. I'm not as smart as Yang, nor am I as smart as Vince McMahon or Triple H or Stephanie. I'm just a little peon.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Yang has certainly opened up some interesting discourse in the world of professional wrestling, and there may be some promoters that won't like it.
He's going to go a lot further.
We'll have to wait and see. All right,
Amen.
Johnny, we're very interested to see what you think at home about Andrew Yang. I've almost said Wang again. Johnny's got me all over the place, especially after our Halloween Horror Nights discussion, but that's another different story for a different time. We always love your comments in the comment section below. We always read them. We're trying to respond to as many as we can. Don't forget, if you join the premiere on Friday night at 10 o'clock, we have the live chat going. Those super chats go a long way in keeping the lights on and helping us keep the legends working. We got the great merchandise. We got the C word coming up, Christmas, the holiday season, birthdays, whatever may be going on in your world. If you want to treat yourself to your wrestling collection, not only do you get the great collectible, but you get the shout out on the air from Mr. USA Tony Atlas as our thanks to you. In addition to that, again, the Patreon. Early ad-free access to all of these great talk shows, plus the entire studio shoot interview, DVD library. It costs about as much as a cup of coffee over at Starbucks, over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For my partner in crime, my paisan, my fellow Christmas lover, my fellow Halloween Horror Nights lover, even though I still haven't got to go yet, Mr. John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. Until we speak again, you have a great week. We'll see you Tuesday at 9 with Tony, Thursday at 9 with Marty, and right after SmackDown, baby, on Friday night, when the Thunderdome lights go out, his dome comes on. Mr. John Cena Sr. at 10 o'clock. Be well, stay healthy, folks. Good night. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this Karrion Kross and Scarlett double autographed 11x14 poster from NXT TakeOver in your house, number 19 of only 30 made. Comes with authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. NXT TakeOver was a hot two-night event. Check out some of the awesome, rare, autographed NXT merch we have in our eBay store. The link is available in the description box below. You help keep wrestling legends working and get an on-air shout-out at the same time with each purchase. Fans, if you're enjoying these episodes, these marathons, these live shows and cyber autograph signings we've had all week, it's the perfect reason why you should join the family at Boston Wrestling MWF's Patreon streaming service. You can subscribe now to get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusive videos and news, and the knowledge that you, yes, you are helping keep wrestling legends working over on patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Coming up next, John Cena Sr. shoots on the Roman Reigns Jey Uso feud, along with the Drew McIntyre and Randy Orton vendetta. A little current WWE news from the mind of Mr. Cena.
All right, wrestling fans, what an episode of SmackDown, Johnny. They're rocking and rolling in Orlando, one of my favorite cities in the whole world. I wish I was down there right now enjoying a little bit of sunshine, but the second place I'd rather be is here in studio with you.
Bath bag? Bath bag? Whoa! Oh, God. Well, it's great to be here. It's great to be here. I liked Orlando. I do like Orlando. My favorite spot's Universal Studios, not the Tragic Kingdom. I have a great time.
I've never heard of it referred to as the Tragic Kingdom. I'll tell you this, John. You want to know, my heart was broken. I know you are familiar with the milestone birthday that I had back in September.
Yeah.
My goal was to finally go to Halloween Horror Night at Universal Studios. I have never been, and I am an aficionado when it comes to that type of stuff. And it's just as I was getting ready to go, what had to happen in the world?
Canceled COVID. Yeah, I was looking forward to it. It was their 30th anniversary.
Yeah.
It was going to be wild. I got to tell you. And I
Were you going to go down?
Oh, yeah.
This year? Are you gonna go
I won't
this
miss
year,
it.
too?
I won't miss it.
Do you go every year?
Every year. And there's
Really?
only 1 year I couldn't go.
Wow. I didn't know you went every
I
year.
went on a recommendation of a friend. I have to tell you something. It's like you're hooked. Once you go, it's
I'll want to go
over.
every year.
Well, maybe next year I'll see you
but I
down
mean,
there.
you think I'll want to go every year?
Oh yeah, once you go
once.
there, the streets are transformed at Universal. There's spooks all over the place.
Just what?
Spooks,
Oh, all right.
goblins. How about this?
All right, let's just-
When you get down there, Dan, you're going to love Halloween Horror Nights because Universal Studio is transformed. The streets are full of ghosts, goblins, and those unusual things that only come with Halloween. So get a chance. You got to go because you got to see, you got to know. When you get there, brother, it's going to be a dream. All you're going to see is things that'll make you scream. There's haunted houses galore, and there's even more as you walk the streets. You got to make sure that the streets don't move, and neither does the floor. Halloween Horror Nights, Universal, you'll see. That's the place for you and me.
Do you think the kids will have a normal Halloween this year?
No.
No.
No, nor do I think
Even though they talk about the perfect holiday for coronavirus, they'll all have masks.
My granddaughter alluded to that yesterday when I was in Maine. We took her for an ice cream, and I said, Ashlyn, you've got to wear a mask. And she said, Papa, I have, and it's this clown mask that lights up. It's really gory, and it was night. So what did she do? She walks up there with Moniece, and they both have masks on, and this thing's glowing in the dark. They loved it.
But you don't think the kiddos will be able to?
No, I think that if you try to have a trick-or-treat or a Halloween, I don't think the danger of walking the streets is what we really have to worry about. I think it's opening that front door. I think it's what's behind the door. And with the uncertainty of trick-or-treat in previous years, raises and apples, people like Marty putting X-Lax and Hershey wrappers.
Now, I got to tell you this, and I hate to break away from the topic at hand, but we like to have fun. I don't know. Have you seen the episode of the Ask Atlas show?
No.
Where Tony took. No, it was almost like Dear Abby.
I don't want to be there with that again.
Well, Tony took questions from a man that was fed up from his wife that I guess detests Halloween and has tried to do everything humanly possible to keep the kids away. And you talk about me losing it like I did about our Halloween Horror Nights episode earlier. This woman, to try and keep the kids away, gave out individual packets of Quaker Oats oatmeal to the kids. And as a result, the house and the car got egged.
The house of the what?
This woman, that's what
She
the
get
kids,
egged?
They egged the car and they egged the house because she gave out oatmeal packets.
Well, if you want protein, ma'am, you gave us oatmeal, we'll give you eggs.
And Tony was very angry at these kids for egging the house. But he didn't really address the man's concern that his wife is obsessed with ending Halloween. But I guess you'll have to watch the episode in the archives.
Yeah, let me know about that one.
We had a lot of laughs on that one, too. But back to Universal Studios. Again, what a wrestling talk show we have. Have you ever been down for Christmas?
For the Grinch Christmas?
Yes.
I've only been there sporadically for that, but I will tell you this, just as they convert Universal to horror, and I will say one thing, this is an update for those people that don't like it as much as I do. It used to be 3 nights a week, 4 nights a week, now it'll be 7 nights a week.
What will be?
A Halloween Horror Nights.
Next year?
Yeah, because
I didn't know that.
There are 3,000 people waiting at the gate to get in.
Wow.
It's crazy. But the thing I liked about Universal for Christmas is this side of Adventureland. Or
Islands of Adventureland? Yeah.
That is, wow. All Grinch. My favorite character.
Did you go to the live presentation they had of it?
where he sings and dances.
Yeah, it's probably about 20 minutes, a half
But
an
he's
hour
on the
long.
street doing that too.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
right.
it's awesome.
But they have a great,
Yeah.
I mean, you think you're in Whoville when you go to watch
It is Whoville. That's where he is.
Right, but they do a live, I don't know if a play is the right word, but they do you go into a little theater.
Right, it's a mini show.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it was the true Grinch of the world, Linda Moratti, found a little Christmas in her heart last year, and we took the little ones down a couple of weeks before Christmas, and it was just, I know you're not a big fan of the Tragic Kingdom, as you call it, but even the big Disney castle was all lit up with lights, and all of the theme parks, it was just beautiful how it was decorated for Christmas.
I use the word tragic, but truly, 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 it's a magic place. For those people that enjoy it, it's a magical place to be. It takes you beyond the world you're in and brings you where you need to be, a happy place where there's no shoving, pushing, carriages, whatever. But it is truly a magical kingdom. So when I say tragic kingdom, truly, I'm
You're just a universal guy.
I am a universal.
You're a universal guy.
Yep. Can't take that out of my blood.
All right. Well, we don't want to talk about blood.
Wrestling,
It's a
brother.
crimson
Wrestling.
mass coming down someone's face in a Hell in the Cell, which we probably won't see October 25th. But, Johnny, did you hear in the news recently about the WWE's attempt to try and prevent the talent from making an income outside of the world of wrestling? And former Democratic presidential candidate, the leader of the Yang Gang, Andrew... I know you were a proud member of the Yang Gang, but Andrew Yang going after Vince McMahon and WWE. What do you think about this? Yet more craziness in our great sport.
Well, now to get myself in trouble.
All right. We'd never do that on this show, ever.
No, get myself in trouble.
Never.
I think the issue that Wang is Yang is trying to make is they're called free agents.
Independent contractors.
Correct. I once had an appraisal firm. I had 22 people that I was allowed to work with. It was so much fun. They were independent contractors, supposedly. The difference between an independent contractor and somebody who is employed is very simple. The IRS visited me. What a nice thought that is. Hi, my name's Dan Marotti. I'm from the IRS. Oh, okay. So they said, they came in, they said, whose desk is that? That's no one's desk. So they work exclusively for you. That's not true. You can talk to any one of these people that I'm allowed to work with. They can appraise for Dan Marotti. They can appraise for Moniz Louf. They can appraise for Tommy Nash, La Casa de Chocolat, whoever. You can do whatever you like. He said, oh, there's the difference. I did have to have disability. That was it. But when you look at the WWE and you look at independent contractor, it doesn't fit.
No.
Because he tells you right up front, you will wrestle for me when, where, and how I tell you. You are not allowed to take bookings outside of WWE. So to me, no offense, I don't want to get in trouble with anyone, but that's employee status. And you're entitled to benefits.
Even in the contracts, and I know you and I, it wasn't a fierce battle, but we had a disagreement on this very show when your son's, I think it was his first movie came out, where you said that WWE owns his name. And I mean, it might say that in the contract, but if you ever went to court, that would be laughed at and thrown out. You can't own someone's biological name.
No.
It just doesn't work that way. Now, I'll say this, as far as WWE wanting to protect their IPs, their intellectual property, what I want, I'm trying to think of who is Sasha Banks, because that's not her biological name.
No.
Her name was given to her by WWE. Now, if I'm WWE, do I want her going online trying to monetize Sasha Banks on her own without WWE's involvement? No. But if she wants to go out onto the internet, whether it be Cameo, whether it be Twitch, as Mercedes, whatever her last name may be, how can you tell her as a human being, when she's an independent contractor, that she can't do it?
Well, I think when you and I had that discussion, they can't, as they say, they can't own the boy's name, but they can own the character.
Right, absolutely.
So,
and they should.
Damn right they should.
Everything humanly
Vince has
possible
invested
to
a ton of
protect
money in you.
Millions.
That's right. And so my whole thing is this. All is very simple, and they've done it very well. Trademark the character. Trademark, you can't use, Dr. Thugonomics. Trademark, you can't use, you can't see me. Those are the things that create and make the character.
They're part of the persona.
That's exactly right. So a person's name, that's yours. Can't take it. Sasha Banks, trademark the name, trademark the character, and move on with life.
Mercedes, the human being,
right,
should be able to do anything she wants to do as a human being, as long as she's not doing anything to defame herself or the company.
Now, you can back this up or not. I don't know if it's true or not, because you're the great expert.
Well, I don't know about
I understand Renee has left.
Yes.
She cannot go anywhere or appear anywhere for 2 years. That's in her contract. Now, that's a little harsh.
But the difference with her is that she was an employee. Because she had a commentator's contract.
Right.
And they're employees. They're not independent contractors. That's why, if you ever notice...
How can you restrict somebody for 2 years?
Maybe because she left early?
I think that takes away a livelihood. I'm not sure that'll stand up in court.
If she wanted to challenge it, yeah.
I'm sure she won't. But, I'm just curious. But the guys and ladies who are involved in WWE...
I didn't hear that it was that long of a no-compete.
That's what I heard.
2 years is a long time.
Yeah, because who was I talking to? We were discussing pro wrestling. Steve, not my son, somebody who's really into it. And we were shooting the breeze about it, and he said, what do you think of this deal about Renee Young? I said, well, she'll end up at AEW. Can't. There's a 2-year clause, 2-year non-compete.
I've never heard of one that long.
Vince wouldn't do that. I don't think he would.
But see, the thing is, to be honest, and someone may say, oh, you're the expert. You claimed you worked there for 9 months back in 2000 and 2001. I understand the talent contracts much, much more than I would the employee contracts. Because I didn't have one, and I don't know.
Me neither.
But that's why, if you ever notice, like even when wrestlers couldn't do independent shows, Jerry Lawler, you'd see him wrestle a lot because he had an employee contract as a commentator. So those are different than the standard contracts that are given to the wrestlers, like your son or anyone else that's there full time. So 2 years, I think, is a little stiff, but maybe that's what she agreed to. I don't know. Sometimes people are chasing the dream and they want that spot so bad. Like we've said before, WWE can't own someone's biological name, but if it says it in the contract and they can get in the company, thank you. You know what I mean? They'll sign away just about anything.
I think that this independent employee contract situation is going to come to a head right now.
I think it needs to end.
Well, it's going to happen. One way or the other, Yang has the money and the power.
Do you think Yang put a little fear into WWE?
Perhaps.
Did you actually read the quote?
I read. No, I read what he said. I did. I follow that closely because for years I've been sitting back going, we can use anything. Religious orders, for example. You're a priest. You're a brother. You're a rabbi. You can work wherever you like. You're assigned by the church. You can't go anywhere without their approval. You can't do anything without their approval. You're an employee. You're an employee. If you weren't, Reverend John here, I want to go over there to Holy Family in Manchester. They pay more money. I can leave. Oh, no. You fall under this auspices, this group, this rabbi, this minister, this priest, whatever. Can't do that. Same thing with WWE. If they were truly independent contractors, and I see where the corporation is coming from, we got gazillions of dollars invested in you. How would it be if Roman Reigns or John Cena or Steve Austin, The Rock, decided they're going to move over to, I'm going to make an appearance at an independent show. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Whoa.
Well, the way their contract is set up, they should be able to. If they truly are an independent contractor. I think at this point, with the money WWE is playing with those television deals, enough. Make them employees.
Do
give
the right
them health
thing.
Insurance. Give them a retirement package, and then there's no more problems. WWE can dictate anything from A to Z and every letter and every number in between, and then there's no more issue, and you don't have, a pretty heavy hitter now, potentially in Washington, if Joe Biden becomes president, coming after you. Wang, now you get me calling him Wang. Yang, it's just not someone that picked this up off the street. He's well versed in professional wrestling. I guess he's a pretty big fan. He knows what he's talking about.
He is a fan. He is.
And I would not want someone like that in Washington as an enemy.
With clout. You need friends.
Yeah,
you need friends. And I really do believe that it's going to come around full circle. Somebody's going to have to make a decision pretty quick.
That could be the most dangerous faction in professional wrestling, and we haven't even seen it yet.
I will say
Yang
this,
Gang.
though. I will say this. If you work for the WWE and are injured, nobody takes better care of their talent than the WWE.
First-class treatment across the board if you're injured in WWE.
I gotta
Look
tell
at
you.
what our dear friend has gone through over the past few weeks. Todd Hansen, Ivar of the Viking Raiders. First class. You couldn't get better health care unless you were paying for it out of pocket yourself, and you're talking about big, big, big money. They send you to the best if you are injured, and that you cannot deny that WWE does not take first-class care of the talent if they are injured like that. The thing is, look at the afterlife that they have.
Okay.
But that's a big different story for
Another
a
story
different
for another
time.
time,
Right.
but let's look at it this way. You say to me, okay, J-Fab, John Cena Sr., your promotion, you've got to supply health care. I'll supply it. I'll supply it. Guess what you're going to get? You have a $5,000, $25,000 deductible. I'm not paying for prescriptions. You've got to spend at least $6,000 before the insurance even kicks in. So you know what? You may be kicking the dog to the curb when you shouldn't be. Again, one more time, I think you need the rest of the story to make it work. I don't think the independent contractor situation works. So why not make the contract say that we trademark the persona, we trademark these things. You cannot use them outside of anything. So if you wanted to go out and be John Cena Sr., the name is owned by WWE, not so much that it's your birth name, it's connected to the persona. You cannot use that persona in any other wrestling ring but mine. Fine, it works.
You know what? I'm going to throw this at you. And I'm going to give you a choice, A or B. Do you think it would be better? It's like we're back in school. Do you think it would be better if WWE... Oh, don't get me hungry. Would it be better for WWE to treat the talent finally as employees? Or B, do you think they'd be better off and let the talent be true independent contractors? Not independent contractors that are treated like employees, which is what we have now.
I think there's room on both sides.
Okay. Well, if you
If
could
I
pick
treat
one.
you as an employee, you're going to get something that you don't get as an independent contractor. I'll give you health insurance, retirement. So a lot of these guys and women, and you and I both take a look at some of the guys we work with.
Right.
You know, I mean, I work with Hammer, I work with all these people, and I'm saying, what do they have left? They had the good times. They rolled. They did shit that not a lot of us would do today. Ric Flair, woo! There's the man. High flying, high rolling. He really believed Ric Flair was the man. And, you know, what do you have left when it's over? Nothing. So if you had a retirement plan, something that when you left professional wrestling, even though you did the women, the drugs, the big deals, whatever you did, you would have something to fall back on. There's nothing to fall back on.
Like that, look at what Tony's dealing with.
Amen.
Look at what Marty's doing.
Yeah, so if you give them a retirement, maybe you give them some of this. On the other side of the coin, if you make me an independent contractor, it has to be written in such a way that I can make appearances. Just by me appearing, if I were Stone Cold Steve Austin, I'm under contract with you, I could appear as Austin the Cowboy. It doesn't make a difference. It's the face that's going to sell tickets.
Right.
All right? So I think it's a double-edged sword. I think maybe the answer is neither A or B, but a combination of both. That may be the answer. Because for me to sit here and say to you, oh, A's definitely the answer, now I put them in a very bad position. Because, yeah, I'll give you health insurance,
There's
Dan.
pros and cons to both A
Correct.
and B.
Correct. And when you look at what Vince, WWE, does for their injured people, how they look after them and take care of them, I mean, how many times have you known people like Tammy Lynn Cinch? How many times can you go through rehab?
And I'm going to make another statement, and I've made this on Marty's show. When WWE sends someone to rehab, it is a first-class facility, sometimes that can run into the six figures for the treatment.
Okay.
And
but
the follow-up. Yeah.
Take a look at it. Just take a look at the generosity
But then there's
involved.
the flip side. look at someone, and I always go back to Sherry Martel, because we almost had her booked not too long before she passed away. WWE would have been willing to send her to rehab for 6 figures. Sherry Martel was hooked on these pain pills and this alcohol abuse because she needed a rod put in her back. And that rod being put in her back would not have cost 6 figures. So at some point, and I know it's a long conversation, I know it's a deep conversation, I know it would take a lot of different voices in the room to come to a conclusion that would work for everybody. But I think WWE would only help themselves if they developed some kind of a program where they looked after the veterans of the sport. Because if you could have saved Sherry Martel's life for just say 20 grand, instead of sending her to a $90,000 rehab program, not only financially are you saving yourself money, but you're saving a life.
You might have
that should be with us right now.
Well, but you might have had to do both. Because
maybe.
My son had a rod in his leg after the accident as a police officer.
True, right.
They had to take the rod out. It was more painful with the rod in than without the rod.
Really?
So yeah, there's a trade-off on everything. But knowing
well,
that,
that's just one example.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you. No argument. I agree. But again, I say maybe A or B isn't the answer. Maybe it's like the frog in the blender. We put it in, push the button, and we mix it all up. And then it comes out clean. Something to think about. I'm not as smart as Yang, nor as smart as Vince McMahon or Triple H or Stephanie. I'm just a little peon.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Yang has certainly opened up some interesting discourse in the world of professional wrestling, and there may be some promoters that won't like it.
He's going to go a lot further.
We'll have to wait and see. All right, Johnny, we're very interested to see what you think at home about Andrew Yang. I've almost said Wang again. Johnny's got me all over the place, especially after our Halloween Horror Nights discussion, but that's another different story for a different time. Wow. We always love your comments in the comment section below. We always read them. We're trying to respond to as many as we can. Don't forget, if you join the premiere on Friday night at 10 o'clock, we have the live chat going. Those super chats go a long way in keeping the lights on and helping us keep the legends working. We got the great merchandise. We got the C word coming up, Christmas, the holiday season, birthdays, whatever may be going on in your world. If you want to treat yourself to your wrestling collection, not only do you get the great collectible, but you get the shout out on the air from Mr. USA Tony Atlas as our thanks to you. In addition to that, again, the Patreon. Early ad-free access to all of these great talk shows, plus the entire studio shoot interview, DVD library. It costs about as much as a cup of coffee over at Starbucks, over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For my partner in crime, my paisan, my fellow Christmas lover, my fellow Halloween Horror Nights lover, even though I still haven't got to go yet, Mr. John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. Until we speak again, you have a great week. We'll see you Tuesday at 9 with Tony, Thursday at 9 with Marty, and right after SmackDown, baby, on Friday night, when the Thunderdome lights go out, his dome comes on. Mr. John Cena Sr. at 10 o'clock. Be well, stay healthy, folks. Good night.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Join us for all new episodes of Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays every Friday night after SmackDown at 10 p.m. If you're just tuning in to our Saturday WrestleMania Night Marathon, we're preempting our regular schedule this week with a variety of superstars and legends coming to our Wrestle House for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. The schedule will be scrolling throughout the marathon this week. Follow us on social media at facebook.com/Boston Wrestling Sports and on Twitter at MWF Project X for any additions to Wrestle House, schedule changes, and so on. Don't forget that tomorrow afternoon before WrestleMania Night 2, JTG of Crime Time with Shad Gaspard will be with us live. Then Monday afternoon, it's WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe. Again, pre-order your autograph photos now at bostonwrestling.com. Up next, John Cena Sr. shoots on a man that's found himself in a lot of trouble in recent years, former WWE champion Alberto Del Rio.
All right, wrestling fans, another interesting night at the Amway Center in Orlando, Florida. I wish we were down in Orlando right now, to be honest, Johnny. It's getting a little cold up here.
Cool. Yeah.
Cool, that's one way to put it. At least we didn't have snow on Halloween.
Friday.
Well, this will be airing after Halloween, but that's all right.
Rain and snow, but I'm talking about right after
I understand that. I saw it didn't look.
It's New
doesn't
England.
look pretty.
It's New England.
Well, that's why maybe we need a little more Florida sunshine. A little vitamin C.
We'll get it.
But Johnny, before we get into the main point of contention of this show, do you know what this week is?
No.
It was 15 years ago this week, you made your Millennium Wrestling Federation debut, getting involved in an 8-man Lynn Street fight with former ECW World Champion The Sandman, Warbeard Hansen, who has gone on to become a Viking Raider Ivar in WWE, a Raw Tag Team Champion. Can you believe it's been 15 years of John Cena Sr., Johnny Fabulous, here in Boston Wrestling in the MWF? I can't believe time has flown that much. It was just a couple of months after I got blown up with the Iron Sheik and Commissioner Von Johnson, thanks to that drunk driver on 495 North that still has me with the cane. But 15 years since you and I have crossed paths. And what paths they have been that have been crossed.
Up, down, sideways, heaven and hell, fast and furious, if I can use those words. Yeah, I remember that. That was Lynn. I was sitting out there as a talent scout.
People thought you were a talent scout for TNA that night.
That's exactly right. I was taking notes, and the ultimate end of the show was, here comes the briefcase, bang, and I left pretty quick.
Even the first night was an inside job, not to be confused with North Carolina.
That's correct. Yeah, that's right.
We have had some interesting times over those 15 years.
We have.
And we're still sitting here together 2005, 2010, 2015, 2020. The magic continues.
Wow.
From whatever cosmic force up there wants us to be together. And look at the things we're still doing. Every week we're bringing the fans great wrestling content. When the world sees fit, when COVID decides to finally be less of a major impact in our day-to-day reality, we'll have those great live wrestling events again, and we'll just keep putting smiles on people's faces. That's what we were born to do, baby.
Good or bad?
All right. Well, I just wanted to make note of that it has been 15 years of this gentleman coming to this studio with our live events. I remember you trying to do magic tricks on an airplane when I was half asleep coming back from North Carolina once. I didn't know you did magic tricks.
I do. I'll bring my cards in and show you sometime.
Well, I don't know. You talk about Dan Luck. Now, we're coming back from North Carolina. Obviously, in wrestling, they put you on the earliest flights.
Oh, yeah.
And we're nowhere near the airport where this event was. I think it was in Pembroke.
Right.
So, good 45-minute ride to the airport. So, we probably had to leave the hotel at 4:30, 5 o'clock just to get there.
4 in the morning.
Is that when we get picked up?
4 in the morning.
Paul Bearer got to sleep a little later.
Yeah, he did.
But we're on the airplane on Delta coming back. I'm sitting next to these two, we'll call them oldie but goodies. They had to be in the mid-80s. And on the opposite side of the aisle, I have the aisle seat, and John has the aisle seat. John's sitting next to these two women, maybe in their mid-20s. And I'm going in and out of sleep, because I got no sleep, because we had a nice meal that night at that Italian restaurant.
It was very nice.
It was a very nice meal.
Yep.
And, they're asking, do you have a family? Oh, well, I'm divorced. I have a son. One's a firefighter. One's a police officer. One's a wrestler. And I'm like, I can't believe the bullshit I'm hearing. And then a few minutes later is, you ladies want to see a magic trick? And I'm like, I hope he's not going to pull it out of his pants. But
I am. The elephant's here. The elephant's here. Right.
I never saw the magic trick because I was half asleep. I don't know what you actually did.
It was done with coins and cards.
What do you do?
I can identify the card. I can memorize the deck.
Really?
Yep.
You're like Alan from The Hangover. You can count cards at casinos.
Make the coin go right through the tray.
We'll have to do it sometime.
I'll
I've never
bring
seen
some
it. I
cards
like
in next
magic
time.
tricks.
I'll bring the cards in next time, and we'll make it all sevens. From regular deck, we'll change the deck to all sevens. Change it back. Then we'll memorize the deck. I'll tell you what the next card will be, and I'll pick a card and I'll identify your card. How's that?
All the times I've been to Las Vegas, I've never seen a magic show, and I've always wanted to.
You should.
All right. Well, hopefully we'll get back there
Because you get
for
some people you piss off, you get them up on stage and make them disappear.
Well,
Permanently, they're gone.
We're going to be talking about that in 1 second.
They're gone.
Hopefully the Cauliflower Alley Club will be able to have its Las Vegas reunion in April. Speaking of disappearing, Johnny, what about Alberto Del Rio? My dear Lord, you talk about a man right now that's been indicted and is facing 5 to 99 years in jail for assault, sexual assault, kidnapping. Things are not looking good for the former WWE champion, a man that has had a tumultuous few years, I think, to be very fair to put it. His girlfriend, he thought, was cheating on him. He didn't believe her or take her at face value. He demanded that she danced. She didn't want to dance, and he literally pummeled her, punched her, raped her, and in the legal documents it said with his penis and other objects. So I don't know what else may have come into play, but I think just as disturbing as what he did to this poor woman with this rape that went on for over 4 hours, he said to her, and I don't know if you've read this, but he said to her, if you don't do this, I'm going to take your son and leave him on a road in the middle of nowhere. Now, can you imagine saying that to a woman, her infant son, taking and leaving him on a highway somewhere to be run over by a truck or a car? I mean, that's a disturbed individual.
I first saw Alberto Del Rio when he came into the WWE. I met him backstage, obviously, and then I met him at my favorite spot, the Kowloon, Route 1 in Saugus, best Chinese food around, best entertainment center. I like the gimmick, I like the man. What's happened from that point to now is a mystery to me. It seems like he's just gone, bang, he's off the deep end. Maybe too many ring posts, maybe, I don't know.
I would think drugs. I mean, that's,
it's
for
sad.
someone, so I could see, I mean, things happen in life. I could see someone snap. You hate domestic violence of any kind, but anything can happen in a split second.
Yep.
This went on for hours and hours and hours.
Yep.
I mean, that's horrific.
I just cannot believe what I've heard about what's happened, from the Paige situation to former spouse situation to bar brawls and now to this. All I can tell you is, God help him, because it's got to be Vince. Hold on 1 second.
Maybe Tony Khan. That inner
no.
circle offer.
No. I'm just going to have to not take this call.
All right. Oh, it is a big one then.
Well, she has a broom.
Oh.
So now's not the time to take this
America's favorite Halloween decoration.
Yeah, I just, I don't think we're going to be able to take this call. Let's see what happens.
You have to save it for the hefty bag, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. That's another story for another
time. Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, I think Alberto Del Rio, MMA fighter, a great professional wrestling star, a luchador. I just think he is burned and crashed. And it'll be a very sad day when he does get sentenced. And after reading that article, I was just like, I don't believe what I just read.
Right.
4 hours and not using his own body, other tools.
Objects.
I can't believe this. You know what? I hate to say it, but if that's the case, you deserve where you're going to go. You just don't do that to another human being, nor do you threaten a child's life. That's absolutely insane. To me, that is not him.
Well, look at how it began for Alberto. The first time he was released from WWE, I guess someone that worked in the social media department for WWE, I believe, made a racial remark towards him in catering, and he slapped the hell out of him. And I'll say this, I don't think Alberto is necessarily wrong. Maybe that's not PC enough for 2020, but you know what? If you want to make a racist remark towards someone like that,
You gotta pay
maybe
for
you
it.
deserve to get a
Yeah,
slap
I agree with
around
that
a little
100%.
bit.
And I did agree with it.
But because WWE being a public company, they had to cut ties with him for not too long. He did eventually come back. When he came back with Zeb Coulter to defeat your son at Hell in the Cell, I believe in 2015, for another run that didn't last a heck of a long time. From there, we used the word tumultuous again. But look at the situation he became involved in with Paige, where the police were constantly being called.
That was horrible.
There were attacks and abuse on both ends. And, you know, I think what Paige's saving grace was, they were working on the movie about her family, so they didn't want to cut ties with her, but Alberto eventually moved on, and then Paige also ran into, well, we can talk more about Paige in a bit, but then it was somewhere over in Europe, but Alberto was working on an independent show. He got into a fight with his brother. They were both arrested. Then him and the brother got into a fight in jail, and they had to I think, pay to have the blood cleaned off of the walls of the jail because they got into another fight. So, I mean, this is a disturbed individual, Johnny. And then this story about the rape and the assault, and I don't know why I don't think it's worse than the sexual assault, but just for someone to say they're going to take a little kid and leave him in the middle of the road in the dark in the middle of the night to get hit by a car or a truck. I mean, what is going through? It has to be drugs, or he's just insane.
Maybe a little of each right now. I don't know. All I know is he needs a lot of prayers. But I said it before, I'll say it again. That is not the Alberto Del Rio that I knew, or the individual that I knew. Something has happened along the road. I don't think the Paige situation helped anything for either individual. I think it just, if you'll notice, that's when it really started to slide. That's when he started to have fights in bar rooms over comments about his girlfriend, who then was Paige. That's when he started to become more violent. Yeah. And now all of a sudden, we have this situation. Look, I say this. No woman ever should have to bear any of that crap. Rape is a bad word. It's a bad thing. I have no trouble saying, get rid of him. Any man that would do that is sick to start with. No woman ever should have to face that in her life. So Del Rio, if he's done what he did, now maybe he wasn't going to put that kid on the road. He was probably going to, take the child and leave him on the side of the road. You'll never find him because I'll never tell you where I'm going to drop him.
Yeah, what thought would go through your mind if you were that mother? I mean, what could you
do? What you have to do to save your child's life.
Del Rio is probably about my size. He's a bigger guy.
He is powerful.
Strong man.
Powerful.
What is she going to do to defend herself and her little boy against him? An MMA fighter and a wrestler. Just a horrific situation. But I'll ask you this, Johnny. What do you think the punishment should be? It says anywhere from 5 to 99 years. I mean, do you think Del Rio should go away for life for this?
Yeah.
You do, really? Yeah. You think this should be it for him?
I don't tolerate rape very well. And I don't mean that as a joke.
No.
I said it earlier.
Funny.
No woman in this country, in this world, should be subjected to that kind of treatment. It's off the radar with me. That just doesn't happen. So you know what? I'm sorry to say this. Get him off. Put him away. Don't give me the stuff about rehab, and don't tell me you're going to bring him back. He's going to be sound. When they interviewed all these murderers in jail because it was inhumane, when they interviewed 10 or 12 of them, you know what they said? If I get out of jail, maybe for the first 7 months I'd be cool, but I'd do it all over again. So you know what? Let's do what needs to be done. Get that person off the street.
And again, while this may be the worst that's been publicized at the very least, it's not the only incident the man has had.
Thank you very much.
And, maybe we can end this one on maybe on a little bit more of a positive note. As you mentioned, Paige was in a romantic relationship with Del Rio that certainly went wrong on both ends, very violent. And not only did Paige have those problems publicized through the TMZs and the websites of the world, but she had those photos leaked.
And videos.
And videos leaked where She proved she was a big fan of Xavier Woods of New Day. She chanted New Day rocks in a different way.
But why was she allowed to stay?
The one that got me, Johnny, was, and I hate to say it, and we do have a lady in the room, so I'm going to be politically correct, but oh, come on now. When she had the NXT Women's Championship belt with someone that had a man that released himself on her face and on that champion defecating the belt with the semen.
Why would you keep her?
For that movie. But you know what I think the great thing is? As much as as humiliating as the story is.
Why are you laughing?
You know where my brain goes.
I know.
But there's a nice end to this because within the past week or two on social media, she released a statement that said she's now been sober for 2 years. And I think that's a great thing.
God bless her. I
Whatever
saw that.
problems she may have had that led to the Del Rio situation, the videos, the defecating of the belt and such, you know, she's in a good place now. She's in a healthy place.
Hopefully that's alcohol and drugs she's sober from. Alcohol and drugs.
Yeah.
Which is good, and I give her credit because she's really tried to reestablish.
What was she supposed to be? Was she addicted to semen? I mean,
you know, we can make a whole story out of this. Come again, Dan? What was that you're saying?
Well, you
no.
You said she was addicted to drugs and alcohol.
I didn't say that.
What else? Yes, you did.
You said she'd been sober. Sober from alcohol and drugs, or?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay. That's
I didn't know that was a question. I thought
it is. Hopefully she's sober from drugs, because I guess her and
I thought it was a statement.
No,
I'm sorry.
her and Del Rio did, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. And I don't know if she still is, but she wound up with what seemed like a nice enough relationship with a musician.
She was trapped in a relationship she didn't know how to get out of.
I hate to say it, but there was a big age difference there.
Age is not a significant thing with me.
I mean, when he was old, more than double her age, I think that's kind of a big age difference. Well, no, you don't think so?
Age is just a number. I'm doing a lot of weddings now where there's a significant age difference. But the fact of the matter is that she was trapped in a relationship. My own relationship now, there's a big age difference between me and the person I'm seeing. But age is only a number. So I think the situation that she was involved in, she may have been in a relationship where she feared for her own life.
Oh, I'm sure.
And I'm sure that now we're seeing a portion of that in what's just been released.
I don't know if it's ever been publicly released out there, but a friend within WWE said, I think you're probably familiar with the fact that Paige's family is all involved in wrestling.
Yeah, they all are in England, yeah.
Apparently, I don't know if it was her brother or a male relative, tried to knife Del Rio over in Europe after he beat her up one time. So, I mean, that was again, a horrible, horrible situation from A to Z, as the Sheik would say. And there was even medicine involved, so there you go. But you know what? I say in the end of the day, good for Paige. She's in a good place. Hopefully she's happy. Hopefully she's healthy. Hopefully she's safe and secure. I don't know if we'll ever see her in the ring again due to that neck injury she suffered in that match with Sasha Banks. But, you know, there's a lot of things she can do. She's still a very young lady, a very pretty lady. And the wrestling fans love her. And now she doesn't have to worry about the past problems she's faced. Hopefully it's just going to be a bright future for her. And as far as Del Rio goes, hopefully not much of a future at all outside of jail.
I'm sorry to say it, but everybody needs forgiveness. But how many times can you forgive the same? I mean, I know what the good Lord said, 7 times 7 times 7 times 1,000-fold.
No, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Well, I'm Catholic. Well, what did I miss?
Well, when he said, how many times should I forgive the same sin? Peter said to Jesus, and Jesus said, 7 times 7 times 70 times 100-fold. But you know what? I have again, I guess I'm not a good person.
That's unforgivable to me.
I have, thank you, no tolerance for that at all. That and pedophilia. Bye.
But at the same time, I'll say this. When he slapped the hell out of that guy in the social media department in WWE for making the racist remarks, I think that guy deserved it.
Why not? You know what? You can only joke about it for so long.
Right.
And then you get tired of hearing it. So kudos. When you start beating people up in bars.
Not women.
For looking at your girlfriend, or you know what? And then beating on women, and then doing this, it's unconscionable. Shouldn't be done. Shouldn't be allowed on the streets. You can stop it by putting the person away. And not 5 years, 25. Give him 15. And maybe.
Well, I asked you earlier. I said, what do you think the punishment would be? You said life earlier. You think that's it?
Life.
He
Goodbye.
should never be let out again.
Well, that doesn't mean he has to spend his life in jail, but some type of incarceration. Should not be allowed to mingle with the public, because I'm going to tell you what, God bless him. If he's hooked and he's going to stay clean, fine. Chances are the painkillers and stuff that he's involved with, he'll get right back on again. So incarcerate him where maybe not maybe for a while in prison. Maybe he needs to know what it's like to be on the other end. And I mean that literally. Yeah, I mean that
than one way.
Yeah, I mean it that way, and that's exactly how I mean it.
All right. Well,
if you can play the game, let's see how well you play.
Well, it'll be a hell in a cell in a different way. I
Amen.
guess. There you go. All right, wrestling fans, what do you think of these situations? Alberto Del Rio, hopefully we've heard the last of him in the general public being a threat to people. And what do you think about Paige being in a great place in her life now where she is sober? Leave your comments if you're watching the premiere at Friday night at 10 o'clock in our little chat section where we have so much fun. The super chat is open to help keep the lights on here at the studio, or if you're watching after the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Don't forget, if you want early ad-free access to all of these great talk shows, if you want to stream our acclaimed Studio Shoot interview DVD series, if you just want to help keep wrestling legends working for what costs less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You'll never have the wrestling blues, as we have dozens and dozens, if not over 100 different episodes for you to enjoy. Also, with the holiday season coming, that C word that offends very few people, but I still like to call it Christmas. I know some people don't.
Merry Christmas. Forget this happy holiday crap. Happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, and Merry Christmas.
The eBay store is open 24/7. We have great rare wrestling collectibles, and you also get an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. The link is in the description box below. And again, we still have that cool WWE t-shirt fundraiser going on. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com/shirts.html. The link is below. For the price of a WWE Shop t-shirt, you get the shirt, you get a mystery autograph photo, you get a WWE cup, and you get that on-air thank you from Tony Atlas. Anything we can do to help keep the legends working, help keep the lights on here. We've been at it for a long time. As we mentioned, Johnny's been with us since 2005 for 15 years, and we were around for a few years even before Johnny debuted. So it's not our first dance, so to speak. For me, it might be my last dance at the speed I move, but that's a different story for a different time.
Amen.
All right, so we'll see you Tuesday night with Tony Atlas at 9 p.m. Next Thursday with Marty Jannetty at 9. And then again, after SmackDown goes off the air, it's going to be a fabulous Friday night with this guy. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. As our Saturday Wrestling Insider Marathon continues with the fabulous one himself, Mr. John Cena Sr., don't forget the Super Chat button is open for business. It is the gray $ symbol on the right-hand side of the screen. Our eBay store is rocking. You can find the link in the description box below. And again, we're looking to add members to the family, the Boston Wrestling MWF family, at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, our acclaimed Studio Shoot interview DVD library, exclusive Patreon content, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Our goal for 2021 is to bring you in-studio shoot interviews 7 nights per week. It's going to take a lot of work and a lot of money to make that happen. You can also help the cause very easily by giving this marathon a big thumbs up on YouTube. You can also subscribe to the YouTube channel for free. If you click the little bell, it gives you notifications to the great content premiering this week. And share the link to this marathon across social media to get new fans watching. There are millions of wrestling fans that have no idea we exist, especially lapsed fans from the 80s and 90s. But once they find us, I think they're going to love us. Again, let's start creating original studio shoot interviews 7 nights per week. I believe we can do it. It's going to take a lot of hard work, but we're hardworking people. Up next, John Cena Sr. shoots on Seth Rollins' Messiah gimmick, Otis, Retribution, the usage of Rey Mysterio, and more.
Wild night it was at Amway Center under the Thunderdome in Orlando, Florida. I wish you and I were there catching the Rays, maybe even going on a few rides at Universal Studios with a mask.
I love Universal Studios.
Me too.
My place.
I'm still waiting for Halloween Horror Nights. There's one thing I'm looking to avoid next year, but we won't go there.
We'll be there. I'll be there.
We'll be there next year. I need to experience it for the first time.
You need to. Yep.
I thought I was really going to give myself a birthday treat this year going down.
The 30th anniversary, it would have been the horrors of horrors. Great. I even had a date for that night.
Really?
Yep. I dug one up.
Well, I understand that, well, I won't even go there. We spoke about that Halloween decoration in Tampa, but with the broom.
With the broom? No.
She's a permanent fixture at Halloween Horror
She
Night.
could just fly around.
I'll get you and your little dog, too.
All right, Johnny, it's unbelievable. 2020, what a crazy year it's been. We're starting to plow through the month of November now. We're getting closer and closer to everything with our 9th annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive Cyber Fan Fest. WWE has done such a great job on that documentary that premiered on the network on November the 8th. But the fans they sent in some very interesting WWE-related questions, Johnny. They think you have such a unique point of view where not only did John Cena, one of the great superstars in company history, come from the loins of you, but you're a man that main evented Raw. You appeared on several pay-per-views, many WWE documentaries. You're a part of the extended WWE family, I guess.
Very thankful for that, by the way. Very thankful for that.
Vince McMahon doesn't wear just anybody's T-shirt, but he did wear your T-shirt.
He did. He did wear a Fabo T-shirt.
Johnny, first question, current WWE, what do you think of Retribution on Raw? A very unique faction, a very odd faction, if I do say so myself. They began as this group of radicals that appeared outside of the WWE Performance Center trying to blow up some of the production equipment. From there, the following week, they started throwing boulders through the windows at the Performance Center.
They were never arrested. The police were never called.
From there, they broke into the Performance Center during Raw or SmackDown, one of the shows, and with chainsaws and cut the ring up and vandalized the plexiglass hockey boards they had to separate the fans from the ring. Then they even got backstage following weeks and attacked commentators and even someone that was using the bathroom. So WWE decided in their infinite wisdom, instead of calling the police on them, to sign them to wrestling contracts because it would be cheaper for them. Then, a couple of weeks after that, WWE had a draft where, in theory, they could get rid of Retribution and let them become SmackDown's problem or leave them undrafted and becoming free agents. But for whatever the reason, even with the mayhem this faction has caused, they decided to draft them again, back to Raw. So, Johnny, your thoughts on Retribution, led by the outstanding Mustafa Ali, along with several mass names, I think T-Bar and Mace, and there's a few of them. I know Dominic Dijakovic, whatever they called him in NXT, is one of the members.
I used to manage him.
You did?
I did.
What are your thoughts on this unique faction in WWE history that is going south quick?
And it should go south quick. It should be over and done with. You talk about violence on the streets. Why not put it on TV and say it's okay? You know what? I'm not a fan of this type of wrestling. I am not a fan of these types of characters. It just doesn't work, never has, never will. Whoever thought of it, I'm not going to go there because I got a pretty good idea. The stupidity of putting this together. First of all, WWE, it's unbelievable that these people, you had a guy that was out there that was causing problems on NXT, the police were called, he had a restraining order on him, and then you get this storyline whereby we're going to allow people to blow up things, we're going to allow them to throw boulders through the windows, cut up our rings, and it's okay. You know what? You're so screwed up, we're going to sign you to a contract. Wow. Stupidity in itself. Take the little old jumping bean that's got the little old worm inside and swallow it, because you must have hit the ring post too many times to put this on TV. It makes absolutely no sense. And I wish you couldn't see it. It's bad. It's bad TV, bad storyline. I hope it goes south real fast. And that's just from me to you.
You have some quality bodies involved in this faction.
Stupidity.
Miscast. I guess,
Dijak
maybe.
is an amazing athlete. This man, I managed him. He was a giant when I took him in. I made him. He made himself a star. With my tutelage and his hard work, we had it. We had it. But then all of a sudden he went a little fluky with somebody who I choose not to speak about. This man is key. He could be a superstar by himself. Why would you put him in this faction that looks like a release from a mental institution? Insane. Laugh, joke all you want.
It almost
I don't
looks
find
like
it funny.
a B-level version
Movie.
of the movie The Purge.
Thank you
Did
very
did you
much.
see that, The
Exactly
Purge?
what it
Yeah.
is. It is The Purge. And it doesn't make any sense to me. We have enough violence, real violence on the streets, of stores being burned, cars being turned over, police officers shot. Retribution? Keep putting that on TV. Keep reinforcing it. We'll have more murders, more police shot, more cars burned, more shopkeepers put out of business. You know what? Who's ever writing it, get your pen out of your hand, get off your ass, get out and see the real world, and start doing what you should do. Write professional wrestling stories.
You know what, Johnny? I agree with about 90% of that. I don't have a problem with the violence aspect of it, because professional wrestling is a form of simulated violence. In this instance, everything we described just makes absolutely no sense from anyone with any logic or common sense.
Mustafa Ali.
Mustafa Ali is a phenomenal athlete. He's outstanding.
Thank you.
And they're going to castrate him by putting him in with this garbage.
They just crushed him. They've just crushed him. Donovan Dijak, another good
At least
athlete.
he's under a mask.
It makes no difference. You
Well-
know who it is. Wrestling fans today are not stupid.
Yeah.
And I said this before to somebody in the business. When I can sit here, along with DD, Dummy Dan, when I can sit here, and I'm just being wise with you, buddy.
all right. It's only been 15
When I can
years.
sit here and I can tell you, this is the way the match is going, and there's your winner, we got a problem. When they had San Martino, when they had George Animal Steel, when they had Savage, when they had Hogan, you were held. You didn't know how the hell it was going to end. Whoever, and I've been to a lot of matches at the Old Garden, expected Bruno San Martino to get defeated. There was almost a riot because the storylines were real. There wasn't a title today and no title tomorrow. It's gone astray. And now you're going to bring this stuff in? You're going to bring in all this violence? You're going to bring these wrestling guys in, under a mask or not? The fans are smart enough to know who it is and what's going on. Let's end it. Let's end Retribution. Let's bring in the boys in blue, the girls in green, and let's just wipe them out. Let's end it, and let's move on. You want to make a tag team faction that could destroy the Vikings, that could destroy any other tag team you bring in there? Makes sense to me. But with having a faction, a Retribution, what are you trying to do? The poor man version of the Roman Reigns thing, the Shield? You want to bring in the boys that had the little shirts on, that were the faction that was the cheerleading group?
The Spirit Squad.
The Spirit Squad. Is that what you're trying to recreate? You know what? There are things that are new out there. As a matter of fact, you want a writer? Call Dan.
Thank you.
You want somebody that's got
I'm
an open
available.
mind in this business?
I'm available.
You can call this old man.
Imagine the magic that you and I could come up with on one of those
Well,
shows.
it would certainly be a lot better than what they're
There'd be
doing
a little
now.
logic. But you want to know, Johnny, what I think defied logic the most? even after all the craziness I broke down for you almost week by week, in their first match, they lost.
What's that tell you?
They couldn't even win their debut. I mean,
There's no sense to what's happening. And it doesn't make sense.
as someone that enjoys wrestling, as someone that works in wrestling, and someone that owns WWE stock,
I have one
it's
share.
maddening to me. It is maddening to me that they're just wasting these great talents on just something that I don't know what demographic they thought Retribution was going to appeal to. Maybe on paper it was a good idea when they sat in a creative room, but the way it's been executed, I mean, once it got to the point where they broke into the poor man that was trying to move his bowels at the Performance Center, I mean, how low can you go?
Cutting up a ring, involving an individual in a bathroom. You know what? That's not funny. It's very sad because that's what's happening in the real world today. You don't tell real world stories that way. You know what? It's very sad. It's very, very poor taste. And I know some people that won't watch it because of that. And
Well,
again,
and look at the ratings each week.
That's all you have to do. And you've taken these superstars, and I mean superstars, and you're bringing them to the lowest level.
Great athletes.
What's going to happen, Dan, is when they break up Retribution, not only will they break up Retribution, but you'll get, we wish you the best in your future endeavors.
And your best
that's what's
Kermit the
gonna
Frog
happen.
voice.
They'll all be gone.
All right. I hope not.
I don't think so. I hope never happened to you what happened to Iron Sheik. But, pooh, Hulk Hogan. Watch what happens. This is not a good thing.
I think Mustafa Ali is one of the better wrestlers on the roster. What a waste of his talent.
Thank you. Thank you. Dijak, I'm going to tell you, this kid paid his dues. I worked with him. I watched him. He came from a wrestling school that unfortunately isn't around anymore because of the pandemic. It's gone. They're out of business. But he worked his ass off. I watched him work. He would always ask, what can I do better? He would ask the veterans, how can I get better? That's the sign of somebody who really wants to be a professional
I met him a
wrestler.
couple of times with Warbeard Hanson, and he seemed like a really good guy.
Great
And you can't dispute whether you like him personally or not, that he's a great athlete. But just putting him under the mask with this faction that is just destined for doom is just... I feel bad for them, for all of them.
They'll all be out of work pretty soon.
I hope that isn't the case.
So do I.
Now, do you remember, I don't know, I know sometimes you happen to miss an episode of WWE TV from time to time, but did you did you know that Mustafa Ali also revealed himself to be the mystery hacker on SmackDown over the summer? I mean, Mustafa has really been up to a lot of forgettable things.
But the problem you've got now, where are the problems in the world? Iran, Iraq. Nothing like putting a guy out there to get beat up, or as Larry Zbyszko would say when he beat Bruno Sammartino, had to come in a trunk. He got knifed. Great. Then you take some of these Iron Sheik or the real Sheik. They got to bring them out under police protection.
Right, yeah.
Hey, great. We're at the right time to do this. Not.
Well, I hope for the sake of Mustafa Ali's career, things go better for Retribution and or him if he ever separates himself from the faction, because that is just a world-class professional wrestler, Mustafa Ali. And I know he does a heck of a lot of great charity work, I believe, out in the Chicago area.
He does.
I don't know if he was a cop or if he was associated with the police somehow, but he does a lot of nice charity work. He'd probably love our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks toy drive if he was ever around Boston. But, you know, best wishes to him and everyone in Retribution. I think a year from now, there won't be a Retribution for us to talk about.
In 2 months, there won't be a Retribution to talk about.
You have high hopes. All right, Johnny, another one from one of the great fans, Aramin Saskisen from Winchester sent in. Johnny, do you think Otis...
Who was that again?
Aramin Saskisen. What?
As Moniz would say, right. Right? Dottie would say, right. Go ahead.
What's wrong with Aramin?
What's his name again? Say that slow for the
I think
fans.
it's a female.
Okay, what's the name again?
Aramin Saskisen.
Saskisen?
Or Sarkeesian.
How about Aramin starts sneezing?
Well, we don't know the size of her nose.
You and Retribution got to go.
All right, Johnny, she wants to know, do you think Otis... do you think Otis has the...
Go ahead.
Do you think Otis has the potential to be the next American Dream Dusty Rhodes? Johnny, your thoughts on Otis?
I didn't get the question.
Do you think that Otis has the potential to be the next Dusty Rhodes?
You know, I'm going to tell you something, and I'll get serious now. I've watched Otis. I've seen Otis. You know, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. But I'll tell you this, there will only ever be one Dusty Rhodes. And I'm telling you, Otis, just be yourself. Don't try to emulate anybody but you. You can think you can do what Dusty did. You think you might be another Dusty Rhodes. Wash your mouth, wash your hair, take the shower, be who you are. My answer is never. 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 That's you, Otis. Just remember what the son of the plumber is saying to your son. There's only one son of the plumber, Dusty Rhodes. And Otis, be careful. Because you know what, son? What happens to crap in a hopper? It gets flushed down the drain. Be careful, son. There's only one Dusty Rhodes. There'll only be one Dusty Rhodes. And John Cena Sr. is saying, thank God there's only one Dusty Rhodes. The biggest and the best. Always a place in my heart for that man, Dusty Rhodes. Worked his ass off to get where he is. Otis, be Otis. Don't be Dusty Rhodes. The answer to her is no, never.
What do you think of Otis in general?
I think he's got a good character.
You like Otis's
I think
character?
he's good. But don't try to be anybody but yourself.
Well, you know, what I find funny is I think Jerry Briscoe told me he recruited Otis, and Otis was a bit of a shooter. It has an amateur wrestling background, and you look at the way he's presented on WWE television, that's not the first impression you generally get.
No, you get an impression of somebody who's kind of whacked up.
With my laughter, you'd probably think I was laughing at Otis, but
You're laughing with him.
It was more towards the question in the name of the questionnaire. But I think if Otis was on a show that was aimed towards elementary school age kids, I think he'd be fantastic. The problem is you see Otis put on segments at 10:30 at night. And I don't think Otis is going to appeal to that, 18 to 34-year-old male demographic.
That's when most of them are turning the sets off.
Right. They're going to put on Monday Night Football, or they're going to change the channel to something else. They're not interested in Otis.
No.
I think it would be fun for kids, though. I think he is fun for kids.
And you don't have to put all that when we redo the tapes about Dusty and stuff. All I'm going to say is this. There is a place in my heart for Dusty Rhodes. There will only ever be one Dusty Rhodes. As much as they try to humiliate that man with the polka dots, he showed everybody who was a real star. He went out and he did his shit, and he made it work. Dusty, God bless you. You know what? Cody, God bless you. You know what? The Rhodes family is a family. The whole bunch of them. And don't even try to bring him to that level, because nobody can ever get to that level, and nobody will ever be at that level.
Do you think that you'll ever have a place in your heart for Otis?
Let me put it to you this way. Now that you've asked that question, the answer is probably not.
All right, well, that's at least an honest answer.
Probably not.
But Otis, I think, has done well.
Do I respect him as a wrestler? Absolutely.
He's done well with the material he's been given to work with.
Absolutely.
We'll give him credit for that, at least.
Absolutely.
All right. But he's no Dusty Rhodes.
Never will be. Ever.
All right. And, Johnny, one more on the current WWE landscape from Susan Rothschild, Johnny. She wanted to know what...
Susan Rothschild.
Yes.
Go ahead, Sue.
Or with a Z, so maybe it's Suzanne Rothschild. She wants to know, Johnny...
I'd like to meet her.
What do you... Why?
I'm
Out of
always
curiosity.
interested in meeting
all right.
wrestling fans.
What do you think of the Mysterio family dynamic on now SmackDown, what was on Raw? Rey Mysterio had his eye pulled out at WWE Extreme Rules, and his son wanted vengeance so bad, he decided to attack Seth Rollins. Once that vendetta continued, instead of using common sense, Ray decided to bring both his daughter and wife to the weekly TV tapings. His daughter Aaliyah apparently has a crush now on Buddy Murphy on SmackDown, and his wife Angie is competing with Maggie Simpson to see who's going to speak first. Your thoughts on the Mysterio family dynamic?
I'm glad it's a fabulous Friday, and I really appreciate the fans. My first comment is, and I don't know whether it was Paul Heyman, whether it was Vince McMahon, whether it was Paul Levesque, Stephanie McMahon, or just some stupid writer who came up with the eyeball being pulled out of Mysterio's head. First of all, if you're going to try to pull a stunt like that, at least make it look real.
Right.
Secondly, to literally pull an eyeball from somebody's head, he would have literally bled to death in the ring. Stupidity in itself. Now in comes Dominic, yes?
Yep.
Yep. Who's going to avenge the family. He has his first debut, and he defeats Rollins.
Former world champion. Former world champion.
What's that tell you?
Right.
What's that tell you? So when you talk to me about the face of the company, about superstars, you know what? This is kind of like bowling. Set them up, knock them down.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it's about. Now, I'm not going to say anything about bringing family into the storyline. Obviously, I was part of that storyline.
Yeah.
Not once, twice. But all I'm saying is this. Does it make sense with the storyline they have for the family, with his daughter now, and with the wife?
Every week, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense.
But
Why
doesn't
do
make
people
sense
not
to
want
me?
to watch wrestling?
Well, all right.
Am I right?
Where I'm lost is, Johnny, okay, one time you bring your family to the TV show and this wild attack happens. Bad situation. But if you're Rey Mysterio, the dad, why would you continue to bring the entire family to the TV show every single week to put them in harm's way?
Thank you. Because he knows Alberto Del Rio? I don't know
about that.
Yeah, but you know, the whole thing, I've met Rey Mysterio several times. Another great, and I mean this truly, great human being, nothing but respect. Nothing
A
but
superhero
respect.
to millions.
To me, he is. He's a great guy. He's a tremendous human being, a great performer, a great athlete. But I think, you know what happens? You get involved in this, and they go, here's the storyline, Dan. You're going to say I don't want to do it? Your contract's over. So I think sometimes we get caught up in stuff, and I don't know how much input he has in his storylines. But as a professional wrestler, I think I'd have to think twice about what they're doing with this and where it ultimately is going to end up.
Do you want to know what my educated opinion is? And I don't know this to be fact.
Go ahead.
But I do know when he resigned recently, it was for big money, and it was for shorter terms than most people that do a 5-year deal. Maybe he wanted to include the son, where he has been training to become a wrestler, as part of the package. I think what's going to happen with Dominic is if they keep him as a regular on TV, he's going to turn into Eugene, he's going to turn into Zach Gowen, he's going to turn into Mizdow in being a character that's over for a little bit, and then he's going to be shoved down people's throats so much, they never want to see him again. And then that castrates his career. And that's no good for him. He's a young guy.
No, I agree. I agree.
But with the daughter, I mean, pretty girl, but she has no charisma, no personality. I don't even know if she's spoken yet, but she's developed this crush on a man that was beating her father and brother with a candle stick. I'm kind of lost on that. I guess he sent her a nice tweet or something like that they tried to explain on TV, but and where I'm lost even more is, why does Mrs. Mysterio continue to go to the shows and never speak as if she is the Spanish Maggie Simpson?
Here's what's going to end up happening.
What? What do we
It's going to be a 6-man tag. The daughter, Baker, unknown wrestler yet to be named, Ray, Dominic, and Mama.
You think Aaliyah's going to turn heel?
Going right in there. Next show, maybe we'll talk about it.
All right, maybe we will. But let me ask you this, Johnny, before we go. And I don't know if I mentioned this to you, because I know Tony and I spoke about it over the summer. I was told by someone that wrestles with WWE that Seth Rollins took great offense to it and wound up blocking Twitter. A fan had asked our thoughts on the Monday Night Messiah presentation. And I don't know, we've never really discussed it. You know, Seth Rollins is I guess now he's the Friday Night Messiah. But I said, and I think Seth Rollins is a world-class athlete. I think he's one of the best wrestlers in WWE. But as far as the Monday Night Messiah or whatever Night Messiah he is now presentation goes, it's boring, it's forced, it's bland, it's uninteresting, it's uncreative, it's not him. That's not a knock against Seth Rollins, that's a knock against the character.
And Seth blocked us?
Yes, he didn't like that comment. Now, what do you think of the Monday or the Friday Night Messiah character? Do you think that's Seth Rollins at his best? Or would you utilize Seth Rollins in a different way for the fans' enjoyment?
I probably would have to agree with what you said. I don't think it does any favors at all. And Seth, if you want to block it to a great athlete like yourself. Irregardless, or there's no such word as irregardless, but regardless of what happened in the ring with Cena when you broke his nose. You know, the fact is, you are who you are, and that's somebody who can really wrestle and somebody who can tell a story. Why would you put yourself in a position where you go from here, where a Messiah belongs, to here in hell, where a Messiah doesn't belong? So I think it's a total misuse.
We talk about the castration, perhaps, potentially, of someone like Mustafa Ali and the athletes that are involved with Retribution. Look at what has happened to Seth Rollins since the bell rang at the end of his match at WrestleMania 35, where he defeated Brock Lesnar to become world champion. Instead of pushing him as the potential face of Raw, the man that crushed Brock Lesnar in the opening match in front of 80,000 people in the shadows of New York City, now he's Becky Lynch's boyfriend.
What have we been talking about all night?
He's not Seth Rollins, the world champion. They literally start to define him as Becky Lynch's boyfriend. From there, if that wasn't bad enough, he's in his first main event feud. You talk about having hot heels ready for world champions, like with Drew McIntyre on another episode. His first feud was with Baron Corbin, who is another one that blocked us. He didn't like an episode we did on him a couple of years ago.
But too bad.
Sorry, Baron. And to make matters even worse, you go into Hell in the Cell last year. It was Seth Rollins against a relatively new Fiend character. And I don't know if you remember the finish to that match where they stopped it because Seth was going to use that little circus-looking mallet on the Fiend, and they actually stopped the Cell match without a finish. And then
I remember that. That was I hated
the fans turned him on. The fans turned on that, and then once Fiend squashed Rollins in the rematch, they just turned on him altogether, and that's when he became the Monday Night Messiah. And it's just been. It's almost wish, you know what, you talk about those magic tricks that you said we talked about you doing on the plane. If they could do a magic trick to go back in time to April of 2019, to when the bell rang, when the crowd was going wild, 80,000 people looking at him as a rock star that just defeated Brock Lesnar, turning him into Becky Lynch's boyfriend, feuding with Baron Corbin and Lacey Evans, the Fiend disaster of a feud, and then the Monday Night Messiah. I think there's a lot less value in Seth Rollins now than there was a year and a half ago.
As soon as they turned him into Becky Lynch's boyfriend,
that's
the down road. Down road. Who's the better of the two? Becky Lynch is the star. You're just the little old boy.
The
at the bottom.
tag-along.
Absolutely correct. And the more they did to
And
him,
where is Becky Lynch right now?
Out
Not
having
for
a baby.
nothing.
Oh, I've had a baby.
No, I mean, whatever the...
His son, his daughter, whoever.
Whatever the reason is she's not on TV. She's not
been-
contributing to the company.
Maybe indirectly she is. Maybe she's backstage. Maybe she's helping indirectly. We don't know.
I would hope a pregnant woman isn't backstage at a wrestling event during coronavirus times.
Worse things than that have happened out there. So who knows what's going on. I think the point you're trying to make with the hammer and the nail is you hit the nail on the head. They've done nothing but take this superstar, bring him to mid-card level with the new stuff they've done with him right now. Block me if you like. I've been blocked before, but it's only because I'm here in Maradi you'd block me, right, Seth? And then the next step is going to be right here. They did it with Strowman. They did it with Rollins. They did it with all these other The Fiend. I mean, when he had the best gimmick going, when he was Bray Wyatt, the family should have grown. There should have been too little too soon. There should have been a Sister Abigail all the time with the Wyatt family, not this make-believe person. You see how it's going now?
Wyatt family was good, but I got to tell you, I absolutely think Fiend is phenomenal.
Oh, it is.
Fiend,
no argument.
We need to do an episode on Fiend. I don't want to go too much into it.
I want the mask.
You want the mask? I have some on the loading dock.
I'll take one.
You want a mask?
I'll take a Fiend mask.
I don't know. We'll have to dig, but we got one back
I want
there.
one. Oh,
is that going to be your Halloween costume?
That's my Halloween costume.
All right. Well,
I think Moniece will probably wear it when she goes to the party.
You know what? If she has to wake up to you in the morning, she may need you in that mask.
There you go.
The lovely Moniece. All right.
I can hook you up.
Come on now. I'm not that type of guy.
Got a Halloween party?
I'm not in any of those Paige videos. All right.
Oh! You weren't the belt genius.
No, I was not.
Thank God.
All right, wrestling fans. We had another intriguing episode here on Wrestling Insiders, taking your question, talking wrestling, giving you insider information, opinions, thoughts, and having some laughs and fun at the same time.
Amen.
One thing that is always a lot of fun, but is very serious, is our 9th annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. We can't have a live event this year because of the COVID times we live in, but we are going to try and put together this Cyber Fan Fest that will knock your socks off, even if you have sandals on like me. I can't wear the shoes because of that car accident with Sheiky Baby. My feet are destroyed. But anyway, continue to follow us on social media and BostonWrestling.com for information on the superstars and legends that are headed to this very studio this fall and winter. If that wasn't enough, if you want early, ad-free access to this and all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, if you can't wait until Friday for this man, if you want to stream our acclaimed Studio Shoot Interview DVD series, if you want to help keep wrestling legends working that have been out of bookings now going on 7 or 8 months, for less than a cup of coffee over at Starbucks, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You'll have the time of your life hearing about the memories and legends of this great sport. As we get closer to the capital C, the C word. Christmas. We're getting closer, baby. If you go to the description box below, we have merchandise galore that is available. It helps us keep the lights on. It helps us keep the wrestling legends working. And again, not only do you get the merchandise, but you get an on-air thank you from a man that never likes to stop talking, Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. I think Tony's in another room still talking from when he was here on Friday. Probably. And if that wasn't enough, folks, again, we've got the great WWE T-shirt bundle fundraiser going on to keep the shows rolling. For the price of a T-shirt on WWE Shop, we give you the T-shirt, a mystery autograph photo, a WWE cup, and again, an on-air shout-out from Tony Atlas. Does it get any better than that, Johnny?
Never. Doesn't get much better than that.
The only thing that could be better is if you actually went and delivered the packages.
Amen.
There you go. All right, for John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. We hope to see you Tuesday night at 9 with Tony Atlas, next Thursday at 9 with Marty Jannetty, and most important, next Friday night. Forget about the Thunderdome in Orlando, baby. What's going on inside his dome is always very, very interesting. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well. More important, stay healthy. Good night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. If you're just tuning in, our regular program schedule has been postponed this week, instead bringing you live episodes and cyber autograph signings all weekend long from our Wrestle House in Tampa, Florida, as we enjoy WrestleMania 37 week, a major effort to raise funds to keep our shows on the air. We need your help, fans. Can't do it without you. We also have Wrestling Insider marathons until we're back in action in Boston, a great way to catch up on past episodes, relive some favorites, and then share the hell out of those links on social media so we can get some new fans, some new eyeballs on these shows. Again, I've noted there are millions of fans that don't know who we are. They don't know we exist. But once they find us, I think the majority will love us. Coming up next, John Cena Sr. shoots on Big E's singles push and early thoughts on what would happen with WrestleMania 37.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marotti, along with my partner in crime, my frenemy, Mr. Cena himself, the fabulous one, John Cena Sr. Johnny, how are you?
I am fabulous.
You are fabulous.
I'm fabulous.
It's been a wild week here in the world of Boston wrestling, the MWF, with all these superstars that are gearing up for the 9th annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. Tony Atlas had a lot to say on Tuesday, believe it or not. I still think he's going, but you know what? We ran out of tape. Marty Jannetty, I don't think understood what he was talking about last night, but he's still going too. You are the voice of reason on these talk shows that we do, Johnny.
I appreciate it.
You're the voice of reason.
Thank you.
All right, we have some fan questions, Johnny, about what's going on in the world of professional wrestling, what's going on in WWE. An interesting one. I have some thoughts on this myself.
Oh, good. Then why don't you answer it?
Well, they ask you, not me.
Well, then I'll ask you to answer the question.
No, they just.
Oh, okay.
I'm good. I'm the narrator almost.
Oh, you are?
I'm the narrator.
You're the Messiah?
No, that's Seth Rollins.
The Friday night Messiah. He'll block you now.
They'll block me now. All right, Johnny. Again, in another one of those storylines that is confusing to the fans. If you were familiar with the WWE draft that just took place in the first round, Raw selected the entire Hurt Business faction. Bobby Lashley, our good friend Shelton Benjamin, MVP, and Cedric Alexander. Where in this draft, these two brands had the opportunity to take an entire faction or just some members of it. Later on, Raw selected the tag team champions The New Day, but they only took Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods, leaving Big E as a single that went on to SmackDown. The question is, Johnny, where there is rumors abound the world of wrestling right now that Big E could be in for a big singles push as a top babyface. After 6 years of a comedy routine, could Big E become a serious top babyface threat on Friday Night SmackDown?
Well, I saw his debut. Mm-hmm. Then they formed the Booty Team, which...
Is that what they are, the Booty Team?
Can you see the book right behind me?
The Book of Booty.
Yeah, that's it. I think that E has now the potential, not before, now the potential to become a good singles wrestler because he's been around for 6 years. He's worked with some very experienced guys who I respect. I worked with Kofi Kingston on the independent level.
Right here in the MWF.
He's, well, I worked with him.
Multiple places.
Yep, I have. And nothing but good words for Kofi Kingston. I believe that it's time for those two, Woods and Kingston, to move on as a faction, eventually becoming singles again. I don't think it'll stay as a tag team. And some of the comedy I understood, some of it I didn't. But I think Big E now, with the proper manager, has the potential to be a decent single superstar wrestler.
You think he needs a manager?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Now, why do you think he needs a manager?
Well, because now it's going to happen on the singles level, unlike the triple tag teams that we have. You've got people that can cover him with the words, people that can cause the laughs to come in. Right now, as a single serious wrestler, let's see how he does on the own with his mic. But when he was a singles before, he just couldn't quite carry it by himself.
And, to be fair, who says they're going to present him as a serious singles wrestler? It could continue the comedy routine. But I don't think the comedy version of Big E is going to be the Big E that's going to help them the most.
If you do that,
yeah.
Some of the writings on the internet, the wrestling, will destroy Big E.
Makes him a mid-card guy.
Gone. He's right back where he started from. I think you've got to take this man seriously. He's well put together. A great opponent for Bobby Lashley. Both are very muscular.
Well, they're on different brands.
Well, but you
never
what?
know. You never know.
Yeah, it's like I keep saying. I don't look at the brands anymore because all this crazy stuff that's going on. I mean, tonight Bobby Lashley will be on SmackDown, going to be on Raw. It's like, okay, stop. Where do they really belong? I'm not a believer in the brands anyway, and that's block me for that if you want. But I think E could be serious. I think he could become a contender, but only if they allow him to become a contender and write storylines that will allow that to happen. Give him a mouthpiece, and when he doesn't need any more, lose it. But at this stage of the game, I think they've done the right thing. I think that the comedy has come to an end. I think people are tired of the Cheerios, the pancakes, the ha-ha-ha routine.
Yeah.
It doesn't fit anymore.
Do you think he could be a legitimate contender for a program with Roman Reigns?
Big E? Maybe in a couple of years.
You think it would take a couple of years to develop him?
At least a year. Yeah, I don't think you can pull him out right now and throw him in that caliber. Because I think, one, it would ruin the current storyline, which I think, and you've said it several times and I'll agree with you, is really fantastic. They've done a great job. Don't blow it, guys. Just don't blow it. I mean, look who you brought in, the whole Hanoi family now. This is great, absolutely great. So I think with the proper storylines, you work slowly into it. And I think when he goes singles, I don't think he wins the first couple of matches. I think you're going to make him grab for it. I think you're going to take this bubbly, ha-ha-ha character and give him what they should have done with Roman Reigns, that serious side. Say, I'm not a joke. Watch me now. If you think I'm funny, watch me now when I start destroying those people you enjoy and see how much you laugh then. I think that's what needs to happen. I have a little faith in this guy. I know some of the writers on the internet say it's impossible. He's not going to make it.
Well, I'm not a fan of comedy wrestling, but I think, New Day is about as close to perfect of quote-unquote sports entertainment as it gets. I think they did it right. I think it was the best utilization of Xavier Woods.
Oh, absolutely.
I think Kofi, it took him from no man's land to relevance again with that tag team. And the same with Big E. And I remember he had a feud with Rusev when Rusev was relatively new, and Rusev pretty much squashed him. The three of them together, it just clicked and it worked.
I agree.
We talked about the Seth Rollins failure at WrestleMania 35. The main event that they did with the women, where no woman involved in the main event has been seen on television anytime recently. We won't even go there. But the third quote-unquote main event of the night, you saw Kofi Kingston, who the fans were really behind, defeat Daniel Bryan to win that version of the WWE Championship. And I hate to say it because I think so much of Kofi as a person. I think he's one of the great athletes in WWE history. He's helped with some of our fundraising work while with WWE. I have nothing but good things to say about him. His brother Kwame I run into at the WWE live events for some time, but I don't think anyone can honestly say that his run as world champion was a success. Every business metric went down, along with the same that could be said on the Raw side with Rollins and Becky Lynch pushed on top. What could be done with Big E to avoid the failure that Kofi Kingston had as champion?
Well, as I said before, you've got to get rid of this comedic image.
He needs to be serious across the board.
You've got to bring him in.
They don't need to give him a midget called Little League.
No, they don't. No,
I could see that happening, though.
Yeah, well, I could too. I could too. But again, like I said, bring him in and let him get defeated because nobody takes him seriously. He'll come out and crack a few jokes maybe and be that ha ha ha, look at me. And then what's going to happen is he's going to get his ass kicked.
Yeah.
people are not going to take you seriously. You're not for real. You're still part of that troubadour group, all right, of comedic wrestlers. He all of a sudden decides to do what they should have done with Roman Reigns, which is what they're doing now. It's my yard, and I'm serious about whose yard it is. I'm a professional wrestler. I'm a great singles wrestler. You want to see me crack jokes? It's not about cracking jokes anymore. It's about cracking, breaking bones. From now on, you're going to see the big E, which means enemy. Excellence.
Hey, that's not bad. I kind of like that.
But you know what? That's what they have to do. And I give him credit. I think he can do it.
Even when they had the draft and they put together the grudge match between Big E and Sheamus in a street fight, I don't know if you saw that, but it was, at times it was a pretty violent, pretty good street fight. But then there's times in the same match where they're backstage and they're throwing pancake mix on each other. And
how much sense does that make?
Why would there be pancake mix in a wrestling locker room?
Well, because, think about it. Why would there be pancake mix?
Yeah.
What's the group?
New Day.
What was one of the things they had?
Pancakes.
There you go.
Well, what are they going to do?
Answer your own story.
What are they going to do? Throw pancakes at the Thunderdome TVs?
Well, it would have been better to have pancakes than mix, but at least they brought part of the New Day into it with the mix. Pancake mix. You know what? It still doesn't make any sense to me. It has no place in professional wrestling. You want to hit him with a box of pancake mix? That makes sense. You want to hit him with a pancake griddle? That makes sense. Pancake mix? Come on. And I really mean it. Look at my face. Come on.
Well, I only hope for the best for Big E. I hope he has a great run.
He will.
I'm pretty confident Kofi and Xavier are going to have a nice run on Raw, just based literally that they only have 2 or 3 tag teams. It's kind of hard not to find success when you don't have much of a tag team division.
But I think people are tired now of the and the pancakes and the booty-os. You know what? God bless them. They did it. They're very successful at it. But you know what? Too much of a good thing gives you a stomach ache. And pretty soon you don't want any more of it.
Fresh coat of paint
there you
they
go.
need, maybe?
It's over. It's over.
Fresh coat of paint?
Yep, I think.
Well, it's like what Tony says. What do you do with a good book when it's been read?
What do you do with it?
Put it on the shelf.
There you go.
You don't want to see that happen.
No way.
I think too much of Kofi and Xavier Woods, for that matter.
Yep.
But Big E, I'm not sold on. I got to be honest, but hopefully I'm wrong. I want to see him do well because it's good for wrestling, it's good for wrestling fans, and that's good for the industry.
Do what I said, it will make them work.
All right. Johnny, another big topic of conversation is what is going to happen with WrestleMania 37 come March of 2021. It was originally slated to be from the brand new, beautiful football stadium in Los Angeles, California, but with all of the government restrictions in Cali right now, doesn't look like it's going to happen. It looks like Tampa Bay may get the WrestleMania they lost last year at Raymond James Stadium, home of the now Tom Brady-led Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Governor DeSantis of Florida has been a little bit more lenient, to say the least, than those out west. And WWE, I've been told, is hoping to be able to have, and I can't imagine this is going to happen, Johnny, but not even a socially distanced crowd, but a full house for WrestleMania 37 in Tampa. Do you think, A, it's going to happen, and B, do you think if it does happen, it's a good idea?
Well, first of all, Governor DeSantis ought to look in the mirror. You have one of the highest, most dangerous rates of COVID in your state. So, buddy, keep doing the right thing. Stupidity in itself. People are dying left and right down there. The COVID is spiking through the ceiling, and you want to have 90,000 people jammed into a stadium, 90 to 100 to 200,000 people roaming the streets. Nothing like spreading the peanut butter real thick and killing more people. And I'm using that right up front. Say what you want about me. Unless this disease is under control, and unless we have a vaccine to really eradicate, prevent, or help with this disease, I hope every smart wrestling fan in the world doesn't show up to your state. And I hope the professional wrestlers are smart enough to realize that that's the way the infection spreads. You've already had COVID or coronavirus testing positive within the ranks of the professional wrestlers. Can you imagine what happens when you put 90,000 people in a stadium? Why don't you stand out there with death certificates and access to hospital rooms? Use your head. If we get it under control, I'm all for it. And you know what? California may not be out of the running, because if we can control it, why not wait and see what happens? Don't rush into anything. But again, think twice. Think twice, fans. Think twice, governor. Because when you look at your track record, sir, it's not too good.
Well, I think the problem you run into, Johnny, with an event the magnitude of WrestleMania, they need to put the tickets on sale in the fall, as they usually do. I'm sure, I think it's safe to say the decision has been made. It just hasn't been made publicly as of yet. You don't think it's a good idea for it to happen. Now, let me ask you this. As noted, a WWE individual had said they think they're going to have a full house for WrestleMania. Do you think potentially a WrestleMania 37 with restrictions, with social distance, could successfully happen?
No.
You wouldn't have anybody in the stadium?
No.
Well, right now...
Because social distancing doesn't work when you have those types of events. The fans will always rush to the rail to see the wrestler. The fans will always get together to argue about who's going to win or lose. In order to have the type of situation, and God bless him, that Vince McMahon, thanks to Howard Finkel, God rest his soul, who named WrestleMania, to do that type of event, you've got to provide complete safety. How would it be if you ran your WrestleMania, Mr. McMahon, and the governor of Florida, and all of a sudden the news media says 50,000 new cases due to WrestleMania. Already 1,500 deaths. Put that on your site when you have your WWE network. Put that on your site or when you go to the wrestling sites. Put that on the backs of fans who brought their 5, 6, and 7-year-old kids, who, by the way, now, that's where the big spread is coming from, and college kids. What do they want to say? Have a nice day, as Mick Foley says. Use this. It's not always about this. What we're really saying is human life doesn't matter. We want to put money in our pockets in the state of Tampa, Florida, and in the WWE coffers. At what expense are you willing to pay to do that? I will say this. If they do it, and it's not under control, and we have those kinds of statistics, WWE, you're finished. And so is the governor in Florida. That's a hell of a thing to have to carry on your back, that you caused 50,000 new cases. They went nuts over a case in Maine where 100 people attended a wedding.
A wedding, yep.
The officiant was the one who carried the disease. And out of that now, 75 people have already got it, and 10 of those people have died. Wow.
From that one wedding, 10 people died?
5 to 10 people died already.
Welcome aboard.
Can you imagine the magnitude of the numbers you have? Not only filling the stadium, but what happens to the events you and I that I signed for, those superstars that are down there, the wrestle conventions, the NXT, the other private wrestling organizations that come. So it's not 90,000, it's the other 10, 5, 6, Ring of Honor, 5,000 people. Get ready.
There are some fans that go down for WrestleMania week that don't go to WrestleMania.
That's exactly right. So guess what? You'll not only spread it throughout the country, you'll be responsible, Governor de Blasio and WWE, for spreading it back around the world. That's a great legacy to leave when you have one of the greatest organizations in the world. And I mean this, the WWE, led by the one wrestling genius, and I really believe he is, Vincent Kennedy McMahon and family. What a legacy to leave. Think about it twice before you do it, because there's more important things than pennies in a coffer. Human life does have a value.
Well, John,
and I, for one, if it's there and it's not in control, I'm sure that there are people being there that I want to see. If I wouldn't do a show for 200, I'm not going to go.
Well, Johnny, there are NFL football teams that let in a limited number of fans. As we tape this, the World Series is going on. They're allowing, I believe, 11,500 fans into the stadium in Texas. You don't think a WrestleMania with perhaps, say, 10 to 15,000 people in a football stadium, you still don't think that's safe?
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
And I'm being a businessman now. How do I make any money with 15,000 people? What do you think it cost to rent out that stadium? What do you think it cost to get the pyro, to get everything together, and to pay the wrestlers that perform at that event? 15,000 fans isn't going to cut it. This is not a Boston Garden or a Bank North production. This is not a Springfield, Mass. This is not that type of deal. This is a million dollar production.
Well, the World Series is taking place with that number of fans. I mean,
but are they not playing in their own ball fields?
No.
But they control what happens in those fields as far as cost.
It's a neutral site, and I think it's 11,500 fans there.
Everybody's come to an agreement there. WrestleMania isn't that way. Somebody controls the venue. You think I'm going to give you a break on the venue? Why?
Well, they get a sweetheart of a deal every year from the different host city because they want all those tourists to come in.
Thank you.
But if it's socially distanced, how many tourists are you going to get?
People are afraid to travel now.
And I'll throw this one out at you, Johnny, as you're well familiar with and well versed from the WrestleCons you've done with us and going to WrestleMania itself. A good portion of the crowd at WrestleMania are international fans that come from other countries.
Yes.
I don't think they'd be able to get into the country for WrestleMania. Do
There's
you?
your next problem. No, I'm with you. I don't think, look, I'm a businessman from top to bottom. I've been in a lot of businesses. I still have a lot of business deals. I sit back and I ask myself, how are you going to overcome all this? You can't come in from Japan. A lot of fans from Japan. England, Scotland, Austria. You cannot come in from any of these towns. We're not letting you in. Airlines will not allow you to fly. How are you going to fill your seats? You know what? And maybe I'm just whacked. Why not say, guess what? WrestleMania isn't going to be in June. It isn't going to be in April. Maybe this pandemic will be under control in July. WrestleMania now has a new date.
Tampa would be a little warm in July for WrestleMania.
You know what?
That'd be a toasty afternoon.
But guess what? I'll bet you the fans would do it. Because at night it's going to cool down.
I'll tell you this, in my opinion, if it was scaled down to the numbers we were talking about for the World Series, I think I'd feel comfortable enough to go.
I don't disagree. But how are you going to make any money?
Well,
and don't tell me that it's not all about the money.
No, you're 100% right about that. But let me ask you this, Johnny. At this point, even masked, would you feel comfortable on a plane?
No.
Really?
No.
All
because
right.
What's happening is a lot of the airlines are not sticking to the guidelines. They're saying, okay, yep, I just had a friend who flew. Who flew. And her daughter is a representative for some of the medical companies. Flying down, there was the seat, hers, empty seat, next person, 6 feet. Guess what? Flying back, it was 3 across. Filled.
United? United's supposedly the one that's breaking that rule.
Well, what did Southwest just say? You read their press release? We're going to fill every plane that flies.
I thought with Southwest they said through the end of the year the middle seat was going to be open. No, they changed that?
It's been changed.
Well, I'm
not
comfortable with that. I think maybe you're talking about United.
No, it's not United. It was on CNN News right here.
Was it today?
3 to 4 days ago. Southwest, I believe, said they're going to fill every seat because they're laying everybody off.
Yeah.
The world is in crisis. And what are we as American citizens doing to help end the crisis? We're creating it. We're rioting in cities. We're burning buildings. We're putting small business people out of business. We're spitting on law enforcement. Let me tell you something. If they ever bring national law enforcement in, you'll wish you had local, because those young men and women are trained to do one thing. You move, you die. You don't want it. But I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to be serious.
You're right.
We're talking about situations that we need to create and correct. So why not come together? Yes, there are inequities. Yes, there are people who have been mistreated. From Jews to Irish to Italian to black to white. You know what? Go back in your history books and look at how we treated the Chinese when we brought them over to work on the rails. Treated real shitty, to put it bluntly. But let's correct it. History is about lessons. History is about learning mistakes and correcting them. Don't take down statues. Don't take pieces out of history books. Let's face the reality. We screwed up, and we're here to correct it. Not by burning buildings, by destroying businesses, by marching as people who are going to overcome. God help us when we reach that point. We'll have created the real purge, and we will have created the war within this country. Khrushchev made it very clear at the UN when he banged his boot and made the statement, we'll never have to worry about the United States because they'll destroy themselves from within. We're doing a pretty damn good job right now. This virus could be gone if we wear masks, if we go by the 6 foot, if we stop the gatherings, if the bars wouldn't allow people to crowd in. But no, we're saying go to hell. We're going to do it our way. And we're creating more deaths, and we're creating more spread of the disease. Why not listen? I'm as tired as this as anybody, but I want to live. There you go.
I try and shy away from politics on this show, but I'm a registered independent.
As I am.
And I don't think, no matter what the affiliation is, it's that much to ask to just say, wear the mask until this is under control.
Amen. I agree with you, Dan.
You know? And I'm a germaphobe, so I think I was prepared a little bit for coronavirus even before this began. But I tell you, the day we're taping this show, I don't know if you read the Boston Globe today, but there's about maybe 15 to 20 cities that are going back to phase 1 because they've turned into such hotspots. One of them being down the street in Malden, the home of Noel's Salon, 347 Pleasant Street in Malden. All my friends, those lovely ladies, you know, I don't want to see them have to be out of work again.
I haven't met them yet, but I will.
Oh, they're anxious to meet you.
I'll be glad to see them.
Moniz, Moniz won't like that, though. It's going to look like it's going to be a salon harem. They're all going to want to give you a haircut.
Wonderful, wonderful.
But no, my point is, you know, they had to lose 2 months of work already this year when they were forced to shut down the first time.
Yep.
Now that it's going back to this early phase, I mean, is that what's going to happen next? Are they going to be forced to shut down again?
Well, Massachusetts is spiking again. New Hampshire, Maine is spiking again. Vermont's the only smart one. And Canada, they just basically said no. They just, you know, all these people, if so-and-so gets elected, I'm leaving this country, I'll buy you a ticket. Leave. You'll never find a greater country in the world than right here, regardless of who's in the seat.
By the time this episode airs, the election will be over, and it's going to be very interesting to see how crazy our world will be at that time. Because I have a feeling the month of November in 2020 is going to be a very, very active month. How that goes, I can't say. I'm not Nostradamus. I'm not Ellen Damsky. I can't make a prediction like that. But I just think if Trump wins, it's going to be crazy. I think if Biden wins, it's going to be crazy in a different way. I just think we're in for a lot of craziness.
There'll be martial law in this country in November.
You think so?
It'll be crazy. When you say it's going to be crazy, it's going to be crazy. And I think what we need to do is we need to sit back, analyze everything, which is not happening now. People are being fed misinformation. And I'm not going to take political sides because that's not what I'm here for.
Well, that's why I like sitting in the middle. I don't want to be part of either party.
But when you can have a person on this side, and I don't mean the guy that's there now, misquote, make economical statements that are incorrect, and the media does nothing about it? Excuse me. Excuse me. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. You know what? I'm not going to go there because I have my own idea of what's going to happen. If this side gets elected, 1 year top, 6 months top, before you have a first woman president of the United States.
Well,
look, we're not.
I don't necessarily think you're wrong on that.
I'm sure I'm going to get mean letters now and all this stuff, but I'm not saying I have a political.
It'd be like Vince putting the belt on Flair. You know what I mean?
Oh, please, please. And I don't want people to say Cena's made predictions because I'm not. I'm independent. I have my own idea in politics. I have my own idea who I'm going to vote for, and maybe it's not one or the other. Maybe we don't need. Here I go. Want to get me in trouble now?
All right.
We don't need political parties anymore.
Wouldn't that be something?
We don't need it. We do not need it.
With all the ideas and philosophies in the world, why is there just 2 parties in the United States?
We don't need it. We
You know
don't
what I mean?
need it. You know what I say?
There are some things on the liberal side I agree with. There are things on the conservative
There you
side I
go.
agree with. But there's only one of two parties you technically are supposed to be a part of.
Take
I
a
don't
look-
understand
And they
that.
can't agree on a goddamn thing. Pardon my French, Lord.
You know what, Johnny? Maybe we're going to get a little wild here.
I hope so.
I'm going to ask you for your prediction. Now, this is going to be after the fact. Who do you think is going to be the president, or who do you think will be the president of the United States come January on Inauguration Day? You think it'll be 4 more years of Trump, or do you think it'll be Biden?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Trump.
I agree with you. Now, I'm not going to say who I'm going to vote for,
Me
but I
neither.
agree with you. Because that would just lead to a totally different backlash. Again, that's almost like a prediction for a sports game. We're not trying to rile anybody up.
Nope.
That's just independent thoughts from two independent people, because neither one of us are registered with either one of the
No,
parties.
I don't care.
And you want to know the main reason why I like to do that? Because I like to vote in the presidential primaries. And if you're an independent, you get to pick whether you want to vote in the Democratic one or the Republican one.
Right,
So
you have to make a
that's the
statement.
main reason why I like to do it. But, well, Johnny, this episode really went off the rails. But you know what? I think we had interesting dialogue and conversation.
You know,
That's what the show is all about.
And really, if I've offended anybody out there, let me know. I won't apologize for what I've said about WrestleMania, about people getting sick.
Governor DeSantis.
Governor DeSantis create more of the problem. Either you're part of the problem or you're part of the solution. You can't be both. Don't tell me I've done the right thing. When you have your state, Florida, is spiking, and I mean spiking. This, you know, they say, and this is being comical and I shouldn't, but they say Florida is God's waiting room. Don't create reality.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, don't create reality with that. And Vince, please, I love you dearly. I love the product. I love everybody in that business. AEW, I don't care who it is, but use your head. Is human life not worth something? Think about it, please.
Before we go, Johnny, quickly, you know, there's been a lot of
oxygen.
You'll boost oxygen. A little, you know, we've been tough on WWE, but to be fair, AEW they've been at least attempting to sell as many as 750 tickets in a 5,000-seat venue in Jacksonville, Florida. Do you think even that's too much?
You know what?
Very socially distanced, and they're not allowed anywhere near ringside. Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's too much?
Here's what all I'm going to say is this. I have a wedding to do on the 29th, and I will say which month.
Mm-hmm.
Myself, the bride, the groom, and the person at the venue. 4 people.
That's it?
Any one of 4 of us could be carriers. So my whole thing is this. AEW, you want to sell 750 tickets, it's no different than 100 people at a wedding in Maine. You're still opening yourself up to a liability.
But they're spread out in a venue. I can't imagine where they had the wedding with 100 people.
Here's
was
the only way it's
a
gonna work.
5,000-seat amphitheater.
If you have a venue that has fans that'll suck out the air, and you're sticking to the 6 feet and masks, 750, it's still a risk, but the chances are less. So yeah, maybe I might go along with that. But let me ask
Do
you.
you think it should be allowed? How about that?
Well, everybody that walks, now here's another fallacy. Everybody that walks in gets a temperature check.
Yeah, and they have to wear the mask.
But guess what? You could not have a temperature. You could still be wearing
Right,
the mask.
right. And
be a
it may
carrier
not be
because it's
picked up on it yet.
It takes,
Yeah.
that was saying 14 days. Now it's 10. Wait a minute.
I noticed that.
Do we really know what we're dealing with
Right.
here? And now they're saying that the immune system might be able to handle it. Why? And now when you read, this is not going to work. This vaccine won't work. Well, wait a minute. Guess who owns the patent on the vaccine that they want to use in this country? China. And guess who built that factory? Bill Gates and his wife, along with the doctor that represents the United States. And whose wife works at that factory? That same doctor's wife.
I didn't even know that.
Well, read it. Read it. It's there in print. I'm not trying to spit on anybody's parade. But this is all about humanity. It's all about saving lives. It's all about bringing us back to normalcy.
It's keeping people healthy and trying to get life as close to normal as
you.
it was. How
And
about that?
let's have
no
a
matter
great
what you
Christmas.
agree with, we're all human beings at the end of the day.
Amen.
If you break down our skin when our time comes, whether we go in the urn or whether we go underground, the skeleton and the bones is all the same.
Well, you know, the Merchant of, in the Merchant of Venice, I read part of that at a reading competition. One of the scenes in that is, if you cut my wrists, What color do I bleed?
Yep.
We all bleed the same color, folks. We all bleed the same color. And we may have had some injustices, but it's a lesson learned. The history books to remove stuff, to tear down statues, to remove paintings, to say that they never existed. Folks, let's be real. John Cena Sr. made a mistake. Have I learned from it? Hopefully this country grew because we did. Are we still learning from it? We're doing the best we can. But don't take away the past, which is a resolution to the present and the future. You can't do it, folks. And in professional wrestling, WWE, AEW, Impact, just think twice. There's no need for the price to be paid for a ticket and human life.
I have to be honest, and I don't know maybe if this is even the platform for me to say it, Johnny, and I don't want to speak for the other representation here in Boston Wrestling and the MWF, but I don't think it would be good for us to have live events until we get to the point where we don't need the social distance.
Thank you.
I don't know how long that's going to be, but I don't think it's good for the fans, and I don't think it's good for the athletes.
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to go
And we
out on
don't
a limb.
agree often, but,
No, but
maybe
I'm with
on
you.
this one we do.
But I'm with you. But I'll go out on a limb right now. First of all, my first prediction is the mask you have, you'll be wearing next year. You've got
A year from now?
Yep.
Fall of 2021, you still think we'll have
I
masks?
would think up until maybe November of 2021, I would say yes, because we've got to eradicate it, we've got to get rid of it. I don't like that mask any more than you do. I have asthma, and it's very difficult for me to breathe.
Really?
And when I take that off, I have very difficult time breathing with it.
You need a little boost of oxygen over at Boost
probably gotta
Oxygen.
take 4 or 5
You know
cans
what?
of this with
Honestly,
me.
would you like to try it, Ken? I have some that's unopened at my desk, sealed.
I don't know what it's going to do for me.
Well, try it.
Anyway, I'm more interested
Great
in
friends of
Fiend
ours.
mask.
Well, all right. You're worried about another mask, and you're telling me you have asthma.
Yeah, but that mask, you don't have that. You know, and the mask helps. But think about this: you're breathing out, you're breathing in. What are you breathing in? The very same thing you breathed out. You can't use the ones to vent on the side.
Yep.
That's no good. So
I'd like to see them make, not to go too crazy,
No.
but I'd like to see them make some masks with maybe some air filters in them.
Thank you.
I'm surprised no one's done that yet.
Well, but if you look at the doctors,
even if it costs $100 or
but
something.
the doctors, what do they wear? The blue mask first, which is the filter, and the second N95 mask over. So you've got that filtration system working. I think that's going to happen. I do believe that by January 1st of 2021, that they will have a vaccine for the pandemic. I believe that we'll begin giving that out, and just as a chuckle, I don't know if you saw the news yesterday, but it was ruined. There was a $250 million thing out there that they were going to give it to, obviously, first responders, elderly, and those people who impersonated Santa Claus. Because they wanted, I got it right on the phone.
Really?
I saved it. I saved it because they wanted them to...
Well, you haven't hit senior citizen level yet age-wise, but at least you do the Santa thing, so.
I get good contact with Santa.
59 and a half,
But
going strong,
that went
baby.
right downhill. They killed it. It's over. Not happening.
Oh, really?
Gone. Yep.
Well, like I said, just think the next time that you and I get together in this studio, it will be after the election has taken place, and
Let's
it'll
see
be
if I'm
interesting
right.
to see what the world is like at that point.
I'm really scared. The world is truly upside down.
And intriguing.
It is, but how would you worry? You know,
When I'm in the comfort of my own home, I'm intrigued. When I'm out and about, it's
you
a
never know
different
who's
story.
going to knock on your door. We go to restaurants and eat, and I'm going, they're practicing all of this. But now you get wackos running in with guns. They just shoot.
Yeah.
You've got people that, look at this poor little boy, birthday party, 3 years old, 2 days ago, shot at his own birthday
I
party.
didn't hear about that.
Yes, it's, you know what? I don't read the news very often. I don't like the news. Where is the last time you saw happy news or you saw news that was truth? It's the news media that's creating this panic.
Or, yeah, I think better than fake news, I think manipulated news is a better word.
Like I said, here's the guy that made all these misstatements about the economy, about oil. I mean, you willing to pay $6 a gallon for gas? If it happens, you will.
Remember when we were paying for Katrina time?
You
People
will.
were going broke.
That's what's going to happen. The statement is, I'm going to get rid of it. Isn't that what was said? Okay, where's the news media now? They're not picking up a thing. All I say is this. If you're going to bust mine, then bust somebody else's.
All right.
Let's be
a lot
honest.
of
Let's be fair.
busting going on.
Well,
not
hey.
like with Paige with the NXT Women's title, though.
Busting and not over that? No,
Well, all
that's
right,
not.
all right.
All right, happy, happy.
Wrestling fans, I don't know how we went on this track, but it made for another interesting
interesting,
episode.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, dude, for
We're
sure.
going to get a lot of feedback on this.
Well, if you're watching the Friday night premiere, our good friends Slick Rick, Tania, Tina, Maria Davis, Ken, all of the great Kevins, Big Ant from Thunder Valley, Larson, I don't want to forget anybody, Will Cortez. Give us your thoughts on what Johnny's saying. The Super Chat is open. That helps us keep the lights on. Again, fans, if you're not watching the Friday night premiere, simply leave your thoughts in the comment section below. When Johnny watches the episodes whenever he watches them, he can catch up with your thoughts. As well as, again, the holiday season is coming. We're going to use that C word that some don't like, Christmas, but I love Christmas. Christmas is in my heart year-round. I love Christmas music, and I love the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks. It's going to be the 9th annual. We're going to try and have a cyber fan fest of sorts to try and do everything we can to update Santa Claus's GPS so he finds every kid's house this year.
Not
How's
only
that?
kids, that he finds everyone.
He
Because
hasn't found me in a while.
is
All
in
right.
your heart.
Yes.
Well, but you know what? My favorite movie, my favorite character is the Grinch.
Linda?
Marati?
Yeah.
She's the Grinch?
Yeah. Do you want to hear a true story?
Let's hear it.
When we
We're
went
being
to,
taped.
when we went to Universal Studios last year for Thanksgiving, and took I call him the baby. He's 15, but with the baby down there. Everything was decked out for Christmas because it was
The Grinch
Thanksgiving
Christmas.
week.
Yeah.
We went and saw the Grinch show, and I wanted to get my picture with me and the kid and the Grinch, and the real Grinch wouldn't let us do it. Can you believe that? What's the matter with her? What's the matter with her?
Hopefully her heart will grow to sizes that day.
I need you to talk
when
to
the
her.
Grinch understood what Christmas was all about. Christmas, ladies, and Santa always says this, it's not in the package, it's in the heart. Christmas comes from here. It's not the size of the package, it's not the PlayStation 5, it's the fact that we have what we love most, and that's family and friends, the greatest gift of all. And once you see the Who's in Whoville celebrating that Christmas banquet with no presents, no candy canes, and no lights, you really understand what Christmas is all about. And that's why the Grinch's heart grew to sizes that day, because if you remember the show, the first thing he said was, how can they have Christmas? There are no presents or lights, no fooling around and no things there. But yet Christmas came despite. And that's what Christmas is really all about. And if we have a chance to get Santa Claus on the show, I'm sure you'll hear it from Santa's lips about what Christmas is really all about.
Well, if there's one thing I'm hoping for this year's Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive in honor of our friend Paul Bearer, I know it's been, I don't think COVID has affected the North Pole too much. Hopefully the reindeer can get him here for at least a little visit.
Well, there's always room in Christmas for a bit of magic. Let's see what happens.
Well, the whole world could use a little Christmas magic, but that's a different story for a different time.
Big prayer, but let's do it.
Again, fans, the Patreon's rolling. We got the eBay store open. We got the T-shirt bundle at BostonWrestling.com. Help us keep the Wrestling Legends working. Again, 7 or 8 months, a lot of these guys have gone without personal appearances, autograph signings, wrestling matches, and so on and so forth. It's tough. And these are people that gave their bodies and they gave their lives for your entertainment. Let's try and help them keep working too and entertain yourself at the same time. Again, every Tuesday night at 9, Tony Atlas is here for Wrestling Insiders. Every Thursday at 9, Marty Jannetty is here in some way, shape, or form, depending upon what stratosphere his brain is in. And then every Friday night at 10, it's a Fabulous Friday with John Cena Sr. For the Fabulous One, I'm Dan Marati. Until we speak again, folks, be well, stay safe, and stay healthy. Good night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet.
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
Yeah,
yes.
there you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
On October 28, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. As our Saturday WrestleMania marathon continues, WrestleHouse in Tampa, Florida is rocking on par with Raymond James Stadium with our Wrestling Insider tapings, our live episodes, our cyber autograph signings. To make life a little easier on our end and on yours, you can pre-order autographed 8x10s on BostonWrestling.com, and the superstars will personally sign them to you during their live episodes this week, with the schedule scrolling during the marathon itself. Of course, continue to monitor our social media, Facebook.com/Boston Wrestling Sports, and on Twitter at MWF Project X in case there are any last-minute additions, any urgent schedule changes, etc. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be back with JTG before WrestleMania 37 Day 2. Then Gerald Briscoe Monday afternoon. Up next, John Cena Sr. shoots on The Undertaker's retirement ceremony at Survivor Series 2020. If you're looking for a great, cool piece of memorabilia from the Survivor Series 2020 event, we have an autographed poster signed by Roman Reigns, Paul Heyman, and Drew McIntyre in the eBay store. Again, the link can be found in the description box below.
All right, Johnny, I hope you had a good turkey day yesterday, even if sometimes you may be a turkey.
Wow. I thought that we had passed that part of our lives.
Well, we've had a very interesting 15 years. And
yes,
we're going to be we're going to be talking about an anniversary in a moment, but we went from being peers to sometimes friends, sometimes enemies. We've verbally attacked each other. We've physically attacked each other. Someone tried to corrupt another one's company, but you know what? At the end of the day, we were spending Thanksgiving afternoon together to spread some cheer to our great fans out there, like Slick Rick, Tina, Maria Davis and her Pittsburgh Steelers, who are off the charts this year, our new friend Vaughn, all of the Kevins, Big Ant from the Thunder Valley, Ken, Larson, Will Cortez.
What happened to Barbie? You got Ken in there.
Well, I don't know. We don't got a Barbie yet.
We don't got a Barbie yet?
Barbie I know. You don't want to talk about that one.
All right.
All right, Johnny. It's been 15 years of you here in the Boston Wrestling, as we noted not too long ago. But what about this Sunday night, the big one, from the Amway Center in Orlando, Florida? Forget about 15 years. We can do double that. 30 years of The Undertaker.
The end is here.
The final farewell.
He says,
again.
Yeah, again. Yeah, you know what?
It's like one of those Friday the 13th movies.
It's Groundhog Day.
It's
Groundhog Day. Yes, he's coming back. Just keeps coming back. And you're right. Just when you think Jason is about to finally die, you see him come right back up again, and it starts all over. I really and truly believe that this gentleman, and I mean gentleman, a tremendous, tremendous human being, great knowledge of this business, will never be done with this business. He has so much to contribute and so much to give. I certainly hope the rumors I hear are true, that he's talking with Paul Levesque, Triple H, and he's going to be down at NXT. He could do wonders down there for these young people coming in. What's the surprise going to be? I don't know.
There's a surprise advertised.
All he said is, I'm going to be there. What I'm going to do, Kane's going to be there. We got some other people that are going to be surprised.
Savio Vega, a gentleman that's going to be joining us for the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive.
You got the Godfather's going to be there.
Kane, yeah.
I can just see some great things happening. I'm going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of tears that night, a lot of joy that night, to finally hear the gong for the last time. Maybe.
Potentially.
Well, you know what? Knowing The Undertaker, he doesn't stay dead for long.
Well, do you want to know what I would do, Johnny, if they were in a creative rut and they needed to call me on the phone?
Excuse me. Cheers.
What I would do is this, Johnny. I'm sure WWE has a much better idea than we do what their limitations are going to be for WrestleMania in 2021. We did a program on that recently on the Friday Night Talk Show, but I would like to see them have this great, tremendous ceremony, almost like what they did with Ric Flair the day after WrestleMania 24 down in Orlando. I believe you were there for that one. But where we live in different times right now, obviously there won't be fans there to soak in the emotion of the night at the Undertaker's final farewell at Survivor Series. What if, just as the gong is set to go off after this, whatever type of ceremony they put together, someone, a young hotshot with a big set of balls comes out and they say, Undertaker, I think you got one more in you. WrestleMania 37 is around the corner. You got 6 months to train, brother. You think you can pull it off, old man? I think that would make for a hell of a send-off. An actual retirement match for the fans to be prepared for and enjoy. Then they get two for the price of one.
I don't like that idea.
You don't like the idea?
I do not like that idea.
You don't think he should come back for WrestleMania 37?
I don't like your storyline at all.
All right. Well,
no, I don't think that's the way to send this gentleman off. I think he's
to give him an actual retirement match. You don't think that's it?
I don't think there's any more retirement matches.
But he never had one.
But he doesn't need. He was retired when Brock Lesnar took the belt.
That was it.
When Lesnar took it, that was the end of the Undertaker. Say what you want, Mark. Say what you want, Vince, Brock, Paul Heyman. Say what you want. My buddy, your buddy, our buddy, Paul. Always used to say, Paul Bearer would say, the streak never should end. They ended it. That was the worst thing they could have ever done. Whoever wrote it, I guess it was written, I guess it was going to be done, regardless of the injury that The Undertaker sustained. That did more damage, in my opinion, to the character and to the whole persona that The Undertaker represented. You want to beat him somewhere else. Not on the big stage.
Just not on that night.
Not on the big stage. So to give him a retirement match, look, this gentleman has been banged up, bruised up, hips replaced. I think it's time.
Shoulder.
And I think The Undertaker, Mark, is correct when he says, I don't think it's ever going to be over, but I'm tired of the travel, tired of the routine.
Well, I mean, how much travel do you get when you're on the road for 2 or 3 appearances a year? I mean, you're not talking about exhausting travel.
I know. Cena was on the road 325 days a year.
Well,
that's a lot.
That's what I mean. It's slimmed down a little bit for the past 10 years.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is he has a family now. He has something they didn't have before. I think that right now he's going to end up being like Austin, The Rock. He'll make these special appearances. But to say there's one more, you know what? The problem when you say there's one more, there's always one more. So
there
my
needs to
thing
be a
is,
period at the end of the sentence.
if you're going to end it, end it. If this is the retirement, retire. Now, it does not mean that somewhere down the line, Uncle Vince will come out with an idea to raise the dead. That might be the end of Survivor Series, where he gets buried. It's the end.
Well, do you want to know why I think there will be one more match? That man right there, because I tell you this, I go back probably now 2012 to a lunch we had at the Cauliflower Alley Club in Las Vegas, Nevada, and he told me Undertaker had an idea of how he wanted it to end. And maybe a small part of it took place when he had that Roman Reigns match at WrestleMania 33 in Orlando, but it was not down to the details that he had wanted for it. So until I see what Paul Bearer described to me, I'm going to believe there is one more match. And to be honest, I think WWE is nuts not to have promoted a retirement match. Let's say this is the end on Sunday. There are no more Undertaker matches. I think they're insane that they didn't promote a retirement match for the man. That's mucho dinero, baby.
You know what? Sometimes you got to understand there are more important things in life than money. I think you get the wrong track here. It's like all these people out there that think money is the beginning and the end all. It's like these people that are going to pay $1,800 and $2,000 for these foolish PlayStations that after Christmas will be all over the place. Mm-hmm. You know what? There reaches a point in life when you look at the reality of the fact that wrestling does have an end to it. that you do have another life. And I think The Undertaker is at that point. And you know what? I don't think you're going to see another match.
All right, let me eliminate money altogether. Do you think it would have been better for the enjoyment of the fans and the legacy of The Undertaker for them to promote one final battle, one final war?
Well, let me ask
because
you,
I do.
But let me ask you a question.
Forget about the financial aspect of it, just from a pure enjoyment. I would love for there to have been an announced Undertaker retirement match where it actually is the retirement match. Have him come back in the future to do choke slams and tombstones in interview segments and whatnot, if you will. But I would like to have seen one last Undertaker vendetta, one last storyline, one last match with a period at the end of the sentence. But that's me.
No, because my question to you is, what's going to happen at Survivor Series? You don't know, do you?
I have no idea.
No, you have no idea
I like my idea, though.
So, well, I don't think
You
Vince
hate
does.
my
Otherwise,
idea.
you wouldn't. You wouldn't be sitting here. You might be over there.
Ooh, stiff,
you know what?
brother.
So all I can say is this: who knows what's going to happen at Survivor Series? Nobody. Period. This is very secretive right now. It's like when they snuck in somebody do a wrestling match. None of the boys knew. Nobody knew. He was there, but nobody knew it. So you know what? Let's just wait and see what happens Sunday. Let's just wait and see if there is a retirement or maybe the big match. Who knows? Brother against brother. The Fiend gets involved. Who knows? Who knows? Nobody. And you know what? I wouldn't even be surprised. I mean, my gimmick is funny. It's probably stupid. I've been criticized and beat up by you-know-who. But you know what? Wouldn't it be great if we found out that the Fiend was the Undertaker's illegitimate son? And
illegitimate son?
Well, you know, we're going to have some fun with this thing. I mean, I'm thinking like Paul Heyman would think. If the Fiend was somehow connected physically to the Undertaker, and all of a sudden he becomes the new phenom managed by his father, The Undertaker. What a great gimmick.
Well, I'll say this. Wouldn't it have been something, and I hate these cinematic matches, as the cool kids call them, but I think there would have been potential to do something between Undertaker and Fiend.
They missed the boat on that.
That would have been one of the few that I would have enjoyed, I think.
I'm telling you, they missed the boat. They really did. You know, everybody hates me when I said it. You hate me for saying it. And it shouldn't have been at WrestleMania, period. But when he lost, it should have been to the Fiend. The Fiend has that earned. I've got the whole world in my hands. Undertaker sank into the ring. Smoke. Up it comes. He's there. And all of a sudden, the lightning bolt hits the urn. And we get, I will not rest in peace. Boom! Man, what a storyline. It's on. It's on. The two phenoms going against each other. But you know what? For some reason, I haven't figured it out yet, the writers, I don't really understand what the hell's going on. This stuff about Drew McIntyre just ripped out somebody's eye. Rey Mysterio...
No, Seth Rollins ripped the eye out.
Well, whoever it was, I thought Drew McIntyre ripped an eye out, too, at the end of the show.
No, it was Seth Rollins.
Well, but
he
guess
ripped the
what?
eye out.
But it was Drew McIntyre also. He did Rey Mysterio. Drew McIntyre did
He ripped someone's eye out, too? Oh, I didn't know that.
So my whole thing is I sit back and say, you know what?
It's a lot of eyes popping.
All I know is, Vince, where the hell are we going with this? It just doesn't make any sense. We're back to that weird... Is it Paul Heyman? Is it Vince McMahon? Is it Paul Levesque, Vince McMahon, and Paul Heyman? I don't know. But you know what, folks? Let's get back to real wrestling. Let's have extended title runs. Let's have something we can sit down and talk about.
Preach, baby.
I'm not preaching. I can't preach. Vince McMahon, and believe me, I may talk this, that, Paul Levesque, Paul Heyman. I'm talking about three geniuses in the world of professional wrestling. And I seriously mean that. I wouldn't say it if I didn't.
I think maybe sometimes what it boils down to is they're almost trying too hard.
Yes.
They're trying to reignite an attitude era or an 80s boom, when sometimes in life you just have to preach pacing and patience. They have to take time to develop new superstars. And it doesn't happen overnight.
And you're right. They do not have any superstars.
They have
right
zero
now.
superstars.
And they will
right
never,
now.
and I said this in the last couple of
All right,
shows,
what do we got?
and I will say it again. They will never, ever, ever have the man or the woman. They will
Well, they
never.
did have the man, but she's having a baby now.
Well, there's another thing that really bothers me. I mean, why do we have to have the baby bump? You know what? I don't know what's going on here. Seth
Well, you know
Rollins,
what? Why didn't they wait for the baby bump until after the women's championship title was dropped? But that's a pet peeve of mine. I don't know. I
know
think
what?
you do right by the business that did right by you, but that's one man's
So
opinion.
now we're going to stand there and see her and Seth Rollins with a baby bump.
Yeah,
Isn't
that's
that?
fun.
You know what?
Hopefully he won't-
We're going off the deep end, folks.
Hopefully he won't poke the baby's eye out.
We're going off the deep end. That's all I'm going to tell
All
you.
right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. We come back, we're going to talk a little bit more current events. Stand by. The 9th annual Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive Cyber Fan Fest is ongoing now through December the 13th. Get all the 411 now. All right, Johnny, welcome back. Very interesting segment on The Undertaker. Trying to hit two birds with one stone this week on this show, where there are so many interesting current events going on right now. The fans wanted to know, we discussed Andrew Yang in a recent episode. What do you think of the release of the lovely, young Zelina Vega from WWE, who was vocal of her support of the U word, so to speak?
And that wasn't a woman's product. The U word. That was union. That's why probably she got released. I've had debates with you on this before. I think that was a mistake. Very talented young lady. I think if they released her because they had too much talent or had no storyline for her, I think that's justification for the release. But if you release a person because of their belief in something, that really is suppression. And I think sometimes you're better off to let people speak. And if nobody pays attention, or if they pay attention, look, I'm going to be right up front. Sooner or later, it's going to happen. It's got to happen. Because I'm going to be right up front again, like me or not, and I'm sure there are a lot of them out there that don't like me. Maybe the guy at the top doesn't like me, Vince. But you know what? They are employees. John Cena Sr., if I were under contract, couldn't wrestle for BostonWrestling.com without your blessing or a release to the one match. I technically am controlled by you, where I work, when I work, how many days I work, etc. And I'm not arguing that. I think he's smart to do what he's doing, but you got to find a different way to do it in order. I know because when I had my real estate appraisal business, the IRS was on me. They thought I had employees, till I said to them, no, this is nobody's desk. What do you mean? I said, look, his purse right here. Where do you work? I work for John and 3 other appraisers. Really? They're under contract to me, but they're able to go and do whatever it is they want to do. So I think that somewhere, sometime, it's going to happen. These people are going to organize because not everybody is treated fairly along the line. Ultimately, I think it'll happen. If they released her because of that situation, I think they lost a tremendous talent.
Well, SAG has released a statement saying they're very interested in letting the world of professional wrestling into the Screen Actors Guild Union, which would certainly be very interesting for WWE as far as how their presentation goes and how their contracts are structured going forward. I think it's just, Johnny, it's either time to treat them as employees or they have to give them more freedom outside of the auspices of their WWE live wrestling events. Because if you look at how they're contracted, they are contracted to appear on WWE live wrestling events. As long as they meet that contract stipulation, every other endeavor in life should be at their discretion, I would think.
Or if you're going to make them solo contractors, pay them more money, pick up more expenses, give them health benefits. The
401k.
Yeah, that'll turn them into employees, unfortunately, if you do that. But I think that there's a better way. Vince has been very successful handling it the way he has. But the fact of the matter is, times change. and we now are in changing times. COVID has created situations that you and I never expected to see.
That's for sure.
Office buildings in New York, they're canceling their leases. Why? People are working at home. Corporations are finding out it's more cost effective, and they hold 2 meetings a month. Don't need the office space anymore. We're in a different world, a different time. COVID has proved that. I think somewhere down the line, the world of professional wrestling is going to change in terms of how they do business. I like the Screen Actors Guild. Vince McMahon was the man behind the curtain. He's the one that went like this and said, no, it's not sports, it's sports entertainment. Well, why? So I could save a buck here and save a buck there. Well, now it is entertainment. Why not let them go into the Screen Actors Guild?
And here's the thing, Johnny. It's all based upon what I would look at as greed. If they did not make waves by trying to go after the talent for using Twitch and Cameo and platforms like that on their time off, I don't know if we're even having this discussion right now.
I would think
I don't
right.
know if you would have rocked the boat of former Democratic presidential candidate Andrew Yang, who now that Joe Biden is president, you know, he could have a very influential spot in Washington. And he has said in multiple different interviews after Zelina Vega's release, he tweeted, I am paraphrasing it, but I haven't forgotten about Vince McMahon. He did a radio interview where he explicitly said Vince McMahon is fucking greedy. So is this a guy you want as a mover and a shaker in Washington, D.C., eyeing the movements of your company? If I am Vince McMahon, I would not want that.
Well,
and I think it was avoidable.
I do think it was avoidable. I think Yang now has a point to prove. He'll prove it. He has as much money, if not more, than McMahon. So now it's going to be the battle of the billionaires. Let's see who wins. And I think, I hate to say this, but with the current situation, with the current administration coming in, we're headed for different times, bad times, good times, who knows. But I think it's going to be completely different from what we're used to in the United States of America. And I said it before and I'll say it again. There is no use, in my book, for a Republican Party or a Democratic Party. It's not time to separate. It's time to cooperate. It's time to bring this country together. It's time for us to be united as one nation under God.
Indivisible.
With liberty and justice for all.
All right. Well, that almost sounded like the end of National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation when the Santa Claus shot into the...
I just say it like it is.
But, Johnny, I'll ask you this. You talk about difficult, maybe not difficult isn't the word, but maybe uncomfortable work environment now for WWE superstar Aleister Black, who is married to Zelina Vega, who just had his wife ousted from the same company that he worked in with her. If you're Aleister, would you feel a little awkward going to work? Would you be walking on eggshells going to work if you were Aleister, or would it not bother you?
My answer is no.
Well, I asked three questions, but
I'll answer them all.
Oh, all right.
You know, well, first of all, you said, is it awkward? Would you be walking on eggshells? The answer is no, no, and no to all three questions.
Okay.
Because why? I have let's look at Renee Young, and let's look at Moakley over at AEW, right?
Moxley.
Yeah, good old Moxley. So what's the difference? What is the difference? The fact of the matter is...
Well, Dean Ambrose wasn't released. He left at the end of his contract. They wanted to keep Ambrose. They ousted Vega.
But stop and think about this. They ousted her because she voiced her opinion. You and I can talk about two things. We can agree to disagree and still be friends. The difference with the situation we're talking about is she's under a banner called WWE. The U word is not to be spoken. If that's the rule, then you just broke the rule. So every person in this country, male and female, has a right to an opinion. Now, I can respect that, or I can be like they are and say, I respect your opinion, but there's the door. Am I going to jeopardize my income because my spouse, my mate, my companion voiced his or her opinion? No. I'm happy where I am. I'm playing by the rules. So I don't see any walking on eggshells. Be careful. You know what? Don't be afraid. This is what's wrong with this world. Don't be afraid. You know what? You get kicked in the ass sometimes. Turn around and boot back. Don't be afraid. Why? I'm going to lose my job. Is that the end of the world? Maybe it's a message. Maybe you didn't belong there anyway.
Well, it's an interesting point of view, but I ask you this, Johnny. Aleister Black, certainly someone that 2020 has been almost a lost year with the creative that has been presented to him.
Nothing.
He had a big win over Bobby Lashley at WrestleMania that was all but forgotten about. I don't think he's done much of anything since other than a small little program with Kevin Owens. I wonder what the future, though, may be of the individual that foreshadowed all of this union talk, that being an individual that has been sitting at home with a broken neck named Paige. She was the first to tweet that she was interested in learning about unions and so on and so forth. And Zelina Vega initially responded to her union tweet with great interest, which eventually, several weeks later, we have Zelina Vega released. Would WWE go to the length of releasing Paige while she's at home with a broken neck suffered in their ring, even if she uses the U word?
My answer? Yes.
Really?
Yes. I would have no hesitation about picking the phone up and say you're fired. I would absolutely. They should have released her when the videos came out. They should have released her when she had the situations and she was not with them, basically, when she had all these situations with Del Rio. I mean, there was all kinds of stuff coming down here. You know what? Paige, basically, I think right now, gone.
Well, that movie pretty much saved her career.
That's why The Rock did it.
If they didn't have that movie coming out about her and her family, I think she would have been gone when the photos came out of the NXT Women's Championship belt that's used at meet and greets was soiled, so to speak. Never
dripped upon.
Used as a napkin, so to speak.
There you go.
We're not talking about after a fine meal.
Disgraceful for all three people. I'm not going to throw the stone at one woman. There were two guys involved in it, weren't they? Two guys.
Well, as far as the photos of the soiling of the NXT Championship belt, there was no one knows who the man was. But there were videos of her and different partners in WWE. Yes.
Then you know what? If I were Vince, it would have been a big broom with a big sweep.
You would have got rid of all of them.
You bet your ass I would.
Can you really control? I've never really looked at a talent contract that in depth, but I mean, there has to be some kind of a clause in there as far as bringing embarrassment and disgrace to the company.
Thank you.
But at the same time, they are human beings. They are independent contractors. If they want to make these sexual videos on their own time. You know, Seth Rollins had photos leaked from an ex-girlfriend of him taking photos of his manhood. So certainly...
Why do I do this? Vince, I'm sorry.
She's not the only one. But like you said, you would have swept the house clean.
I would have. You know what? I guess I'm a lot different than other people. I tolerate a lot. But when you degrade the company that feeds you, when you bring down the institution that you should be supporting by doing what you've done. Look, if they did it without the belt, that's their business. If
she was soiled alone without the belt involved.
You know what? That's their business.
Yeah.
Rollins did his little thing. That's his business. But as soon as you bring my trademark, my business
that you bring
into
to have
your
kids to
bedroom,
take their picture with,
well, then that's when the ball drops.
Yeah.
It's over,
literally.
kid. It's over, kid. And you know what? Maybe, and I'm sorry I missed the show where Paige broke her neck, and I'm very, very sorry to hear that. She's a quite talented young lady, but I think her days in the ring are over. I think her days with WWE are numbered.
But I'll say this. You know what? Forget about my human point of view. From a business point of view, if I'm her and I'm sitting at home collecting 6 figures a year,
doing nothing,
would I want to be the one to rock the boat about unions?
No.
Exactly.
No.
It's like what Tony said this past Tuesday on Wrestling Insiders at Your House. For it to really gain steam outside of someone like Andrew Yang, it needs to be someone higher up the food chain than someone that's as expendable as a Paige or as Zelina Vega, that if they're gone after a week or two, you're not even going to notice.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's like the Bellas. Who cares about the Bellas anymore?
Did you see the interview that they want to come back to win the women's tag team
If Vince
titles?
lets them back to do that, they're all on you know what, Coca-Cola and Pop Rocks. Please, it's over. It's done. It's finished.
I don't understand what people see in them. Are they attractive ladies? Yes. Personally, I don't know them. I've heard some very interesting secondhand stories, but I've heard secondhand stories, but they bring nothing to the plate of appeal of what a professional wrestling show is all about. What they do does not look believable. Their interviews are not believable. They sound like two robots.
Who's daddy?
Huh?
Who's daddy?
Who's daddy?
Who's their daddy?
It was almost you at one point.
No. Wrong. No.
Now, what do you mean, who's
their
daddy?
stepfather right now?
Oh, Johnny Ace, yeah.
Oh, what does he do for a living?
Well, he's a road agent.
Oh.
Or producer, I'm sorry. They don't use the agent word
Well, you know
anymore.
what? I'm not saying there's any pull there, but I think that even he's smart enough.
Well,
and I have a lot of respect for him, by the way.
Me too.
Great respect for that man.
Even that they've continued to do this boring, fake, forced reality show. I don't understand the mindset of anyone that would. Maybe it's escapism from the real world. I don't know.
Do you know what it is?
There's just nothing real about that. As I'm sure you know, there is nothing real about that reality show at all, and it continues to live on. And I do not understand why, other than they married well.
Well, here's the deal. The deal is they can't accept the fact that it's over. They can't accept the fact that it's over. And I keep saying that. It is over. Move on. Move on. You know, Bree's got Daniel, and Nikki has the
dancer. I don't know his name.
Man, no, I'm sorry, I don't either, but I don't think they're married. Are they married?
I don't think so.
No. They have a wonderful son, I believe.
I'm sure they'll get a free wedding out of the reality show.
They have a son?
They both had, I'm not sure of the gender, but they both had babies.
So you know what? I think that God's given you a lot of gifts. You've got what you both have gotten what you wanted. You had a tremendous run in WWE. You had a tremendous run with your reality shows. You had some failures with your clothing line, your wine line. It didn't work out. You know what? Move on. Move on. Life is all about a journey. This page is over. Start the next chapter. Bellas, move on. It's over. It's done. It's time for somebody else to come in and do it. And you know what? Even the enthusiasm isn't there when you say you want to come back and take the women's tag titles.
You know, Johnny, I picture maybe some of the worst in-ring wrestling we've seen in quite some time if it actually came to fruition. Oh. But they had said before the pregnancy, they had talked about coming back to work a women's tag team title feud with the Iconics.
That's like me getting in the ring with Randy Orton again. Oh. Let's be real here. Oh. I don't hold a candle to Randy Orton. I don't hold a candle to Hornswoggle. Let me tell you something, folks. Don't embarrass yourself. Don't do what you're not supposed to do. It'll be bad. It will be embarrassing for the WWE, the Bellas, and everyone. Look, I just try to call what I see real. This is not good for business.
Well, and Johnny, before we go, we know that at one point there were rumors that you had maybe an eye for Mama Bella, and maybe Mama Bella had an eye for you, and it almost led to a fist fight at WrestleMania 31 out in San Jose, California.
God, I tell you.
With the former Father Bella. But Johnny, I got an email from an article that was in one of the, I guess you'd call it a dirt sheet. But apparently, I know you're with several lovely ladies now, with one special one in particular. But before this relationship,
Moniz?
Yes, before this relationship, when you were a single man, that you apparently had relations, to be politically correct, with Margot Ouellette.
Who?
Margot.
Margot?
Yes, from the Ms. and Mrs. reality TV series.
Wow.
Now, is that true?
No.
You've never had a French woman?
No. I never had a relationship with that woman never.
But you and Margot have never got physical.
No go with Margot, no.
If you were a single man, would you go for Margot? Now, wouldn't it be interesting to see you on the Ms. and Mrs. reality show with Margot at the Mrs. house all of a sudden? I think that would be, I'd watch that.
Well, here you go, folks. Send it in. Maybe I'll be on TV.
Now, just think of that, what that reality show would look like. You'd have the Miz and Maurice, You'd have his father, I think his name is George, who gets involved in WWE scenario.
He's okay.
He's no John
He's a hot
Cena
ticket.
Senior, though.
No, but he's a hot ticket. I love those. I love his mother and father.
And I don't know if his folks are still married or not, but the mother is at that home. Then you have Margot going for John Cena Sr. Like at the end of an episode, they open the door, Margot, we need you for a minute with the baby. And they open the door, and you and Margot are in the bed.
Folks, I don't know what's in his coffee or his Fabo pot. I think he wakes up nights. All I know is, just don't even listen.
So for the Dave Meltzers of the world, there's been no
Dave
romance?
Meltzers.
Honestly, I don't remember what website it was on, but for the reporter that put it out there has been no romance between you and Margot Ouellette.
Boy, no, I don't even know where this is going, but it's not going in a good place. So, answer is no.
You could put
never
that in more ways
never
than
will.
one. All right.
I'm sorry. No. Even WrestleMania 31, no. That was just a friendly hello, goodbye, and it's over.
You wouldn't give Margot a friendly hello with a wink? All right.
There are a lot of fish in the water. I just think you got to be selective.
You need to go to a different lake, I guess.
Sure.
All right, wrestling fans, boy, do we have some fun on this show. We talked a little farewell to The Undertaker. We talked a little unionization. We talked a little releasing of Zelina Vega. And we talk about, I don't know, do you believe John Cena Sr. about this romance that was written about online? I believe him, but you never know in this day and age.
I haven't seen it. I'd like to see it.
When I go home, I'm going to forward you the link that I have.
Please, I'd like to see that.
There was no picture, though. If there was a picture, I probably would have fell on the floor.
I'm waiting.
All right. Well, for Margot Ouellette's love interest, or former love interest, Mr. John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you next Friday night on Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Enjoy your holiday weekend, folks. Good night. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition Bailey autographed Rob Schamberger outprint, one of only 50 made. A great addition to the collection of any Bailey fan, direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autograph photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. As our Saturday WrestleMania weekend marathon with John Cena Sr. continues, you can make sure the Fabulous Fridays never end. Help the cause big time by giving the video a thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel for free, clicking on the little bell for notifications to all the great content coming your way this week, and share the link to the marathon across social media so we can get new fans involved in the content. Millions of fans are strangers to us. We want to make them friends, especially the fans that began to hate sports entertainment, that may have loved it in the 80s and 90s. I think they'll love our talk show content. Let's start creating original studio shoot interviews 7 nights per week and keep the wrestling legends working. It's a great passion of mine. Up next, John Cena Sr. is back shooting on AEW, the Rhodes name scandal, Mike Tyson, Sting, WWE Creative, and more.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Friday Nights. Fox, SmackDown, they're done for the night, but we're just starting up, John, and we always have a good time on Friday night at 10 p.m. here at MWF Studios.
Late night.
Late? Now, well, you'd have to talk to Margot about just how late those nights go.
Hey, fans, need a Christmas...
Who are those bad boys out, baby?
How about a pair of Johnny Fabulous socks? Great Christmas gift. If you're interested, just text BostonWrestling.com and let Dan Marotti know, and we'll see what we can do about getting you a pair for Christmas.
Now, do you think Margot has a pair of panties with your face on?
Wow. Holy moly. All righty. Mr. Atlas, you were right.
Unbelievable. They said she looks kind of like the French Ruth Bader Ginsburg of professional wrestling. So Margot has found a second career later in life. I admire the woman.
Very good.
To become, find celebrityhood at her age. I think that's nice.
Yep, I haven't found that.
Well, yeah, maybe they need you back on Total Bellas.
Now that's another story for another time.
All right, Johnny. Folks have been emailing us left and right with all kinds of thoughts about AEW. I know it is a show that when you catch it, you enjoy it. I don't know if I'd call you an AEW fanatic, but there's things about the product that you've come to like.
I do like AEW. I do very much. Whenever I have a chance, my schedule doesn't permit me to watch a lot of wrestling shows anymore. I try to catch WWE. I try to catch AEW, New Japan Pro. I'll tell you that AEW has produced a product that I think has brought us back to the old days of wrestling. There are some storylines in there, but even they now are starting to go a little bit too far. A lot of blood, a lot of...
I love the blood. That makes it realistic to me.
Vicious Dan Marotti. Vicious Dan.
That's what makes it real? The blood doesn't enhance the realism to you?
You know...
I find that more realistic than having Orange Cassidy put his hands in his pockets and do kicks. I mean, not for nothing. I find the blood to be a little bit more realistic than Hot Pockets.
Wow.
But am I right or wrong, though, Johnny? In your opinion?
In my opinion means nothing, but my opinion is simply this.
It means something to me.
There is a time and a place for everything. And I don't think you need as much as what's being done. I think some of these matches now, even in WWE, New Japan Pro, they're really going to the extreme. To the extreme. However, I do like AEW's product. I think that Tony Khan is really onto something. I think if he continues with the way he's going to go, everybody predicted he wouldn't last longer than 90 days. He's fooled them all. And he's fooled them all because of the quality of the product and the storylines.
A lot of hard work by those people. I really don't know many people in AEW, but you know what? Anyone that goes out week after week and puts forth the effort that it takes to produce a show like that, I have all the respect in the world for them. Whether personally I think they're great people, maybe I don't like them, I don't know. I really don't know anyone in the AEW offices like I do everybody down at Titan Towers in Connecticut. But Tony, almost maybe a ceasefire around the holiday times. Cody is now legally able to be Cody Rhodes again. I think it was very petty that he wasn't allowed to be called Cody Rhodes, where he is the son of the plumber, so to speak. But in return for that, it appears that Cody has decided to drop his attempt to capture some of the old WCW pay-per-view names that WWE bought with the sale of the company back in 2001. Your thoughts on Cody becoming Cody Rhodes again?
Business is business. If I own the name, which I did, WWE owned the name, it's called protection. And it's no different than you coming up with a car and me trying to steal your label. He is who he is. The unfortunate part about this business, and I always say this to people, when John Cena retires, who owns the name and how long will the contract go on? How do you take a birthright name and say, I own that? I think you own the character.
Right. They own mannerisms.
They own the character.
Quotes.
Right. but I
likenesses.
don't.
They can't own someone's legal name. But Cody Rhodes wasn't Cody's legal name, so that was the quandary that he found himself in.
Well, I understand that.
He's
And Vince
Cody
McMahon
Reynolds,
was smart
right.
because it was a character name that Vince trademarked and owned.
You know what? To me, that one, I understand 99.9% of them. Whoa, sorry, Tony. If WWE is going to go to the length to create these characters, market these characters, merchandise these characters, present these characters on these multi-million-dollar television shoots, then by all right, they have to protect their assets. But at the same time, he was Dusty Rhodes' son.
Makes no difference, brother. Business is business.
I think that one was a low blow.
I don't care if he's the son of Donald Trump or the son of Joseph Biden, which guy's a little questionable right now. But I'm just saying, it makes no difference. The fact is, I have an investment. My job is to protect that investment. I have nothing against WWE for what they did or why he did it. Plus, he would enforce it even more because you're my competition. And I know they'll be saying, well, it's not our intention to compete. Don't give me that.
We know the reality of the
stupidity is
situation.
stupidity.
Yeah.
I'm stupid, but not that stupid.
You were born at night, but not last night.
That's right. I didn't fall off the turnip truck because I like cabbage. So it's like, hang on. I just think that Vince made the right decision. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But the fact of the matter is, you signed it, you live with it. When it expires, we'll talk about it. And that's exactly what happened.
Well, in the same light, I have to say I disagree with Cody. And again, you're going to imagine your response may be business is business. But I don't, you know what? I know Cody has this obsession with things that his father created. And you know what? If my father created certain things, I may want them too. But at the end of the day, Dusty Rhodes was paid by Jim Crockett or WCW, whichever event was created at the time, to come up with these concepts. He was paid to do it. He didn't do it for free and give it away as goodwill. But for Cody to go out and try and, like the Bash at the Beach name that was used by AEW earlier this year, that went along in the sale when WWE bought WCW back in 2001. And I think Cody really opened some eyes and probably angered some people when he went to try and obtain these, what WWE thought were their assets. I don't think that helped the cause by him going after the old pay-per-view names.
Business is business, and I'm not being wise when I say that. Cody Rhodes was after something, a legacy. A legacy. It's unfortunate they were after things that we can't have. I don't know who his attorneys are, but attorneys will always take a case, regardless whether it's win or lose, because they get paid.
They get the pay.
Yeah, they really don't give a damn. So I think that somebody should have been astute enough to research it before we filed it. I don't mind spending money, and I'm sure you don't either, but you want to get what you pay for. You want to get what you pay for. And so I think for you to try to go after a legacy that's been purchased, I think that's pretty impossible to get. Even though you're blood related, it just isn't going to happen. It isn't going to happen. And I would think if anybody understands that, it would be Cody Rhodes because of the extent of the involvement that his father had in all these promotions.
I just think it came off petty, not being able to let the man use the Rhodes name when he is a Rhodes. He's part of that family. But that's one man's opinion. I understand business is business. Would it have hurt WWE to let him become Cody Rhodes? I don't think so. Is Cody Rhodes all that more valuable to AEW now that he can go by Cody Rhodes instead of Cody? I don't think so. I think you were pissing on the man's heritage more than anything. But again, that's my opinion.
All I got to say is this. He came out as Cody, didn't he? Anybody who is into pro wrestling would know the character is Cody Rhodes. He had enough exposure on WWE so that people knew who he was. He just wanted the last name for whatever reason. If that's his real last name, then he wanted his heritage. Unfortunately, it gets involved in business.
Well, I will say this. I think it's a lesson to any superstar out there of name value in 2020 that if you have children that you may want to have an involvement in wrestling at any time, book the child on an independent wrestling event so they can always say prior usage before going to any major league company.
Smart move.
And then you never run into that problem.
You know what? I have a good friend, Chrissy Perillo, who does action figures. and their company had my friend The Fiend, before he went to WWE, they started producing figures, and also Kevin Owens, before he went to WWE, he was notified and told by legal from WWE, I believe, they had to stop production. They produced documentation and said, this was done before they were with you. Therefore, and they had to back down.
I think with Kevin Owens, at least, it was produced under his former name of Kevin Steen.
Steen, correct.
Right. They weren't producing the WWE name,
no,
at least.
they're
on
just doing the
figure.
character,
Right.
which they didn't want. Character, no character, didn't want. As a matter of fact, they even produced the Johnny Fabulous.
Where is it?
I'll bring it in.
I don't want a prototype. I want them released to the mass market.
No, it's in.
But I don't want. I'm not talking about one. I want thousands produced.
I think, and my son hates me for this.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. I think they should have done a dual pack when I was involved.
I've said that for years.
With Orton, they should have been a dual pack of Cena Sr. and John Cena Jr. I think that would have been a multi-million dollar deal and sold a lot of action figures. And I'm not bragging, believe me, because I know my place. As The Rock would say, I know my role.
I certainly would not say anything derogatory about your son, but they released a lot of repetitive, bland action figures of John over the years. I think if they had a two-pack of you and him together, I think it would have spiced up the line a little bit, in one man's opinion.
But they did do an action figure of me. I'll bring it in.
I would like to see it.
I'll bring it in for the fans. It's not the best, but it certainly is a fabulous figure. I had, I think, 20. I have one left.
Can the fans buy them?
If we get enough orders, I'll have some put together.
What would the suggested retail price on the figure be?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to talk to my friend, but I wouldn't think it'd be more than $15.
Even Tony, I'm sure he could use a new figure.
Do it.
Marty, we could do everybody here in MWF.
We'll do Tony Atlas and Johnny Fabulous.
Tony could come with an accessory of some fried chicken from tomorrow on as he eats during
Moving
the
right
show.
along, folks. Happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
They said it
Here
looked
we-
like the back end of a lawnmower when Tony eats the fried chicken and the chicken wings on our show.
Right on the show he's
He
eating?
eats them right on the show. He has no...
What a great guy. I'm telling you. I don't care what you say.
He's ready to talk, whether he's eating, whether he's relaxing, whether he's on the phone. He'll talk until the cows come home. But I'll say this, there's been times, even at the social distance that you and I are at, I've been hit by residue. I've been hit by chicken wing residue all the way over here when Tony's talking. And if you could only see my inner grimace as the piece of the chicken wing hits my face.
He likes chicken wings.
You know what his favorite kind of chicken wing is?
What is that?
A free one.
Well, hey fans, it's been a great night.
All right,
this is me,
wrestling
John
fans.
Cena Sr., with my partner, Dan Marotti, saying, be good, be great, see you next week.
Back to the world of AEW, Johnny. Away from the world of chicken wings, rhymes with chicken wing. What do you think about a man that's been rumored to perhaps make an appearance in AEW to lead to bigger things? Not Wing, but Sting. Do you think the ship has sailed on Sting?
Wow.
In
Chicken wings to
wrestling,
Sting to Bella. You know what? I think that Sting's time has passed. I really do. Nothing against him. Tremendous athlete. I met him in California at WrestleMania. I can't say enough good things about this man. And I mean that from my heart. I truly do. But I think that it's too old a character to bring back. I really do. I don't think it would work.
It's been 5 years now since his last match, believe it or not.
It just is, even the wow factor would be gone if he came out. It would just be like, you'd be better off getting a Phil Brooks if you could get him to make a pop there. Somebody who's recently been released that'll give you that wow factor. As great as Sting was, I think all the charisma, I think everything that he's done in the past is a great legacy. I think it would be an injustice to him and the fans to turn around and try to get that one last pop. I don't think it's there.
You don't think maybe even just 1 or 2 appearances, maybe a surprise, maybe even having him in the But I know they're big on trying to replicate a War Games type match where Sting had a legacy in War Games. Maybe have him as the man that opens and shuts the cage door when each participant enters. You don't think even in a non-wrestling capacity they could find a use for Sting that the fans would enjoy?
Okay, I'll back up if you like, and I'll say this. Only if it's a 15,000 person live event.
You need the people.
And you bring them in. It's like this. We just talked about WWE. You didn't know John Cena Sr. was going to be here tonight. Kayfabe with everybody. He comes out, gets his ass kicked by Randy Orton. If that happened, that would give him the pop that he needs. Anything beyond that, I don't think it's there.
Well, long term or on a regular basis, no, I don't think they need that. I think now the interesting things are being done medically nowadays. Perhaps there are these stem cells and things. I know a lot of the guys are going to Mexico to try and rejuvenate themselves physically with their necks that have been destroyed. Maybe there's a way for Sting to get healthy enough to compete in one more match. I would think he'd want that big WWE payday over in Saudi Arabia when they go back, but I don't know.
He's not going over, is he?
No one's going over right now.
No, it'd be very foolish. My whole thing is this. I think that you have to realize that your time has come and gone. Like I said, full arena, don't know he's coming down, have him come right down that string, drop in the ring with a baseball bat, whacked, he's the enforcer, there's the pop.
Think of the pop that would get.
It's no holds barred. No holds barred, no disqualification. The one thing they would never expect would be to see that crow come down from that. That's a great pop. Once.
Yeah.
Once. Then it's over. Unless you work him into a one more time. Look, it's very, how old is he now?
Oh my gosh, he's got to be pushed very close to 60. I believe he's older than Undertaker by a couple of years.
So, you know what? Why push the envelope? Why go out embarrassed? You can't go out.
Exactly.
You know, my whole thing has always been.
And I think that's, I hate to say it, I think that's what's happened to Undertaker a few times.
Yeah, if you can't go out 100%, then don't go out.
Yeah.
Don't go out. Anyway, that's just my take.
All right, Johnny, AEW, as we noted, a lot of people predicted doom and gloom for this company. They thought it was going to be a spectacular failure. Well, and in the end, before the first year was even up, TNT renewed AEW for several years on the TNT network, along with another program that's going to be coming sooner than later, I believe. AEW certainly has to be happy with what they've done so far, but something that Tony Khan said in a recent interview opened some eyes is they have to try and come up with some ways to get some new eyeballs. The AEW, as well as it's done, has never been able to hit the TV ratings it hit the first 2 episodes when it premiered in October of 2019. Obviously, and I don't think any television show can be disappointed that with the buzz from a season premiere, that you see that decline in week 2 and week 3. Usually most shows you see settle in between around week 4 to week 6. And I think that's can be said for AEW. That's generally a show you'll see somewhere between 750 to 900,000 fans most weeks. You had a few that have been a little higher. You've had a few that have tanked and have gone a little lower, but that's pretty much the average. So AEW trying to go out of the box, trying to go the celebrity route, which worked for WWF back in the mid-'80s with Mr. T and Cyndi Lauper for the first WrestleMania, and then which really set the business on fire to a whole new level on cable television in 1998 with Mike Tyson. We now have AEW trying to go the celebrity route. A few months ago, in what was going to be a pay-per-view match that fell apart due to a boxing match that's going to be forthcoming, Chris Jericho and Mike Tyson. And now there is apparently going to be in the works a match or some kind of an angle between Cody Rhodes and Shaquille O'Neal. So the one thing I can say
David and Goliath.
The one thing I can say about WWE is, at least in the 80s, they weren't going after celebrities from the 60s. It's been a while since Shaq and Mike Tyson have seen their prime. Do you think, A, is the celebrity route the way to go to try and get some new eyeballs? B, is Shaq and Mike Tyson, 90s retro legends, the way to go?
You know, entertainment is entertainment. But I think what you have to realize is the fans are not idiots. I don't know what you're laughing at, but the fact of the matter is, you know, some things just don't work. And Cody Rhodes against Shaquille O'Neal. If Shaquille O'Neal can't wipe him out with one swoop of his hand and do a slam dunk, it just doesn't make any sense.
Do you think for Shaq's legacy, he's better off with the Papa John's commercials at this point?
Papa John's make a lot of money right now. They're going to open some more stores.
Have you ever had Papa John's?
No.
Don't.
I've never had Papa John's pizza. Not interested in Papa John's pizza. Johnny
I don't even know if there were any up this way, but down when we used to have the house in Florida, there was one not too far away, and I'd never had it. I tried it once and never again.
No, that's like Red Lobster.
I like the biscuits, though.
You can get the mix right at the store.
What do you mean you can get the
You
mix?
get the mix from Red Lobster free.
They sell Red Lobster biscuit mix?
Yeah, the cheese biscuits.
Get the heck out of here.
Yeah.
At the supermarket?
Yeah. Yeah.
You just may have made me a very happy man.
See that? There you go.
You think Linda will cook me these biscuits?
I think she will. Anybody can cook them.
She certainly won't.
She won't? She won't?
No.
She's,
She has the capability to, but would she is the question. No.
I'm sure she will. If
Really?
you asked her nicely.
You know what?
Instead of that Dan Marati, cupcake and biscuits. No, Dan, no.
You know, I am going to send Linda this video to show her that John Cena Sr. believes in her enough that she has the giant heart in her chest, has it in her to make me Red Lobster biscuits from the comfort of her own home.
I've met her. She's a very kind, generous person.
You were the other night in Nashua when she threw the till box at me, yeah.
Only bad thing is she missed. So, Linda, one bad thing. Anyway, back to Shaquille O'Neal and
Back to
celebrities.
Shaq.
I think if you're going to get celebrities, I think you got to get celebrities who are current.
Someone from this century, maybe.
Yeah, well, but get somebody who people are going to want to see involved in something that you want to sell and make money with. And you know what? I'm going to be right up front. I think you're wasting your money until you get fans in the arena. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'll pick it up here, I'll pick it up there. It's so boring not to have that fan reaction. I don't care what anybody says. That makes the show. It ain't there. It ain't there, folks. I don't care what you do. You can bleed all over the canvas. You can fall from the sky. It just isn't there. Because that pop is not there. That wow factor, the boos, the cheers, it's all gone. It's dead silence.
You know, as a WWE stockholder, it almost pains me to say it, but I think AEW has done a better job with the ambiance than WWE has,
Absolutely
at least
correct.
initially. They never had a show when it was just dead silence with no fans.
Right.
They always had, whether it be, you know, independent guys or undercard enhancement guys or guys not on the show, girls not on the show out at ringside applauding.
Right.
They were the first to open up to live fans, where I believe they let up to 750 fans.
Well, they're having some shows now. The tickets are on sale now.
Yeah, I think they're allowed, or they'll
Coming
cap
to
it at
Massachusetts?
Huh?
Are they coming to Massachusetts?
They're booked for Massachusetts a couple of weeks after WrestleMania.
Where?
What the heck is the name of it? Agganis Arena in Boston, where they were before.
Oh, I might be interested.
Well, we'll have to go. I'll say this, cordial enough. I had a very good time when they were here in Boston.
Well, I think they're a very good product. I mean,
Well, I don't think it's a perfect product
Vince
yet,
has
but
got
you know
an
what?
excellent product.
There are some things about AEW each week. This is how I usually leave it. There are some things about the one or two killer segments, and I'm like, wow, that was great. And then there's some stuff that I just, whether it's the hokiness of it or it's just maybe talent that isn't primetime ready, that doesn't look like it belongs on national television. But for those that do want to nitpick and attack them, you have to remember this. WWE is a company with a legacy that goes all the way back to Jess McMahon in the 1930s. AEW is still virtually almost like the Red Lobster biscuits we were talking about. They're almost starting from scratch with what they're doing right now.
Exactly right.
Are there going to be mistakes along the learning curve? Absolutely.
Yep.
Has it been a perfect product? Absolutely not.
No.
Has it been an enjoyable product? Has it been an alternative for fans that might not want to watch WWE? Absolutely. And I think anyone that is too negative on AEW for the things they don't like, they should consider the fact that they might not. There could be a world right now where they don't have that alternative. There could be a world right now where all of these people that are making a full-time income don't have a job.
Only
I think
one furniture store, yep.
Exactly. I think it's a great thing that AEW exists. I think it's a great thing that AEW exists to make mistakes, because you know what? I think anyone that's any good is only going to learn from the mistakes they make.
I agree.
I think we have.
Tony Khan has said, I got a lot more surprises.
Are you going to be one of the surprises? You and Margot.
If Margot go, Fabo don't go.
Well, I tell you this, there is a woman in AEW that has been very interested in, when I say hooking up, I'm not talking about the physical romantic way, but hooking up with you maybe on a business level, Vicky Guerrero.
You know what, I just have to say this. I think she is a tremendous, wonderful human being. Every time I see her at autograph signings, when I'm doing signings, this lady is nothing short of fabulous, and I really mean that. She truly loves the business. She loves what she does, and I'm going to say it. I've said it 1,000 times. She and Paul Heyman have proved how to be heel managers, without a doubt. Paul Heyman, the best. I got to tell you, I said it before to your face. You said thank you. I really appreciate the thank you, but I thank you. And Vicky Guerrero, you proved being who you were by what you did as that manager, that GM, not even saying one word. You got booed when you came through the curtains. The young people today should learn from Paul Heyman, should learn from Vicky Guerrero. You should learn from Bobby the Brain Heenan, God rest his soul, all the greats. But I'll tell you what, Vicky, thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to know you.
Well, I'd love to see her back here in Boston Wrestling in the future. Johnny, I don't know, before Survivor Series last Sunday, did you have a chance to check out Vicky's shoot in this studio?
I did not.
Hopefully you will, because I think you'll enjoy it.
I'll take a look at that.
You remember the last time we attempted to have a female here in the studio, and, well, this went much better than that.
Oh, I do remember
much better than that.
Iron Sheik was here.
And I'm not talking about
Von Johnson was
I'm not
here.
talking about our dear friend Deborah McMichael, a lovely, classy lady.
Yes, she
First
is.
class lady.
Yes, she is.
We're talking about the gum on the bottom of the shoe, who we won't even name.
I remember
And that's a
that.
compliment.
I vividly remember. I very vividly remember that.
See how much better I'm getting, Johnny. Now,
Yes.
you know there's a part of me that would love to say the things that I think about
Yes, you
that
would,
human
and you
being.
don't do it. That's good.
But you want to know what I think you'll laugh
here
at?
it comes.
No. I'll share this story. I told this story, everything that happened without naming the person, to Deborah when she came in. And she knew who it was, without me even saying it. So what does that tell you about the individual in question?
My reputation precedes me.
As you like to say, amen. Well, again, Johnny, AEW, it's year 2. Do you think that they're wise to keep the traditional WWF pay-per-view schedule of 4 big events per year? Or do you think maybe now is the time to try and increase the revenue and maybe go to a monthly pay-per-view format? Go up to 12, or maybe 6, and then jump to 12. Maybe increase them.
I think 6 is a good number. I think WWE is overdoing it.
Well,
You know what? Yeah, that's just, it's too much now. It really is too much. And I think they're finding out by the buy rates. I think they're finding out by the fan reactions. This is nothing more than a glorified Raw or a SmackDown. They're not pay-per-views. There's no surprises. I used to wait for those to come because there was always that wow factor, that surprise that you never could see coming. It's all over. It's not there. And I think that's by having too much of a good thing, you get sick of eating ice cream or steak or mashed potatoes. And that's exactly the way I look at it.
Even for I'd say to me, the pay-per-view, quote-unquote, era of WWF ended probably in late 01, 02, when they started the WCW invasion, which is what led to them not using me anymore with Ed Cohen in the live events department. But I certainly won't cry and have my feelings hurt about that 19 years later. But
bitter, man.
I just think that it got to the point right around that time when, okay, these aren't special anymore. I used to look forward to the pay-per-view every month, not quite as much as I did the monthly house show at the Boston Garden, being able to experience that live with those animals that would go in to see those shows. But to be able to, a lot of the times during the more popular eras of wrestling, you know, I had my friends, oh, you getting the pay-per-view? I want to come over and watch, and blah, 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 blah. I can't tell you the last time someone asked me if I was going to order a pay-per-view and if they wanted to come and watch it. I think, and I'll say this, as far as AEW goes, I think they have captured that young male fan base, the 18 to 34 that everyone's always going after, and you do see a few more pay-per-view parties pop up nowadays. So I think AEW has been successful it at least making the pay-per-views feel special. And you know what else I like about the AEW shows more than anything is that they're not on Sunday night. They're on Saturday night.
That's right.
Saturday night is a night to me that feels more like a celebratory night.
Beer,
it feels
pizza,
like a
party.
Exactly.
Yeah,
on Sunday night, to the Catholics of the world, I guess it's a religious day. People got to go to bed. They got to get up for school Monday morning. They got to go back to work.
Whoa. Let's not single out the Catholics.
Let's hear this now.
No. All Christians, Sunday is a day to reflect on. Just like Jews, Saturday. Let's not leave anybody.
I didn't even know that.
The Sabbath is Saturday. So let's.
But I didn't know that Saturday was their day of reflection.
Well, just see.
I never knew that.
Before you get religiously involved.
All right. I crossed the line, I guess, Johnny.
Don't do that.
Unintentionally, I hope you know.
And it's got nothing to do with church, because most Christians are very open and liberal to what they see and what they do. It doesn't mean we don't abide by what we see and do. It just means that I would have said Sunday nights is kind of tough because it's work day the next day. Kids have to go to school. Now they've got to get them ready for this virtual school stuff. So it's not a good night. Saturday is a night that everybody can enjoy. Young men and young women are getting together for that soda pop party with Fabo Pop. You're getting together with your friends with your Miller beer, Corona beer, a pizza, whatever.
And I don't drink beer.
Well, I'm
vodka, I don't mind. But
well, there you go. See?
And I'll say this, also on a Saturday night, you're not, even if you do have the proverbial pay-per-view party on a Sunday night, you're in a rush to leave as soon as it's over. You got to go. On a Saturday night, you can hang out, you can have fun. I think that's why UFC, part of the reasons why their pay-per-views, while certainly not the success they were 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I think that's why they've, other than some of their bigger events, I'm not a UFC aficionado, so don't shoot me those that are, but the UFC, the brand, is not as popular as it was.
No, it's lost its appeal.
10, 15 years ago.
It's lost its appeal.
But they still have successful big pay-per-view events because I think in part of, maybe even those that aren't as familiar with the fighters, everybody likes to get together as a group of friends, have fun, have something to eat, drink, and be merry, have something cool on in the background to watch. And I think AEW has done a great job at doing that.
Because they're not oversaturating the product. And that's what McMahon or WWE has done. They've oversaturated the product. And people are saying, whoa, enough. Give me quality. Give me less, but give me more.
I can't think of the last time WWF did a Saturday night pay-per-view. I know someone will correct me, but if I recall, I think the last one would have been Royal Rumble 1994 in Providence.
Yeah, but they haven't been.
They did a Saturday night pay-per-view.
It's all Sunday nights.
Now, I don't have Wikipedia. I don't have Google. I'm using my brain. And there's a lot going on in this brain with the 9th annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive going on, which you can support all of these great cyber autograph signings over at BostonWrestling.com as we aim to update Santa Claus's GPS, create smiles, and honor the memory of the late, great Paul Bearer. But I don't have a computer built into me. But as far as Saturday night pay-per-views go, that's the last one I can think of was Royal Rumble 94. If that means anything to you.
No.
It was in Providence, and it was the first time The Undertaker died. And he levitated out of the casket to the top of the Providence Civic Center, which was kind of cool.
Wow, nice.
It was one of the first supernatural type things they ever tried to do. Yeah. I don't know how they managed, from a realistic point of view, but after 10 heels put Undertaker in the casket, all of a sudden a video camera came on inside the casket to record the Undertaker's thoughts. And then Undertaker levitated out of the
whole body,
the old version of the Titantron to the top of the arena. And I'll say this, it was pretty cool.
The whole body? Was
the whole body,
What is a CGI effect?
He said, you will, no, it was an actual,
You think Mark actually did that?
No, he was in the casket.
Yeah.
The person that was levitated, they had the hat on and they had the coat on. So I think it was Steve Lombardi, if I remember right.
Oh, okay.
So, but it was a cool effect if you ever come across Royal Rumble 1994, and it was something that left you saying, how often does this happen now? Wow, I wonder what's going to happen next.
That's what's missing.
I want to watch what's going to happen next. That was the same night, if you remember, where they did Brett and Luger were the co-winners of the Rumble, where they fell out of the ring at the same time. So you had Undertaker die, and you had Luger and Brett as co-winners. Jeez, and it was Saturday night, not Sunday night, with Raw the next night, so you had 2 days of buzz headed into Raw trying to figure out what the heck is going to happen leading into the beginning of then the road to WrestleMania 10.
Well, You answered my question. What's missing in professional wrestling? You see, you just said it.
Maybe
the
not
wow
even-
factor is there.
Surprises can be tough because there aren't all that many superstars and legends that aren't under contract anymore.
when
Even if
fans-
but the thing is, even if you don't have that surprise factor, you can still be creative enough to create a wow factor. And that's what we miss each week.
When fans can sit there and predict the ending of the match and the ending of the show, we are definitely in trouble. So you know what? Maybe AEW, New Japan, WWE, all the other promotions, maybe you ought to sit back and look at some of your old tapes. Get some great ideas.
You know, oh, Johnny, don't even get me going because I'll go off on a tangent. I don't understand how at a time when WWE is in such peril when it comes to their ratings and popularity metrics across the board, when they own their own network and they have access to their own library, why aren't they looking at things from the 80s and saying that there are things from the 80s we could take and modernize into 2020 and make successful?
No idea.
Why don't they go back to the Attitude Era and the Monday Night Wars and say there are things from the 90s we can take and pick from, modernize so it's not old, modernize it for 2020.
Update it. The words update.
That's, and you want to know what blows my mind?
Speechless.
You want to know what blows my mind?
Speechless.
Johnny, you want to know what blows my mind? Here's the thing. Vince McMahon has 3 grandsons in the age range they're looking to draw from. I don't know if it's ever happened, but and you never know, I wouldn't want to hurt my grandfather's feelings. But why not sit the kids down and say, you know, watch a pay-per-view with them. What do you like about this? What do you not like about this? That is the age bracket they're looking to draw from. Shane McMahon came out with his 3 sons at WrestleMania 32, so that was 4 years ago. So you're probably talking about kids aging from maybe 10 to 15 or 16. That fan base is gone compared to what it used to be, and they want them back. So why not say, and I don't know if Vince McMahon's grandsons are the answer to the problem, but I mean, I'd be interested to know what the McMahon grandchildren think of the product. It might hurt Grandpa's feelings a little bit, but maybe Grandpa needs to hear it in order to enhance what he's doing.
I think Grandpa's got a thick enough skin, believe me when I tell you, thick enough skin to at least accept constructive, and I use that word, Vince, nothing but respect. Constructive criticism is always open. The deal of just mouthing to mouth off, both ears are closed and you're out the door. So, you know what? And maybe those kids have no interest in the business. Maybe they don't even watch the show. So I would think that the worst thing you could do was ask family to criticize because you never get an honest answer. So I think the best thing you can do if you really want to know what the fans feel is to ask the fans, do some type of poll. But then every poll they ever did was rigged. So you talk about a rigged election.
Well, you know, sometimes kids don't have that filter that the adult might, you know.
Well, when you're talking 10 to 15 year bracket, you got to get another Rock, a Cena, or an Austin. That's the only way it's going to work, my friend. Outside of that, it's just not there. Take a look at the talent. Take a look at the writing. The writing does nothing to help the situation. So I don't know. We'll see what happens from here. But they really should go back and look at their own libraries, get some great ideas, and let's get back to where we were.
Like I said, it's going to be something that is time-consuming to get back on track, to get those numbers up again. Instead of looking for, let's come up with this crazy, over-the-top scenario like Retribution. I hate to bury poor Retribution, but it was a hot-shot idea. They said, maybe this will garner some interest, and then in 2 weeks, look what it turned into. Complete and utter garbage.
No offense.
They came up with Raw Underground. I don't know if you saw the shoot fighting segments. They thought that might hot-shot it.
Horrible.
Where is Raw Underground now?
Horrible. Gone.
The one solution that no one wants to look at are the 2 Ps that I mentioned to you before. Pacing and patience. And it takes time. But they don't want to give it that time.
Well, a lot of it's hard for the guys in the ring and the ladies in the ring because there's no audience. Reaction helps. You know, and I look at some of the characters. You may think the Vikings are great. I think they don't have a place.
They really watered that down when they brought it to the main roster.
That's right. It's horrible. It's horrible.
I hate to say it.
NXT, great. Let me tell you, I was a believer. That was good. Todd Hansen, good friend of yours and mine.
Yeah.
We worked with him. I said, wow. Then it gets to the top of the mountain. Wah-ah.
You hate to say it, but and I believe this with what I'd put my hand on a Bible. The best thing that happened to him right now was to have that neck injury.
To get out, yeah.
Just get away from it right now, because hopefully it's never going to get any worse than it is right now.
I would expect that team to be broken up, if not phased out completely. Contracts ended.
You think
There's no
they'd
draw.
act, no pun intended, they'd axe the Viking Raiders?
No draw.
You know, I think what I would do with Todd is, and I have said this to him, I said, instead of this most tag teams in WWE, as we've seen the past 20 years, go absolutely nowhere as a tag team. They split up and they find successful singles. I don't see much in Todd's partner, but could you see Todd as maybe a modernized version of someone like Mick Foley?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
A brawler,
Yep.
kind of lovable in a way. Yeah.
Yep. Cut it down a little bit. Change the persona. Definitely. Good point. I could see that. I really could. But what they've done now, as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing left to write for.
You know how you knew it was getting bad? They started doing the comedy skits with the Viking Raiders and the
Not good.
Street Profits playing miniature
good.
golf and
No,
basketball. Then they tried to turn Ivar, we'll call him for the fans that don't know him by Todd, they tried to turn him into a pimp, where him and Angel Gaza were fighting over this reality TV woman, and that's just, I don't know how they sit in these meetings.
Whose brain is coming up with this crap?
I don't know.
It sounds like Paul Heyman.
It pains me.
I hate to knock on Paul, but
I think he might have been gone by that point.
Really?
Yeah.
Heyman?
Yeah.
So he's not writing anymore. He's still with
No,
WWE.
he's still with WWE. Yeah, he's Roman's on-air manager, and he handles the creative for Brock.
Right. That's it.
But he doesn't. He's not the executive producer of Raw anymore.
But his ideas are still accepted.
I don't know if they'd say no, but he's just. I read an interesting interview with him. He said something along the lines of when him and Vince came to the agreement for him to take that job, he said he wanted to do it as long as Vince McMahon woke up in the morning and said to God he's happy to have Paul Heyman doing the job. And apparently Vince got to the point where he wasn't waking up and thanking God for Paul Heyman. So instead of it turning into a nasty split, which Vince and Paul Heyman have had many of over the years, it was very, from what I was told by people there, very, very cordial, and it's a great working relationship now. So they handled it the right way, almost like you and I sometimes. They learned from some of their past battles, and they handled it the right way. And now everybody's happy, and they still have that relationship ongoing every week.
I like Paul Heyman.
I think he's great. And I think he's a great creative mind. I'll tell you this, I would like to see him book one of the WWE shows without Vince as the filter.
Never going to happen, so
It will never happen, but I would love to see it. I'd love to see it.
Make a wish.
Oh, no.
It's Christmas.
Well, you know what? It is Christmas time, but
I know Santa, you might get your wish.
Tony.
I like chicken wings.
Oh, I didn't get hit with any residue on the cheek. But I'll say this, Johnny, my great wish for Christmas is that more fans decide to take part in our pallbearer, Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, Cyber Fanfest endeavor. We still have so many more great live appearances in this studio. Savio Vega's coming Friday, December the 4th, a great longtime friend of The Undertaker and pallbearer. The Nasty Boys are going to be here on Saturday, December the 5th.
Good lineup.
Tony Atlas is going to be hosting a Cyber Christmas party during NXT TakeOver on Sunday, December 6th.
Wow.
Friday the 11th, we have the Warlord, one of the strongest men in the history of wrestling. On December the 12th, we have Native American Tatanka. Sunday, December the 13th, we look to the future of wrestling, an athlete that's competed here in the MWF. He was in the Ring of Honor Pure title tournament recently, Wheeler Yuta, as well as a man, Johnny, that you and I kind of went to bat for after his internet scandal broke. The new Impact Wrestling World Champion, Rich Swann, is going to be joining us in studio for the first time in 8 years.
Wow.
And Rich appreciated it very much when he was made out to be the villain of whatever year that was. He had the reported online incident with his girlfriend at the time. We had a red light, but we're not going to go there. I'm just happy Rich is in a good place now. It's a shame that his WWE career didn't go on longer than it should have, but it is what it is. Right now, he's on top of the world in Impact. And Impact is an improving company.
Well, remember what I said. Sometimes the result looks devastating when really it's an opportunity. So look back and say, you know what? It's a learning process. I've learned, and I'm in a place now where I feel I really belonged. So, never take situations like that and make them, what's the word I want to use? Failure? Take a look at them as an opportunity. Look where he is. Look where he's at.
And the fans want to know, Johnny, you said in one of the previous episodes you wanted to take part in the toy drive as well. We have not calculated the date yet for your live autograph signing, and I know you've been on the horn with someone from the very, very northern part of the universe. I don't want to name names.
I have.
I don't want to name names.
Don't have to. Andy Wong.
Andy Wong. Well, you know what? That is kind of at a peak on Route 1.
I tell you, I have the greatest respect for the Wong family. Matter of fact, when I'm done, I've got to rush out today. I have to rush out. I might just rush to the Kowloon and then rush where I've got to go. I can't.
So you're in a big rush, but you're going to stop and have lunch.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to stop. Takeout.
Oh, takeout.
I'll
okay.
call
all
before
right.
I. Yeah,
well,
I'll call
all right.
on the way.
Now you're thinking.
Yeah, I'll call before when I leave. I'll have that thing in my car. I'll call, order what I want, and just zip in and zip out. Boy, I'll tell you,
Cecil the Lion has on the hoodie. It's a nice looking hoodie that he's got on today. For
Cecil's a great guy. You couldn't do this stuff without him. Back up, take a look, stop getting people upset, be a nice guy. It's Christmas, Mr. Grinch.
Well, just ask Kaufman's cheddar cheese, but that's a different story.
You may not get your PlayStation 5. I'm going to talk to my friend in the North Pole.
All right, well, believe me, I could use all the help I could get about that, but the Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, we have cyber signings through at least December the 13th. Even if you miss some, you can still get the VIP packages, because when Leo Rush was here, when Marty Jannetty was here, they signed the posters, they signed enough pictures for us to fill those VIP packages through mid-December. I'd like to say, Johnny, as long as a fan orders by December 19th, we can get it to them in time for Christmas.
There you go.
Is that a fair time frame?
I think that's tremendous.
All right. Well, we look forward to having you back here in studio, Johnny, live. You and I have never had a live shoot.
No, we haven't.
Well, that'll be interesting.
A live shoot would be very interesting.
The fans, they don't see the laugh sometimes, and sometimes the hate that go on behind the scenes depending upon the year.
That's
that
right.
could be a lot of fun. But for my good friend, Mr. John Cena Sr., we wrap up another week, a holiday week. I messed up the days from last week's episode. This is actually Thanksgiving weekend. I hope the Cenas had a very nice holiday.
Tremendous. It was tremendous. Together with some friends. Obviously, one of my sons stopped by. Two stopped by with my granddaughter. The other one is busy. The other one is in New York. It's not a time to travel now. So let's just hope.
What about the fifth one?
Everything changes. My young son, Sean.
You said two stopped by. One was busy. One was in New York. But that's
Dan
four.
and Sean would stop by.
Yeah.
Matt is going to spend Thanksgiving at the house. That's number 4. John is obviously shooting. Will not be around. Yep, John will not be around.
Well, you shoot every Friday, brother.
I do.
And according to Margot, even more often than that.
Moniz, I'm sorry, Moniz. It's all about him.
She's really glad she didn't come this time.
Brooklyn, New York will never be the same. Nor will Jersey. If Dan Marotti was there, they'd be with the fishes. Marotti, I know.
All right, wrestling fans, again, check up on all the great content. We have 4 in-studio weekly talk shows now. Tuesday nights at 10 with Tony Atlas. Wednesday night with Leo Rush at 10 o'clock after AEW and NXT go off the air. Thursday night, we party with Marty, and we never know what to expect with that. Murder confessions and more. And then we wrap it up for a fabulous Friday. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. Stay safe out there this weekend. The holiday weekends can be kind of nuts. If you're going Black Friday shopping, if you're going to see friends and family, try to social distance if you can. And again, as I said last time, none of that drinking and driving, Johnny.
No, wear a mask and go to a bank, right?
Almost killed this man. And I know maybe you might not have minded that, but for the good people of the world, you would.
No, never drink and drive.
Never,
ever.
All right, wrestling fans, we'll see you next Friday night. Good night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition WWE NXT Johnny Gargano personally autographed 11x14 comic book style poster, a great addition to the collection of any Johnny Wrestling or NXT fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, once again, our Wrestle House endeavor in Tampa has been out of this world thanks to great fans like you. One more reminder, tomorrow afternoon we'll be at it again. Live cyber autograph signing with JTG of Crime Time, partner of the late Shad Gaspard. Then Monday afternoon, it's WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe live. Help the cause. Pre-order your autographed 8x10 photos now at bostonwrestling.com. It'll give you a chance to interact with the superstars live during the episode. They'll personalize the photo any way you like it. Fans, as we wrap up our fourth Monster Marathon of the week during WrestleMania Night 1, John Cena Sr. shoots on whether he feels Drew McIntyre has what it takes to be a top star in WWE or even the face of WWE. Check it out.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders. Johnny, hope everything is well in your fabulous world.
It's fabulous.
Almost like that 80s song, Wake Me Up Before You Go-Go. With you, it's almost Wake Me Up Before You My Go-Go. Imagine finding that under your tree. Ruth Bader
Moniz wouldn't like that one, first of all.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yeah, Moniz wouldn't like that. That would be hard.
Moniz is a classy lady.
Moniz is from New Jersey and New York. She'll leave you a bottle of water with a ribbon on it. That's not a good thing. Don't drink the water.
Don't eat the cheese at Shaw's, as they say.
Oh!
Right? All right, Johnny, the fans have the questions pouring in. They love your input about the happenings in the world of professional wrestling. One that really got me irritated, I maybe is the best way to put it, Drew McIntyre. I am not sold on Drew McIntyre as the guy that WWE can make the centerpiece of their company, but he's a relatively young guy. He's got great size. He's good looking. He has a certain appeal to him with his accent. They did a great job making Brock Lesnar, not to paraphrase the Iron Sheik, but Brock Lesnar was humbled by Drew McIntyre on 2 occasions, at both the Royal Rumble and at WrestleMania 36 this year. In my astute opinion, Drew McIntyre should not lose or should not have lost a professional wrestling match until live fans were let back into the arenas so WWE could gauge how over he was or how unover he was to see if he is someone that could be A, top guy, or B, someone they could really feature as a superstar, one of the featured presentations of the show. What do? Because there are so many pay-per-views, as we noted, I think on the third encounter on pay-per-view with Randy Orton, what happens? 1, 2, 3, Randy Orton becomes the 14-time world champion. Now, as a wrestling fan, I enjoy Randy Orton more than I do Drew McIntyre. I didn't think it was a bad thing, but I'm looking at it as a business point of view. So what happens 6 days before Survivor Series is it's the best of the best, Raw versus SmackDown, even though they just switched brands several weeks ago. We're supposed to believe that they have this loyalty and this dedication to these brands. Drew McIntyre regains the championship from Randy Orton on Raw. For no apparent reason, this title change came to be. Randy Orton did nothing with it in the several weeks that he held the title. Johnny, do you think WWE made a mistake by having Drew McIntyre lose for no apparent reason?
You know, who understands the writing in WWE?
Not me.
I don't understand it. I would concur with what you're saying. I think I like the long title run. I think that they did make a mistake by not letting McIntyre drop it. And we talked about it before in a couple of shows previously. And I predicted, if you remember, he lost it, but he's going to get it back. And you said, I don't think so, I don't know. But guess what happened? Once again, the fabulous one, John Cena Sr., comes through with a prediction. Why they did what they did, I have no idea. Orton's over as a heel. They want to bring McIntyre in as the face. Chasing the title sometimes, as was proven with Cena, is better than having the title.
Well, this chase resulted in about 3 weeks of television.
Lou, but there again, what have I just said?
Yeah.
There again, where's the storyline? Where's the pop? Where's the awe? What's the reason? Other than the fact that McIntyre stated, I don't know if you've been following me, I'll get it back. Well, of course you're going to get it back. But
Well,
now, who's he going to face?
If you wanted to sell me on the fact, okay, we want to put the title on Orton because it's Survivor Series, we do champion versus champion, and we don't want to have McIntyre lose to Roman.
Who's he fighting at Survivor Series?
It would have been Drew and Roman.
Right. Now who's his opponent?
When Drew won the title back, it became champion versus champion, McIntyre versus Roman again. So
Why don't I make it a three-way?
but they don't do that at Survivor Series. It's best versus the
I
best.
understand
Raw
that.
versus SmackDown.
I understand that.
Yeah.
So why don't we put in 2 Raw and 2 SmackDown?
Make it a 4-way.
There you go.
Well, it'd be a cheap way out of having one of the champions lose. That's
Thank
for
you.
sure.
Thank you very much.
But why go cheap when you could have been creative and not put yourself in this predicament to begin with? If you wanted to tell me that you wanted to do a prolonged run, maybe that Drew was going to battle with Orton up until, I don't know if they would have gone all the way to WrestleMania, but just say maybe Royal Rumble, where there were going to be twists and turns in this feud, where McIntyre was going to have to overcome the world to regain the championship. Maybe you could have sold me on that. But for Orton to hold it for 3 weeks, for Orton to do virtually nothing with the title, and nothing against Randy Orton, it's just the way it was booked, for him to do nothing of significance during this title run, all you did was hurt Drew McIntyre. I don't think Randy Orton's been elevated because he's a now 14-time world champion instead of 13. I don't think most people can even keep track of something like that. So you hurt McIntyre. You didn't do anything to help Orton. Where do you go in Reign 2 with Drew McIntyre?
Well, personally, I don't think the fans really care because the titles don't mean anything anymore. Fans,
I'll give you that.
Nobody cares. It's like, okay, big deal. You got the title. How long are you going to hold it for? Maybe a month if I'm lucky. If I'm lucky. You know, I think Brock Lesnar probably held it the longest, which really gave it some meaning because now the real reason to watch was I want to see somebody kick the beast from the East's ass. That's what the real draw was. And it's not there. Orton's a great performer, probably one of the best heels around next to my friend Bray Wyatt. I mean, you take a look at what's going on. It's there. They're not using it. So to give Orton the title and let him hold it for 3 weeks, I guess the question becomes why? But it must have been best for business because ultimately Reigns is going to take it at Survivor Series.
Well, the title's not on the line.
He's going to take the match at Survivor Series.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to do that. Then
Well, if we're wrong, just note we're taping this before Survivor Series.
Yeah.
I
have no idea. I mean, you know what? I mean, you probably tell me more than I'll see. But my whole thing is that, you know, there's logically you can see what's trying to happen here. He's a legend.
I'm glad you can see the
he's a
logic,
legend.
'cause
Well,
I don't.
Orton's scheduled as a legend killer.
Right.
The one thing I'm not happy with is they've allowed the kick in the head to come back. Orton's been kicking in the head. That is not a good move. I don't care
You
what
lived
any.
it.
What's that?
You lived it.
I lived the kick in the head. You know, there's a long story behind that. They all think it was me. I looked at it several times. I'll leave it up to anybody's opinion. Orton's a legend killer. He's taken them all down. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Orton that breaks Ric Flair's record.
No.
Somebody's got to do it.
No. You know who it's going to be.
No, I put money on that right now.
If they were to go to that length, and I'll say this, I hope they don't, but if they go to that length, you know who it'll be. Did you ever think that someday the one that came from your loins would be in that discussion?
I have 5.
Well, one of them.
Yep.
One of them would be in the discussion of being the man.
Yep.
As a wrestling fan growing up,
No.
as someone that helped promote some live WWF events in the 70s before your kids were even born, did you ever think that one of your kids would be in the running of being perhaps
if not, maybe not the greatest superstar in wrestling history, but the man with the most world championship wins in the history of the industry. I mean, you can't even dream that up. What a life you've had.
Anyway.
It is fabulous. You live the gimmick.
Anyway. Back to the situation.
Orton.
To give Orton's the legend killer, so for him to come around with that win, I think that was a surprise. Most people thought McIntyre was going to beat the shit out of Orton. Didn't happen. Nice little swerve. I would have rather seen a fake pin, shoulder comes up. But if you want to keep the title thing going, if you want to keep it moving, but the whole thing is there's no rhyme or reason to what they're doing, and I think that's your point to this thing. Roman Reigns is going to go into Survivor Series. Thank God they're using him the way they're using him. He's doing a great job, Roman Reigns.
The tribal chief that sits at the head of the table.
It's working. If Vince would have done this when it started, there'd have been no issues at all with this kid. It's working. Now his next thing has to be to grab the title. There's no question about it.
But he has the Universal title.
Going to go big time.
You want him to have both. I'd like to see them unify the titles and have one champion that competes on both shows, but that's one man's opinion.
How about if he does get both titles and his tribal chief makes a decision that there can't be two champions, he's the chief, he's in boss, and there will only be one now, and he unveils the new WWE Undisputed Championship.
I loved when they did it with your son, but that was at a time when they didn't have two separate brands. Everybody just competed on everything, and it generally sucked. But I'd like to see there be two individual brands with one world champion, and then you have a U.S. champion on one show and an Intercontinental champion on the other show. And the same thing with the tag teams, where they only have a limited amount of tag teams to begin with, have one set of tag team champions like they do the women, and have them float. One man's opinion. But where do you see Drew McIntyre going? I'd like to see him have a nice run. It's disappointing that the first one had to end, but you can only work with what you're working with in the moment. From here through WrestleMania, do you think they could hold off on him and The Fiend until Mania for the Raw main event?
They should. I think there should be a program now with he and The Fiend. If they're going to do it right. But then again, like I say, who can figure out the writing? I'm with you. I don't think it should be a SmackDown and a Raw. That's only because they want to get TV in all these spots. So
I think it almost, when it's done right and they're kept apart, I think it's like
done right.
When it's like two different companies, which is how it should be.
I agree with you. And you should have two separate managers, general managers. Right. Yeah, it should work. Anyway, I think McIntyre's got a decent future ahead of him. He's got a good look. He understands the business. But I'm so worried about him because look what they did to Braun Strowman. All I can say is this. Braun, great human being, they dumped him in the garbage. Here he is. He comes across as this huge, giant man, over with the fans. I mean, over.
Over.
And what happened?
They dressed him up as an elf.
By
little Santa Claus outfit.
Gone.
Wandering around New York City.
Gone.
They sports entertained Braun Strowman.
Gone.
And it's a shame because, again, there's a believable guy. Look at the size.
Be great.
Look at the intensity.
Well, AEW's knocking.
Well, I don't know what name he'd go by there, but I know he signed a hefty renewal, from what I was told, for 5 years. I'm not sure when that kicked in, but I think he's under contract for the foreseeable future. It's just a disappointment where he was someone the fans could believe in for a little bit, and then you take it away from him. And I think that's another reason why you've seen the decline in the popularity. You give someone, an individual for fans to believe in, then you take them away.
Can I say, that's just the way it is.
It's sad.
That's why I said there's no wow factor anymore. There's no pop factor anymore. I mean, Drew McIntyre
Would you give Drew a lengthy second title run?
I would, yeah.
How long would you go? Would you go through Mania? Would you go longer?
I might go right through Mania. I think if you let him have at least a 6-month run, I think that'd be nice. That'd be great. Give some credibility to the title. This is what's wrong. There's no credibility to the title. Hey, Johnny Fabulous, John Cena Sr. is coming in. Bang. It's like Arquette. I win the U.S. Championship. How long are you going to hold it for? Well, I looked at the next program, I guess 2 weeks. What the hell? It's like that, what is it, the 24/7 title?
Oh.
What a joke.
Oh.
You know what? I feel so bad because all it is it's a put down. It's a put down to the business. It's a put down to the holder. It's a put down to the title. It's just a big old put down. Whoever
What
came
is
up with that
supposed to be
idea.
fun about having undercard enhancement talent chasing each other around buildings, trying to roll each other up on the floor to win a title that means nothing?
And non-wrestlers.
And non-wrestlers that win it
This
too.
is insane. You know what? It's gone to the extreme where professional wrestling isn't wrestling. I mean, bring back wrestling and you'll get the fans. You'll get the 10 to 15-year-old fans. Bring back the mystique. And I don't care if it's entertainment. You can bring back the mystique. You know what? People might think I'm giving my son all the... I thought that Bray Wyatt, John Cena Funhouse thing was a great match.
The one that was at this year's WrestleMania?
You didn't like that?
No.
No. The fun was it Mania? Yeah, I thought that.
The one this year?
I thought that was good. I liked that.
It was like a bad dream on acid.
Well, but they went back. Certainly, they buried the shit out of Cena. He brought up all the bad points. I thought it was good.
If they wanted to get that match done effectively to me, I think it would have been better off John just doing a clean job in the middle other than... I still don't understand what it was supposed to be. It was awful. I don't like the cinematic matches, but
that's why.
The Undertaker one was fine.
What do you do that?
Him and AJ Styles.
AJ, that was a good match.
Everything since then, it wasn't a match, it was a movie. Anything since then, I have not liked. I don't like cinematic wrestling.
Everything you're watching in wrestling is a movie.
You understand? You know what I mean? The difference between the live, the live art form that we see, and edited together clips. That's why I didn't like the one that I thought was the worst was when they did the Swamp match with Bray Wyatt and Braun Strowman. Did you see that one? The night that Ray had his eye pulled out. And Angie Mysterio is still trying to speak her first words now at the age of...
All I know is this. When you get to the point where you got to pull somebody's eye out of their socket, first of all, there'd have been so much blood all over that friggin' mat. Secondly, if you're going to use a ping pong ball, at least use a glass eye so it looks somewhere near reasonable. Patch the guy's eye up. Make it look real. Awful.
To their credit, they have covered his one eye since then. So at least they're selling it. I don't give them credit for much, but at least they've done that part right. They haven't...
Stupidity.
I'm not saying it was good.
So now Rollins, remember this, Rey Mysterio's chasing you. Why? Because he's got an eye out for you. Baloney. Please. You know what? People
One of the worst feuds in years with two great talents, which is the shame.
Yeah, they wasted it. And all it is so Dominic can get over.
And no one really... I've told you before what's going to happen with Dominic is they're going to overexpose him. It's going to be like Eugene. It's going to be like Zach Gowen. It's going to be like all those little niche characters that get over pretty decent for a while, and then they've been shoved down fans' throats for so long, they throw it up and they don't want anything more to do with it.
No, it's gone. They just write it off.
He should be sent to the Performance Center to train and be taken off of television immediately.
I agree with you.
One man's opinion.
I'm sorry, I agree with you.
What do you see as the SmackDown main event at WrestleMania for the Tribal Chief? There's been talks of Goldberg, where Goldberg is under contract.
Oh, God.
What's wrong with Goldberg?
Oh, please.
No?
Oh, my God.
Well, look at the baby faces they have on SmackDown. Who do you go with?
Goldberg.
Daniel Bryan? Kevin Owens?
I would rather see Reigns against Bryan. At least I know I'd get a match. Goldberg? Come on.
I tried to get it out of you, and I tended to believe you, but there was internet chatter that Lesnar was going to come back to work Reigns at WrestleMania with Heyman in Reigns' corner and you in Lesnar's corner. But you
There's
denied
only one person that will ever be and should ever be in Brock Lesnar's corner, and that's Paul Heyman. No question in my mind about it.
So you don't think Lesnar coming back alone would work?
No.
Not even with you?
First of all, I'm not capable of it.
What do you mean you're not capable of it?
You know what? You can't give
You're
the
a good
world.
mouthpiece.
I'm not saying I'm not, but you can't give the world to Paul Heyman and then try to fill the void with a John Cena Sr. You know what I'm trying to say? When you got the best of the best, you stay with the best of the best. So my thought is, if he's coming back, it would be with the best of the best, Paul Heyman. And if Reigns comes back, you want to put who in his corner when he comes back, when he goes against Lesnar? Who do you want to put as his
Heyman.
man?
Keep Heyman with Reigns and put you with Lesnar.
I think the better thing is he now manages Reigns and Heyman. I mean, Lesnar.
You want him to manage both?
No. Now, Heyman's forced to make a decision.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Where does the allegiance stand? Who are you really going to stand behind? The man that's going to win, maybe, or the man that you brought to all the championships? You're in the middle.
I think that's a good idea down the road. I almost think that the Reigns-Heyman alliance is almost too new for that storyline. You know what I mean?
I agree.
They haven't been together that long.
I agree.
It's almost like when we just talked about with Survivor Series. Oh, it's Raw versus SmackDown. Even though we just did the brand switch 2 or 3 weeks ago, everybody's has these alliances to these brands.
I still would not want to see Reigns against Lesnar at WrestleMania. It's been done.
Or Goldberg.
I'll tell you what. If Goldberg fights Reigns at WrestleMania, the fans shouldn't buy it.
Really?
They shouldn't buy the WrestleMania pay-per-view. Please.
You got a good storyline built in, though. What was the main event for last year's WrestleMania? Goldberg comes out, you're the tribal chief, you're the bitch that went home and missed WrestleMania, and I kicked Braun, well, no, he lost to Braun Strowman, but I had to wrestle Braun Strowman on 6 days' notice last year because you went home like a pussy. You have a storyline.
And I did it because I think I'm great. The smoke comes out my nose, and I get big money. Please. You know what? There's another guy that needs to understand when it's over, it's over. I wouldn't buy a ticket to see him.
What's wrong with Goldberg?
And I think he's a great guy. Don't get me wrong.
I'm not saying you don't, but at least he looks the part. I mean, he's not, for a guy in his early 50s, he's not falling apart. Cosmetically, he still looks like a...
I never, ever said...
Well, you were laughing about the smoke coming out.
Oh, please. That's because he's supposed to be the bull, right?
I don't know. But you don't believe Goldberg would be a credible main eventer at WrestleMania at this point?
When's the last time you saw Goldberg wrestle? Wrestle!
That would have been against The Undertaker at Crown Jewel. Oh, no, wait a minute. He might have had his match with Ziggler after that.
How good a match was that?
For 30-second squash?
There you go.
That's what he needs.
Thank you very much.
No, I'm sorry. Goldberg's last match was against Braun Strowman at WrestleMania this year.
And what happened there?
It was very short.
Thank you very much.
It was short, sweet, and to the point.
Thank you very much.
But would you want to see Goldberg go 20? No. Well, that's the point.
No.
But would you agree at least that there's a storyline for him and Reigns?
Do I think that Goldberg could be the manager if Heyman has to manage Reigns? Oh, yeah. That would be great. And then have Brock get beat by, obviously it's going to happen, Roman Reigns, but then have Heyman try to interfere and have Goldberg kick Heyman's ass. That would be a double wow. Double wow.
But
two old men fighting each other is great.
They're paying Goldberg big money for 2 matches a year. You don't think...
2 matches a year.
2 matches a year.
Vic was... Who the hell came up with that?
It was actually your friend Paul Heyman.
To bring in Goldberg?
Yes.
Why?
He's a huge supporter of Goldberg.
There you go. And they went along with it. When's his contract up?
I don't know, but I think it was a 5-year deal at 2 shows per year.
Well, don't waste it on WrestleMania.
Wow, Fabo, how do you really feel? I think they have a great storyline.
Why don't we put Goldberg in a bathroom brawl? That'd be good.
Maybe he could win the 24/7.
Flush him right. There you go. I'm all for that.
He can do the spear on
Nothing against a man who stays healthy, who's on the ball, and I'm talking about Goldberg.
Oh, okay.
He's well put together. Please, I wouldn't want to get in a fight with him.
No.
Let me tell you right now, I'm not knocking that end of it. I just don't think the draw factor is there, and it's not going to work. It just isn't going to work.
Well, who would you have Roman work in the main event then? Would you? Lesnar right now isn't under contract. I'm sure that could change in the snap of a finger.
All you got to do is call him and say, $4 million.
But you don't want
Lesnar and Roman again. What would you give Roman for?
Do you know what I would do?
What would you do?
If I could do it, I'd bring The
Reigns and
Rock
Cena
against Roman Reigns.
Well, that's been a match that has been speculated upon, but would you do that match without fans?
No.
That's a big
money match.
Oh, you have to save it. You have to save it.
The Rock's going to want $5 or $6 million anyway.
Oh, at least.
Yeah, and then Reigns is going to want his payday plus a pace of the gate, and that's when Reigns quits. I get all the money I need now. I'm tribal chief. No, I'm only kidding you. Reigns is a very nice human being.
By the time this episode airs, I think there should be some kind of a clarification on WWE's immediate future, because they have to be out of Amway Center in Orlando by December the 5th for the Orlando Magic to get ready for the NBA season. So they're going to need a new home. One place that has been speculated upon is the home of the Tampa Bay Rays. I think Raw and SmackDown in a baseball stadium would be a bit big, but the thought process was, okay, if we get to the point where we can let 5,000 people in for a Royal Rumble or a WrestleMania, it's a big 40,000-seat stadium. So I've heard of worse ideas. Maybe instead of Raymond James Stadium outside, maybe they go to the home of the Rays.
Stadium?
But you run into the problem with WrestleMania that by that point the Rays will be getting ready for the baseball season, so they'd have to move out again. So maybe they could do a Royal Rumble.
Did I just hear that they're thinking of changing the date?
WrestleMania is kind of a fluid date.
But they're changing the. I heard
they're willing to move it if they can get fans in.
I think they're going to do
it.
And
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, because I think
I would hold off as long as possible to get the fans in.
Personally, I really believe that once we have the new president, I believe, and you see Pfizer is already ready for approval on the vaccine, this whole thing is going to be over. Do I believe that, that you'll not be wearing a mask? I think you wear a mask for at least the greater part of next year. I don't see that going away at all.
And I think a lot of people will still wear them.
I do believe that, but it'll be still there. Biden will make it mandatory as soon as he takes the presidency. It'll be a national mandate. But do I believe that the COVID situation will become as serious? I think it'll start to go away. And then, and only then, when they start inoculating people,
it's just going to go away.
Because now it's going to happen. I'm going to give you a drug that says I'm not, and Pfizer, by the way, is only 90% effective. Moderna, which I think is a better drug, is 94.5%.
You've done a lot of research on this.
Well, I have, because this is a very serious time.
Well, and again, I'm not knocking you, but you've almost reached senior citizen level, so you're amongst the group that probably would get the earlier dosage.
Well, would you like the truth?
Yeah.
I do not want the vaccine.
I'd like to see other people get it before I take it.
I refuse
you don't
to
really?
I will. No, I'm going to refuse to take it.
All right.
I'm refusing it.
Why? Out of curiosity.
Because I do not believe that the tests have really been substantial enough. Although, when we had the bird flu and the HSN1, whatever the hell it was, under the Obama administration, it was 60 days, and they came up with a vaccine, and everybody said, "Wow, shoot me up." And there was no testing, basically, with that. So with the COVID situation, I guess the vaccine now will be, it attaches to us. It's an antibody of the COVID that attaches to your cells that now makes your cells produce a protective antibody to destroy the virus. That's why you need 2 of these.
So is it that you won't take it at all, or do you want to see how it reacts on other people?
I want to see how the overall population reacts to it. It's just like buying a new car. Never buy it the first year it comes out.
Do you, not to get too personal, but do you get the flu shot?
Yes.
You do. Now, why do you believe in the flu shot?
Well tested, well documented.
I've never had it. You think I should get it?
I think everybody should get a flu shot. Even with the COVID-19 situation, there's nothing in that shot that's going to prevent. And remember one thing. This is what most people don't understand. The COVID shot itself will not immune you to the virus. It will lessen the effect, just like flu. I get the flu shot. Well, let's say the flu shot I just got covers 5 strains of flu. I better hope the hell that one of those 5 strains is out there. Yeah. We could have a whole new flu, and the flu shot's going to be useless, although it will always lessen what you have. I just think that when the flu shots come out, and Pfizer's already applied for release, that's going to happen under the Trump administration.
Really?
It has
You think
to.
it'll be that soon?
It has to.
Wow.
He has to leave on a bang, and that's one bang that he can put in his cap. Other than other stuff that he's done right, a lot wrong, but he's done right. And I said it before, I'll say it again. This presidential election was not about voting for a president. It was a vote against a man.
Either for or against one
Against
person.
Trump or for him. That's all it was. It's not
Thumbs
about
up, thumbs down.
Yeah, it's not about a president. Neither one is capable of being president.
I'll say this: you and I, we were both wrong. I don't want to get into how we voted, but I thought
the
that
prediction
Trump was
was
going to regain the title, so to speak, and I know you did as well, and we were both wrong. So
I think, personally, do I believe all the stuff I've been hearing about voter fraud? I think there's a lot of fact to that.
Really? Do you really?
Yeah, they just came out with a news article now. There's somebody that had 8,000 ballots. There's a town that had, hypothetically, I'll give you a number, 4,300 residents with 5,600 registered voters and votes.
All right, well.
Well, but you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that the whole story is wow. Here's what I believe.
But you think there's a little smoke?
I believe
to the fire.
I believe there never should have been allowed mail-in votes. I say you should go to the polls and vote. If you're in a nursing home and incapable of voting, getting out to vote, then we should have come to you to do it. Outside of that, you open the door for fraud. And here are the very people, I'm not knocking Democrats or Republicans, but the very organization who screamed, don't believe the numbers for Trump, are now trying to tell me to believe the numbers for Biden. It doesn't make any sense. This whole thing makes no sense. So politically, let's not go there. But all I'm saying is that as far as the COVID goes, once the vaccine comes out, and it will be, I think the first round will be under his administration, then Biden will get the credit for the second. People will begin to feel more comfortable. They'll relax this whole thing because the pandemic now is an epidemic under control. Then you can open the doors to WrestleMania. And I think that in June, not April, too soon, June or July, perfect timing. I think that
a little hot. A little hot.
But you can't pick and choose. The fact of the matter is,
I don't care about people's health. I'm worried about the weather.
But here's the deal: if you hold it in a stadium with a dome,
then it doesn't matter.
You control.
Right.
Yeah. So there you go. So I just think that once we control the pandemic to an epidemic, there's no now you got that situation.
But they wouldn't be able to house WrestleMania in that dome because just the amount of time it would take to set up during a baseball season. But there were NFL stadiums that aren't in use. They just maybe wouldn't have it in Florida.
With a dome.
Maybe they could do it in California at that point.
Who says you have to have it in Florida? Who cares? You know what? It's all about the shekels. It's all about the ka-ching. So
the ka-ching, baby.
Wherever you have it, I've been there. I've done it. I've seen enough of them. I've been to enough of them. Wherever you have it, fans from around the world will come.
Will international fans even be allowed in?
Once we have...
Would you even go full dome?
But here's what happens.
All right, let's hear it.
Once you have the vaccine to counteract the pandemic, do you think the United States of America will be the only country to get it? No. Pfizer, Moderna, 56 million, 560 million, I forget what the number was, had come to the United States. England has got 70 million going to them. China wants 4.6 million. So it won't be this direct USA. It'll be all around the United States of America and outside of the United States. So now what you're allowing to come in, excuse me, is people who have been inoculated, vaccinated, will be able to come in and do this. So it won't be the shutdown like no foreign students are allowed to come in this year. If you're out of certain areas, they don't want you in. Look at Colorado, the Navajo Nation. You can't stop.
So if you were WWE, you'd still be looking at a full-blown stadium show just perhaps a little later in the spring or early summer?
Absolutely. Or in the fall. If you're worried about heat, why not go in the fall?
What I think really doesn't matter.
It does matter because the fans want to hear what you have to say.
I would like to see safety is the big thing to me.
I just gave you the
I don't
answer.
want a socially distanced WrestleMania. I think it would look weird. I think it would feel weird.
I just gave you the answer. The answer is...
But you're that certain? You think the vaccine's going to be coming that soon, and it's an effective vaccine? That people are going to feel safe enough to want to travel?
Based on the testing, that, and I don't know if you follow this or not. I do a lot of
Not
research.
as close as you, apparently.
Well, human life is a very precious commodity to me, and anything that can extend it for anybody is important. And that's why I like to read the research and find out where the BS is between the lines. You know, Dr. Fauci, great guy, but he's part of a company that he owns in China. He's part of that company. His wife works for that company. Bill Gates paid for that company, or is part of it, in China, that's developing a vaccine. Please is all I'm going to say. It will be effective. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So I just think that if you wait, it will be effective. They'll prove it's effective. Society will come back, please God, to normal. We won't have all these night cases out there.
How long do you think until we're back to life as we knew it last year? Or earlier
We
this year,
will
I should
never
say.
be back to life as
Really?
we knew it.
Even with the vaccine? Why is that?
It's not going to happen because, unfortunately, there's always going to be that reservation about, holy mackerel, could it reverse itself? Could the strain change itself? There's always going to be, let's look at working in buildings and going into work. That's all changed. You'll never go back to that. The way we do business as far as shopping, we've ruined business because now we're forced to buy online. Why do I want to walk into a building? I was at the North Shore Mall the other day to pick up Monique's birthday gift.
I'm sure six figures.
Absolutely 6 figures. 7, as a matter of fact.
7? Really?
Yep.
Must have hit the jewelry
I
store
bought
a
the
couple
Globe
of
miniature
times.
golf course for her.
Wow.
You know, my whole thing is, the mall was a ghost town. The mall was a ghost town. Very few people. People are becoming acclimated now to doing things online. And some of these companies, Macy's, JCPenney, were not as successful even with online shopping. They'll be gone. It will not be the same
I think
world
you can
as
pretty
you know.
much stick a fork in JCPenney, isn't
They're
it?
gone. They're gone.
Yeah.
You know, it's unfortunate. I think Macy's will be the next one to take the dive. All right. I'm sure you like the Cheesecake Factory?
Yes.
Yeah, guess what? They're closing them all.
Are they really? When
Closing
did they
all.
announce that?
295 locations will be closed at the end of the year.
Is that all of them?
Every one of them.
I didn't hear that.
Every one of them.
So the lunch that I had at the one at the Natick Mall a few weeks ago could have been my last
Supper.
sandwich at the Cheesecake
That's
Factory.
it. You got it.
That's a shame.
Well, but you
I'd
see,
rather see the small mom and pop places survive.
Absolutely.
But I don't want to see anybody go
Olive
under.
Garden is on thin ice. IHOP is on thin ice. You know, I would imagine that Chili's would be the next one on the chopping
Now,
block.
why is Chili's, in your opinion, one that's in danger?
All right, so look at what happened to, and I wasn't a fan of it. There was Chili's and there was...
Applebee's?
Yeah. Wasn't really a big fan of that. Their food was okay. At least Chili's had decent food. You need dollars to keep in business. It's not there. People have been... See what's happened with this whole pandemic? It's just like professional wrestling. We've been forced to other alternatives. So you find other alternatives to solve your solution. So you've got to be, and even Chili's is talking about they may end up closing some.
The forecast is getting a little chilly over at Chili's. Well,
so it will never
I'm
be.
a big fan of the 99, Johnny. I hope nothing happens to them.
Well, they just get bought. They've been bought out, but their food is good. I do like the
I've
chicken.
never had a bad meal at the 99.
Their chicken pot pie is unbelievable. I like their short rib beef pie when they have it.
You know the menu better than I do. I
The
usually
haddock
stick
is
with
good.
the buffalo chicken fingers.
No, and as a matter of
They're
fact,
delicious.
Monique is a fan of hamburgers. She really likes the hamburgers at.
You get a good burger there too, yeah.
Yeah, and their prices are right, and there is going to make the difference, because, and I still stand on my premise that life as we knew it before it hit, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same. People are losing jobs. The economy is going to slide. It's not going to be life as usual anymore. When, you ask when, if it ever gets back to where we think its life is normal, maybe 10, 15 years from now.
Wow. So even a year from now, you see change, but not life
I see
as
normality.
We don't see 2019.
I see normality. I don't see 2019 and 2021 or 2022. Wow. I don't see it.
Well, you're a wise man, I'll give you that. We might not always agree, but I respect your opinion an awful lot.
It's just my opinion.
Just your opinion. Well, all right, wrestling fans, I don't know how to top that. We talked a little wrestling. We talked a little COVID. Before we go, Johnny,
Sure.
Did you get a chance to know Tracy Smothers at all over the years, who passed away?
I did. That was a sad day to lose another superstar. And as I say, Ernest Hemingway wrote the book, but it fits all the superstars for whom the bell tolls. And it tolls for Mr. Smothers, and a great performer, contributed great to the business. But like all of us, and I don't want you to start laughing, it's like Disney's The Lion King, it's the circle of life. And so as his father left him the legacy, so does Smothers leave the legacy to all of us of what he contributed, what he's done, and where we are.
Underrated talent?
Yes.
I think the big mistake he made was to go to WWF in 1996 in a jobber with a name type role as Freddie Joe Floyd, a rib on the Briscoes.
Oh, that was no good.
Because I don't think at that point any promotion, after seeing him as that S.D. Jones of 1996 on WWF, was ever going to push him as someone with credibility. He had a decent run as a comedy tag team figure in ECW in the FBI, but other than that, one thing I certainly respect about the man, I read in one of his obituaries that between the time he broke in until the time he passed, well, until a few months before he passed, he didn't go more than 4 days without a booking. There was a guy that was out hustling every one of those southern and Midwest states for those little tiny indies just to keep working and working and working. And that's the type that's one of the last of the Mohegans. You know what I mean?
They're coming down. They're all, yep.
It was a shame to see him go. You know what my memory of Tracy Smothers is? I remember him at Wonderland Greyhound Park in Revere, Massachusetts, before a couple of the ECW shows. He'd take some of the younger guys in the ring and he'd work out with them, where Tracy was one of the veterans and the smoother workers of what was a brawling, violent promotion. You know, he'd get in there and he'd try and teach the guys how to work a little bit. And I admire that. I mean, I don't know if he was paid to do it or not, but I respected the fact that he took the time to do it. I always look to see who were the types that'll take the time with the younger guys and try and help them on their way up. And I know this. I know Tony really wasn't moved all that much. If you saw the episode with Tony, all but said Tracy was a racist. But as far as his contributions to the world of professional wrestling go, you know what? If you can help the young guys make it a better place, take your knowledge, your mistakes, your successes, and put that in their brains, I think that's a great thing. And I know a lot of people were genuinely upset that we lost Tracy Smothers. So for someone I didn't know too well, all I know is I tip my cap to someone that gave their life to our brotherhood.
Amen.
And that's all we can say. All right, Johnny, as we wrap up the show, you know what time of year it is? 9th Annual Pallbearer, Holiday Headlocks, Toy Drive Cyber Fanfest, baby. Everybody wants to know, when is Johnny coming on live for the autograph session? We're still trying to negotiate with his attorneys and his agents, but we're going to make it happen. Tonight, as a matter of fact, earlier tonight, we had with us Savio Vega, which was a real treat.
I worked with him, great guy.
Tomorrow night, Brian Knobbs and Jerry Sags, the Nasty Boys. Things are going to get nasty. Then this Sunday during NXT TakeOver, Johnny, it's going to be the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, Cyber Christmas Party. What could Tony plan for Christmas?
I don't know.
Other than a free one.
Free Christmas?
Yeah.
Probably going to have chicken wings, probably a barbecue.
I'm going to need one of those plastic face guards.
We'll
He's going to have the chicken
We'll get
wings.
you one. We'll get you one.
And then don't forget, next Friday night before John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Fridays, we'll have the Warlord with us. Next Saturday, Tatanka. And then next Sunday, the Future Star Superstar double feature. We have Ring of Honor competitor, Yuta Wheeler. I'm say that wrong again. It's Wheeler Yuta, because I get it confused with the baby's name. But anyway, Wheeler Yuta, who competed in the Ring of Honor Pure Title Tournament, is going to be with us to talk about his budding career. And the new Impact Wrestling World Champion, old friend Rich Swann, for the first time in 8 years, joins us in the hot seat.
Great man.
But
Please say hi.
We got to get you.
Don't worry about me. Get the famous people.
Well, they're already booked.
Well, then.
I'll tell you this. I don't know if Rich Swann has official Impact Wrestling World Champion socks, though.
I'd book Santa Claus before I'd book me.
Now, do you want to know why I think those could be a great success once life comes back to normal for the live events?
Why is that?
Think about Mick Foley pulling one of those out of his trousers.
Oh, doing Socko?
Doing Socko with your face on his hand.
I don't want to talk about the sock's been.
All right. Well, we'd have to talk to Margot about that.
Another story for another time.
All right, wrestling fans, for the fabulous one, Mr. John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. Don't forget, 9th Annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive Cyber Fan Fest, BostonWrestling.com. The Patreon is rocking. Information in the description box below. We got the great merchandise on eBay where you get an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas. That's ongoing. Most of the great merchandise you see here can be yours for the holidays and beyond. And of course, if you're chatting with us on Friday night during the premiere, the Super Chat button is open. Buy us a drink. Don't forget to tip the bartender, as they say. You're not much of a drinker, though.
I don't drink.
Ever?
I have a glass
Little
of brandy.
wine now and then.
I make my own wine.
You make your own wine? Now, how do you make your own wine?
With grapes, usually that's how it starts.
I'm still trying to figure out the Red Lobster biscuits. Oh. Well, for John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti, folks. Continue to enjoy the holiday season. Continue to enjoy the Christmas season. Until we speak again, you and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Unbelievable, fans. We enjoyed spending WrestleMania Saturday with you on this John Cena Sr. Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays Marathon. Again, don't forget, we're back live with JTG of Crime Time tomorrow afternoon before night 2 of WrestleMania. Then on Monday with WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe. Again, pre-order the autograph photos now at BostonWrestling.com. The superstars will personalize the photos to you live on air. You help keep wrestling legends working. You help allow us to produce more great talk show content for you to enjoy. As we wrap up, again, we want to remind you one more time, many ways you can help the cause, such as giving this supersized marathon video a big thumbs up. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for free. If you click the little notification bell, it'll update you to all of the great programming premiering this week. And the big one, share the links to our shows across social media, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites, with friends, with fellow fans. Let's grow Boston Wrestling MWF to the point where we can have in-studio shoot interviews 7 nights a week and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. As I've noted, it's a great passion of mine. There's been such limited options for these wrestling greats during coronavirus. And again, we can make it happen. If we can grow from 2021 to 2022, the way we grew from 2020 to 2021, we can do it, no doubt. The Super Chat button is open for business. If you enjoyed tonight's long marathon, don't forget to tip the bartender for the entertainment. You can use the gray Super Chat button in the Premier Chat. Our eBay store is on fire. Check out the link in the description box below. And most important, join the Boston Wrestling MWF family on Patreon, where you get early, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. Our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library is seen by millions online, and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. Patreon exclusive videos and news updates, and again, the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep wrestling greats working during these coronavirus times when they have limited options. We're about out of time here, folks. Hope you enjoyed WrestleMania Night 1. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon, LIVE Live with JTG. Good night from Tampa.